Welcome back to Mountain Outpost coverage of the Mammoth 200 2025 presented by Kraft. I am Corinne Chalvoy, joined by Alyssa Clark, and we are super excited to be bringing you the front runners of the race here. Right now on your screen, you're looking at Parley Hannon, who is sitting in third place female in the race so far. We're 6.5 hours into this race, and runners at the front are between Sherwin Creek and Convict Lake. We've been told that we're going to have some spectacular views when we get into Convict Lake, so we can't wait to see that. Our drone footage has been absolutely incredible. Thank you to all the drone pilots and the field coverage out there. We are super excited. We got Jimmy Elam leading this race out in the very front, followed by Tara Dower and Rachel Entrican essentially running together in 2-3. And then we have Jonathan or Johnny Q-Plaque.
Well, we have Max Joliffe.
Okay. And Max.
Yes. So based off of what we saw through the aid station, which things could have changed. Yes, we have Jimmy Elam first, Tara and Rachel running together second, third, then Max Joliffe fourth, Johnny Q-Plaque, thank you to those who helped us with that, in fifth, and Parley Hannon in sixth. Yep. And then we know that Kyle Moss has been through the aid station, as well as Teddy Tonali. So that is the information we have.
We would be expecting somebody like Jesse Haynes, Xander Chase, Amber Wiebel, Adair Ramirez, those folks, Timmy Olson kind of rolling in next to that Sherwin aid station. Yeah, and we also learned that Johnny Q-Plaque ran across the country this year. He did 35 miles a day for 100 days. So I would say that's some pretty epic training for this race.
That's some good durability. Yeah.
I don't know when that was exactly, but that sounds like an incredible accomplishment.
We have Parley out on course, making her way through this beautiful area. And we have crews waiting for runners to come into Sherwin Creek. And then they will have an 8.5 mile section with about 600 feet of climbing. So very, very runnable section to Convict Lake.
Yeah, and Convict Lake runners can see their crew again. That's going to be 40.5 miles into this race.
Which is still so early.
So early. They have been out there for 6.5 hours running, summited Mammoth Mountain earlier today. That was beautiful. The weather's been fantastic. Looks like there's been some wind up top, but a little bit cooler temperatures. Our tracker looks like they have kind of done some work on that. It could be working much better than it was earlier. If you want to check in on a runner and whether or not they have hit an aid station, there is a cutoff at 5 p.m. at Duck Pass. So it's 2:30 local time. So runners have 2.5 more hours or so to get to that Duck Pass aid station, mile 18. And that is the next cutoff we're going to be looking at.
Got some awesome Mammoth swag that we're seeing. These shirts are so cool. I love the logo.
Yep.
so much coming
so
from
good.
an art background. They are just artistic and super beautiful. So well done on that front.
Expect nothing less from the folks at Mammoth and Mammoth Trail Fest.
Totally.
Tim and Hillary, co-race directors Tim Tolfson and Hillary Yang, doing an awesome job of all of this and bringing you a live stream in the inaugural year of the Mammoth 200. We got campers, we got babies, we got crew members, we got kettle chips. It's basically like ultra running in a nutshell right there on your screen. This is the Sherwin Creek aid station. Some runners or some crew members and supporters out there awaiting their runners there.
Also appreciate the commentary of helping us with the last names. We're doing our best. I feel like a little bit like a, when people get their diplomas and
Oh my gosh, you have to pronounce their names.
You have to pronounce their names. So thank you for helping us with those and taking notes so we can keep those accurate. Okay, we have
That's
Jesse Haynes coming in looking happy as a clam.
Grinning ear to ear, man. Jesse's looked very happy this entire race so far, which is awesome.
Nice.
Okay, this is so cool. Does he have bottles down in the sides of his? I think he might have like 4 bottles in that vest. 4.
Yeah. That's awesome. Yeah, he's loaded up. Oh.
I don't know that he's doing any crew stop here. Okay, runner, someone coming after, checking, making sure. Do you need anything? But that is Jesse Haynes rolling through Sherwin Creek. Again, Sherwin is the first place that runners can see crew, but they can also see them at Convict Lake, another 8 miles down the road, and that's a really nice like gravel road that we saw Tara and Rachel running down together. So they may make the choice to not, do a major stop until that point. It's possible.
Yeah, to be honest, I probably would. I mean, of course, you have to carry the required gear, but I would not try to bring a ton extra on this section because you can really roll. We're seeing, a lot of really smooth, strong running from the front of our pack, and I would try to minimize as much weight as I possibly could in this section.
Okay, this is Kyle Moss. We now have good identification, orange shorts, green shirt.
Yeah, he's got some style. Looking good. It's also interesting to see there's been a few runners who have the poles out. And I feel this if sometimes I just kind of hang out holding the poles, don't put them away because you never know when you're going to need them. But yeah, I think this is a really interesting race for poles. I do think poles, just when you get so tired, are really useful, but there's a lot of sections of this race where you really don't need them. So it's interesting.
But everyone in the front, I don't think we've seen any. Have we seen any runners not with poles?
Mm-mm.
I don't think so. I think
so
everybody's been utilizing them. Okay, Kyle Moss again, not 22nd. He is much higher up in the field than that, but that is Kyle Moss you're looking at running down this nice 8.5 mile stretch.
Also rocking the mohawk, it looks like. That's some style. Also, RO69 is not a runner. It's just
a camera or somebody.
A camera,
somebody working, somebody like out there.
Yeah. Yeah, oftentimes you'll see like a sweep or something. Could be medical, any of that. And yes, there was a question earlier if the trackers seem to be picking up a little bit more information. It does appear so, that it's a bit more accurate, but all of that said, everyone is doing the best they can with a really remote, we're out here, which is why we love trail running, which also causes a little bit less accuracy. But that's what makes it fun, is that we are doing the best we can, but we have a little spicy unknown. So yes, we do think that they are showing a bit more accurate, but also take everything with a little bit of a grain of salt.
Yeah, trackers are not 100% accurate or working all the time. We'll do our best to be IDing runners and then getting info from our teams out there in the field as to what exactly is transpiring during the race.
And I would expect to see Jimmy pulling into Convict in not too long.
Yeah, so we're, for folks who need to know or want to know, right, the front of this race are approaching kind of 40 miles in at this point in time. Many of our front runners, I would say probably like our top 15 or so runners are, let's say our top, 20 are between Duck Pass and Convict Lake. Some at Sherwin Creek, which is the aid station we are looking at right now. Obviously, there is a crew there anticipating a runner coming in. That's 32 miles in right there, mile 32, Sherwin Creek. And it is the first chance for runners to see their crews. The entire Mammoth 200 course is 214 miles with 30,664 feet of climbing, 5 sleep stations in this race, 21 aid stations, the most of any 200 miler out there. There is prize money at this race.
Yeah.
This is the first 200 to offer prize money. We've got $5,000 going to the winning female and male, $3,000 to second place, and $2,000 to third place on each male and female side.
Which is, that really makes a difference to a lot of runners, where you're able to, help support yourself to run these, and also just be able to cover maybe being out here to help treat your crew well. I think that's, spoil your crew maybe a little bit more, take them out to a nice dinner. I think that it's huge that a first year race, the first 200-mile race, offering prize money. So big shout out and congrats to Mammoth for putting that out there and supporting runners.
Yeah, I mean, and it's a reflection of also, the race directors here, Hillary Yang and Tim Tollefson, right? They both understand the importance of prize money and what that means to not only drawing a competitive field, but incentivizing the right runners, and also giving back to the athletes for the hard work it takes to get ready and prepare for an event like this. I mean, there are a lot of races out there, and when you're making a decision on what to run, a lot of that comes down to what am I going to experience? What's the atmosphere? What's the vibe? And I think, Tim has been in a professional ultra runner for many, many years, and he knows firsthand how much, a little bit of extra money can mean to you. He started running professionally long before there were many professional ultra runners in the sport, and I think that certainly factors into kind of decisions around what you want this event to be, and it's really exciting to kind of have some of that coming to fruition here.
Yeah, and I think that it is really showing 200s are here to stay, and they're competitive, and they're not going anywhere. So it is super exciting to see ultra running just growing in this way. And a couple of people have said that there are other 200s. So it's the first 200 in the U.S.
Correct.
To have prize money.
Correct. Yes. Thank you. That is a good clarification point. Yeah. There are, all right. This is Chrissy. And we're going to go with Chrissy Climbs because that's her Instagram handle. Yeah. And her last name's a little hard to pronounce. Harkle Road. Chrissy Harkle Road.
And we have Timothy Olson coming in. Love to see it.
Both approaching the Sherwin Creek aid.
Yes. So we'll see what they are going to do? Are they going to be pretty quick around? And I think what's so cool, Timothy looks so happy. What's so cool with Timothy Olson, he has such a strong family support. I think he has 5 kids, I believe. So, just really a family affair.
Oh, that's whose crew we were looking at.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's so fun to see that and to see.
To see him back on the racing circuit
Yeah.
and running after doing some really long trail efforts. And I kind of remember this video of him running Hard Rock and him passing out in the park in front of Flynn Park, which actually is named after my great grandfather. And he just gets to that point, which is about halfway either direction you're going, and just completely passes out on the grass, just totally exhausted. And it's like, what am I in the middle of right now? And it was like, he's an OG legend of this sport. Really cool to see him out here doing this. And we also we showed an interview we did with him yesterday. That's Adair Ramirez, again, third place Cocodona this year.
He does have the buff too.
Yep, rolling right through this aid station, also looking great. If you want to go back to stream 1, you can watch. There's a 15-minute pre-race interview with Timothy Olson if you want to check that out.
Also, if I remember Cocodona correctly, that Eder Ramirez was pretty conservative at the start, wasn't pushing the front too much, and then just laid the hammer down in the second half of the race. So I'm super excited to see if he will follow a similar strategy for this race. But yeah, I think don't sleep on Eder. Super excited to see.
Okay, and we got pulls out on this somewhat kind of flat gravelish road section. So again, everyone has their own kind of strategy, technique, but early on, if you can get into a nice running gait with the pulls, take a little bit of that weight and pounding and leverage off of your just your feet, that's a choice you could make and might be something smart to to have as an advantage later on, saving the legs.
And we have another runner coming in with an iconic stash. What a great stash. Looking super strong.
I don't know if we've seen this runner.
I'm trying to get
3, 4, 5.
That's what they took his pack super early. If it's 2, 4, 5, that's looking like Jameson Henkel. Yes, Jameson. Yep. Okay. Jameson might win for best stash out there.
What do we know about Jameson? If you're in the chat and you know this runner, let us know. Jameson Henkel.
We also see Timothy Olson right next door. So it seems that Timothy is taking a bit of time at this aid station to get some real food in. Looks like the family is right there helping him out.
And I think we should also be expecting to see Amber Weeble coming in, somewhat soon if she's still kind of in that vicinity, because she was right around all these other runners last time we checked.
So Amber Weibel. I believe it was maybe her partner that said Why Bull. Yes.
Why
Got
Bull.
that in the notes now.
WHYBULL. This is my mission in life, is you cannot register for a race on Ultra Sign Up without putting in a voice memo of how you pronounce your name. Then we're going to source every one of those for every time we have commentary, and we're going to be able to pronounce everyone's name exactly right every single time.
That would be...
That's my plan.
I love it.
Ultra Sign Up, can we have it? Can we make it happen?
Shelby, come on. We got to make it happen.
No, Shelby, where are you?
We're going to fall asleep at night with all of these on recordings, and we're going to wake up like, Weibel! Or,
yeah, exactly. All right, Amber Weibel, but absolute crusher, did the Hard Rock Western States double. When you get into both those races, you kind of have to do both of them, but she did them both super well. 4th place at Hard Rock after, I believe, being in the top 20, maybe even the top 12, 14, something like that at Western. So tons of range right there, showing
Tons of
both
range.
lots of like, you know, ability to run in mountainous environments as well as some speed. So not surprised at all that she is up here in the front end of the women's race.
And we have Matt Smith, who had the classic watermelon pickle double fisting. Love to see it.
Oh my gosh.
Heading out of the Sherwin Creek aid station.
That's incredible.
Love to see it. Like I said, we are probably going to be seeing Jimmy Elam coming into Convict Lake aid station coming up soon.
Yeah, he still might be a couple miles out, maybe 2-3 miles out of the aid, but all depends on kind of tracking. So that will be exciting to see, and I can't wait to get shots of what Convict Lake looks like. Here it's gorgeous.
Yeah, that will be stunning. And we've got a couple runners hanging out, running in a pack. I'm not quite sure who they are, but they look like having a great time, moving well. We have Timothy Olson and Jameson
Henkel
loading up on the grub. Love it. So the elevation on the full course is about 30,000 feet. And then let's see when they pick up pacers.
right around 50. So
Right around 50,
just
okay.
after 50. So actually Crowley Lake, which is the aid station after Convict Lake. So mile 53.5, that is when they can start to have pacers. And I think the thought around that is like 6 p.m. is when we're expecting first runner, starting to get a little dark. We also heard that Crowley Lake to Green Church, area, even into Sawmill and Taylor Canyon, is very, very remote. So I guess Katie Asmuth is planning to be pacing Rachel Entrican in that section. That's when
nice.
they're going through the Glass Mountains, which are not very visited and just apparently quite elusive even to people that live in this area. So they will be able to have pacers starting at that point.
Awesome. You know, I have spent some time in the Sierra, not nearly as much as I would like to. Had never heard of the Glass Mountains, and now I've heard about them quite a bit, and I want to see them.
I
they
think
look
just
so
sound
cool.
badass. Like,
Yeah.
they sound so cool, like the Glass Mountains. Like, you just
Yeah.
want to go see it and check it out. Like, again, we'll be right back. Just going to go visit the Glass Mountains real quick.
Yeah, exactly. Also, we have the cutest Australian Shepherd ever at the aid station. I think yeah. And we got a baby.
Babies and dogs
What's more do you
with
want?
Jameson to Henkel.
Heading out. Looks like Timothy Olson is getting ready to head out as well.
Yeah, so we do have runner tracking pinned at the top of the chat if you want to go check in on any friends, family members, people that you're fans of, see how they are doing. That is a good place to check. It's not always 100% accurate, but it looks like it's holding up pretty well right now.
Also, we have word that the Aussie's name is Galaxy. She's 6 months old, and she's adorable. We all might come hang out at the aid station just to hang out with Galaxy.
Nice. Do we have so tracker? yeah, we are.
Oh, we have some skips coming out of the aid station. Believe that's. I'm not quite sure who that is. Gosh, what a first day weather window.
Oh man, they nailed it. Like it was
Yeah.
not nice yesterday. Like there was a lot of kind of rain, mist, humidity. It was quite cold out there. Definitely looking a little bit precarious, but woke up this morning, the sun was out. It just blue sky, and as you can tell right now, this is like ideal running conditions.
Yeah, yesterday I was driving in from Big Bear and was getting hit by some pretty strong
Yeah.
rain in a few sections. I went, whoo, that's not going to feel good.
Oh yeah, like zero visibility
yeah.
type downpours
Yes.
for sure.
Yes, and really strong wind. I mean, it does get windy in that section. I think what sometimes hard to remember because this is such a beautiful mountain area is that we are right smack dab next to Death Valley. Like we are,
Yeah.
look, we're north of Death Valley, but like the desert is there too, and we are getting, desert conditions as well. So I just think it's the coolest combination of desert meets mountains, epicness, the lakes. So, yeah, we are waiting on word about Jimmy Elam. We have Chrissy Climbs leaving the Sherwin Lake aid station, looking strong.
Chrissy Harkle Road heading out of Sherwin. On the right-hand side of your screen there. And yeah, you can just tell by these camera views and these drone shots that this is exactly why Tim Tollefson, Hillary Yang wanted to bring this race to life, wanted to create this route and this incredible loop, because it's just an amazing place to be running, and really, really unique terrain.
I think that's one of, I saw something earlier in the chat that was talking about how there's a lot of really analytical runners and kind of data-driven people. And I love that while there's so many of those runners, there's also so many creatives in the sport, like artists and writers, and very much on that side as well. Mm-hmm. And I think that when we see these kind of epic courses, it is such a beautiful mix of those two, where it's like you have to have the strategy, the analytics of like, hey, is this even possible? But you also have to have the creativity, the vision, the artistic. I mean, I consider these routes like true acts of artistry.
Absolutely.
And so it is just so fun to see these come together on a truly epic course.
No doubt.
Yeah.
We've got Matt Shapiro there on the right-hand side of your screen coming into Sherwin Creek. Yeah, Alyssa, I couldn't agree more. It's like it's very much also an artistic endeavor to create the route and to watch the runners running through it, kind of art in motion, I think.
Absolutely. Yeah, I love that, art in motion. That's actually very similar of kind of like I always joke like my theory of life is like,
theory in motion
is
your handle.
Yeah, it's just that we can have so much art and movement and intellect, like that comes often from when we are in motion.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've all like had that experience that, I don't know, you could get out you could be standing outside in a circle with a bunch of strangers and not really talking, and then you all start running together and everyone's talking to one another, and the conversation just flows and ideas come to mind, and half the things that I think we come up with and problem solve might happen during a run and while we're actually out there moving through nature. So this is really just a showcase of that as well. And there's going to be a lot of time that these runners have out there in their own minds to think, to contemplate, to problem solve, to navigate corners. Here we have Jimmy Elam. Looks like he is moving strong still. And this is him making his way to the next major stop, which is Convict Lake, a mile 40.5.
Awesome. We see him taking the last of his fluids, pulling those out, getting ready to go. And this is, I think, such a great sign of a really seasoned runner, is that they're already starting to figure out what they're going to do. They have a plan when they're coming into the aid station. They probably have written a plan out, but then also, they're thinking a mile, 2 miles out of what they're going to accomplish at that aid station. So they're not coming in going, oh no, what do I have to do? He's probably been thinking about this for the last mile or two. So Jimmy coming in, we have Jimmy Elam at Crowley Lake aid station.
Convict Lake.
I'm sorry, Convict Lake aid station in first overall. Interesting, he's getting ice in there. I'm surprised. I did not think it would be warm enough for ice, but
I mean, if it's like mid 60s.
Yeah, appreciate the proactive cooling.
You're out there and exposed, right? We've got him replacing the ice there in his ice bandana. He is wearing a vest and a belt.
I actually love that combination. I do it as well because I get frustrated carrying too much water, and I live in SoCal, so I have to carry a lot of water at all times, and just having that weight distribution of the waist belt and the vest just really is a nice way to distribute the weight a bit more, and also not having to load all of those stacks and be kind of trying to figure out where you've put them. The belt just gives a really nice place to set everything. Some people will put poles back there if they don't have the quiver, but yeah, big fan of the waist belt vest combo.
Yeah, looks like he's definitely loading up on some serious fluids here. He just tucked a flask into his belt in the back. So I would say, this looks like a
little bit of a longer stop.
A little bit longer, but deliberate. Like
yeah.
he's moving with a little bit of a sense of urgency. Like there's not any time wasted. We're not dilly-dallying around. We're just doing what we need to do, get things ready and set up for this next stretch. So from here, Jimmy's going to go from Convict Lake to Crowley Lake, and that is about a 13-mile stretch, half marathon stretch here. Probably going to take 2.5 hours or so, and yeah, that's going to be where he goes. It will be interesting to see. Sorry, I think I said earlier you could pick up pacers at Convict. It's Crowley, 53 miles. That's where you can have your first pacer. Be curious to see if he grabs somebody to run with him from that point on. And here we go, Jimmy Elam heading out of Convict Lake. Very efficient aid station stop.
Yeah, that was great. And we have on this next section about 800 feet of climbing and 1,500 feet of descent. So, pretty runnable section again for our runners here. And, it is going to be really interesting to see what. Oh, wow. We got a shot of Convict Lake.
What?
Gosh, yep. Corinne, we're out. We're going.
Unreal. That is unreal looking. That doesn't look, it looks fake. It looks like a painting.
Yep. That's silly.
Holy crap.
Sometimes I like to say things are silly beautiful, and that is silly beautiful. Wow.
Phone a friend. Tell them they need to jump on the Mountain Outpost live stream so that they can check out Convict Lake. My friend Kyle told me he's run here. I now need to very much go run here. This is incredible. And this is exactly what I think Jimmy Elam is now going to be making his way around.
Yes.
As he left that aid station.
Yeah. So I believe if you want to go all the way around,
it's like
Convict Lake's about
miles.
Yeah, 3.5 miles, super flat. So that's probably where we are not getting a ton of elevation gain. Yes, so we chatted about the history of Convict Lake. It does come from a few convicts that escaped from a prison in Carson City, and that there was a showdown there. So that happened in 1871.
So I don't think Jimmy's gotten there yet. He's kind of on the approach here, going toward Convict Lake, and then he's going to be on that trail that you're seeing on the right, going all the way around the lake.
Wow.
Just incredible because the colors, those are different types of rock formations, and the mountains behind there just like absolutely insane. this should make anybody who's tuning in want to go run a trail race, want to visit Mammoth Lakes.
I now know why it's called Mammoth Lakes, not just one.
Oh, tons. So many lakes. I mean, there were 7 in this first section that people could they were going past just in a, short 10, 15 mile stretch. So lakes everywhere.
Okay. Yeah, so we were talking about just the creativity, and I mean, gosh, if your creativity is not sparked by views like this, I don't know what can. But there's just an incredible Maya Angelou quote that is, you can't use up creativity. The more you use, the more you have. And I feel like in many ways that sums up so much of what we do in trail running, where this race is a first year race, and just looking at what they've created, what is going to come, and what it's going to inspire future races to do, and what has inspired Mammoth to be what it is. I just love that it's not something that has a limit. It is limitless, much like our runners. So right now on the mics, I am Alyssa Clark, and then we have Corinne Chalvoy, but we'll be changing it up soon to have Shelby Farrell jumping on the mic with me. So just to recap, we have our first runner, Jimmy Elam, is through the Convict Lake aid station. He is in first place overall, and we are waiting to see our second and third runners at Convict Lake coming up next.
Yeah, anticipating that's going to be Rachel Entrican and Tara Dower.
Yes.
And I would absolutely love to stay on to see them, but I am going to pop off. So thank you guys so much for joining all day. I'll be back later this evening. Going to go take a bit of a break. We're going to welcome back in Shelby Farrell, but I'm Corinne Chalvoy. I will see you all in a few hours. Shelby and Alyssa are going to hold it down, and can't wait to see what happens in the next few hours.
Yes, it's going to be exciting. Corinne, thank you so much for being here. You've been on the mic since early this morning, so well-deserved break.
Time for some food
snacks,
and a run. We'll be back.
Break, absolutely.
All right.
Yes, so we are still seeing just some beautiful shots of Convict Lake, and gosh, if you did not want to go to the Sierras or Mammoth before, I can't help you, because we got to go now. We all got to go. Okay. Oh, awesome. All right. So we have Rachel Entrican and Tara Dower right together. They are coming into the Convict Lake aid station looking great, chill, just having fun. They are pulling bottles out, and, just prepping to get into this aid station. I would anticipate probably neither of them are going to spend a ton of time here, but we will see what they end up doing. So I am joined by Shelby Farrell. Thank you so much for coming here. How was your break? How did you get recharged? Not really.
2 hours goes by real fast.
Yeah.
But I know I missed some stuff. I popped on to the live stream a few times. I saw those sweet drone shots of Tara and Rachel running together.
So right now we have Rachel with her, number one, I feel like Candy Mama and Rascal basically go together. So Tara Dower has her crew of Rascal, and then we have Sierra DeGroff with her as well. Drinking some Coke, looking good. The sparkles are looking amazing. Nice. So yeah, just getting what she needs before she's going to head out on the 13-mile section. We also have Joe helping as well. I have totally forgotten Joe's last name. But yes, we have Joe, Sierra, Rascal all on Tara's crew.
Dream team right there.
Yeah, that's a great team. So much experience in that team. And then we also have Rachel Entrikin, who is in the aid station. So our top 3, Jimmy Elam has been out. He is headed to Crowley Lake. That will be the next aid station. And then we have Tara Dower and Rachel Entrikin in at Convict Lake. And I believe it must be pretty warm out there because we saw Jimmy using ice, and we just saw Tara get doused with a bit of water. So I'm going to guess that it's a little bit warm out there. Yes, Joe Boucher. Thank you for that. Rachel has headed out of the aid stations. That was a pretty quick stop for her. She's hiking it out with her team for a little bit, and it looks like Tara is heading out right behind her.
This is a close race.
Yeah, no, they have been right with each other. I would love to know what they have shared, if they're chatting away or if they are, just kind of running and vibing. So we have our top 3 overall out of Convict Lake. That is Jimmy Elam, who has built a bit of a lead at this point. I'm going to say at least 15 minutes or so. And then we have Rachel Entrikin and Tara Dower pretty much right neck and neck with each other.
All right, what else happened while I was gone?
Beautiful drone shots. We're just getting more spacing at this point, as the race is spreading out a bit. We saw an incredibly cute 6-month-old Australian Shepherd. We saw a great stash.
Was it Dom Grossman's? I saw him on screen a second ago.
It was Jameson
stash.
Henkel.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
Jameson Henkel is rocking a great stash. Yeah, people are looking good. And we saw just stunning views of Convict Lake. Oh, yeah, Tara Dower also mooned mooned us.
I did see that. Candy Moon Mama.
We are getting updates as well that the leaders are really moving at the front. They are moving, I think, let's see, the projected kind of first runner ETA on Convict Lake was 3:30. We're at 3:15, and we have seen 3 runners already through. So 15 minutes below projected fastest time splits, which is wild. We're getting some beautiful shots of the Sierras.
Unreal. When was the last time you ran in the Sierras?
It's been a bit. I've done some runs in the Whitney Portal area. And then I've done some skiing up here, which hard to beat. And a little bit of running while I was skiing, but I've done some backcountry skiing up here as well. Yeah. Have you ever skied up here when you were in LA?
Yeah, we had a pass to Mammoth in 2020, so it didn't last long. But we had a pass. Loved June Lake too. There was a day where the power went out at Mammoth, the lifts were down, and we just pieced out to June Lake, which the runners will be bopping over there later in the race. And I loved that because it had that more small mountain feel.
It's got that like New England back, like mom and pop feel to it.
Less people, nobody was going in the woods. We had it to ourselves.
Yeah.
While everybody at Mammoth was stuck with the power out. It was a really good day on the hill.
No, that happened last year. There was an epic powder day, and Mammoth there was a lot of wind up high, so there were some issues at Mammoth, and we popped over to June Lake, and it was just epic. Like, just powder shots to the face. Everyone loves it.
Yeah, it's a really special landscape. You mentioned Whitney Portal. I had a Mount Whitney obsession in 2022 and kept scoring these last-minute permits and just a couple full send days on Whitney, and it's nothing like it. Alyssa and I have both done van life for 2 years with 2 cats, and so we've been very, very lucky to run in a lot of different places, and the Sierras are very much, I would say, their own creation. Absolutely.
So we are seeing Tara descending. Man, she is just moving so well. So we have Rachel and Tara right there. Rachel is just hidden behind the trees for a little bit. So yeah, we have not seen anyone yet through for 4th and 5th. Doesn't mean that they could not be. Sorry, I'm saying, like, they could. We just haven't seen them yet. Hopefully we will see them soon, but right now we're getting some epic shots. We will let you know when we have more information of who is through Convict Lake. Also, I'm sorry to all the Mammoth locals that we just totally blew up June Lake. Don't go there.
We lied.
Yeah, it's the worst. All right.
Did we talk about the history of Convict Lake?
We have. We've talked about it a couple of times.
Okay.
But it's epic. Yeah. It is named after actual convicts.
After spending some time in both California and Colorado, I feel like, it's just the Wild West. There's some really cool stories about convicts escaping into the wilderness, and like Colorado has this area in Canyon City, Phantom. It's like the Phantom Canyon Road, and apparently, like, you can see the ghosts of convicts on the road because they'd run there and then just die in the wilderness. That's what you get.
Yeah, I always think about this. I mean, if we're not too far from the Donner Summit. I mean, like, in the terms of back in the days, but can you imagine being someone coming, like, you're making your way out west and you're like, I'm doing well, like, we're gonna make it, and then all of a sudden you get to the Sierra and you just go, shoot, what the heck? Like, what are we gonna do? Like, I can't imagine. They're like, wow, this is really pretty. Also, like, how are we gonna get over that? What the heck? Yeah, so I always think about that of, like, they're cruising through the desert, getting through it, and then just hit the Sierras and go, what the heck?
Yeah, and I don't know. I mean, these guys running the race, they're kind of like those pioneers of the early days when you run an inaugural race.
I love that.
That's all I think about when I think of these, like, first time 200s. Like, these are our modern day pioneers right here.
Absolutely. And we do have to give a big shout out to Sally McRae, who is the absolute pioneer of this route. Definitely check out her YouTube documentary if you haven't. It is awesome. I'm actually, is it called The Mammoth?
It is called The Mammoth.
Okay, it's called The Mammoth. It's an awesome way to see the course and just see what she went through and just kind of the masterminding behind as well. Yes. Oh, thank you so much for the compliment, JC. When am I going to run Western States? I have a love affair with UTMB at the moment, so my goal is to do my best at UTMB, and then maybe I'll try to see about getting fast enough to throw my hat in the ring for Western. So yeah, pretty focused on UTMB at the moment. But man, these two women are just cruising. We have a
There
Max
he
sighting.
is.
Hey,
King of Mammoth. Maybe.
yeah, he's the king in our hearts. So we have Max coming in. It looks like 2.8, looking super strong. Nice and flowy. Man, he just always has such great style.
It's that Satisfy fit, man.
Yeah.
They know how to dress them.
He's swag. I love it. When am I going to do Hard Rock? As soon as I get in. I will do Hard Rock tomorrow if I get let in. So I've done the URA 100 and I love that area. We've got a nope, sorry.
We
have
Jonathan. How do we say his last name? I saw that.
We just got told Johnny Q Plaque. It's a Q, like Q-tip.
Q Plaque.
Johnny Q Plaque coming in. So we have, just to recap, Jimmy Elam is in first overall. We have Rachel Entrikin in second overall. Tara Dower in third. They're right together. And then just coming into Convict Lake, we have Max. I keep saying his last name wrong, so I'm absolutely terrified.
Like Olive.
Okay, Jolliffe like Olive. And Johnny Q Plaque like Q-tip. So thank you all for the tips on how to say these names. Love it. So yeah, we're going to see kind of what their strategies are with how much time they're going to take. It looks like Max took his pack off and is getting some fluids down. What we have seen from the first three coming in and what we heard is it was a pretty exposed section. So there may be coming in feeling a little hot, maybe a little bit dehydrated. So definitely a great time to fuel up and just make sure they're good to go for the next 13-mile section, which is, again, quite runnable.
I just got a DM from Max Jolliffe unsolicited memes saying coverage is sick. Rock on. Actually, he didn't say rock on. I added that, but I felt it.
I feel like a rock on is always appropriate. How are you supposed to pick between the two? Or Rachel and Tara, I say we don't need to pick. We can just, cheer for all.
Agreed. It's so hard to pick. I don't want to pick.
Yeah.
I almost didn't even submit my fantasy free trail, but Corinne made me. So that happened. But
I always forget and don't do it. So I'm sorry, Debo. I never remember to do fantasy picks. Okay. So we have Johnny Q Plaque heading out. Looks like Max is right behind him. And I believe that's Max's partner, Mackenzie. Her fit is on point. Yeah. They just have style.
I found out yesterday that Max has been an apparel designer, I believe. I remember that word for sure, for Hurley for the last 15 years.
Yeah.
So he knows fashion.
Yeah, totally. There was a really interesting piece out, I believe it was Matt Trappy, who put out talking about aesthetics and kind of like swag in trail running. And of course, some people are limited if you are a sponsored runner, that there is some limitations of like, hey, you kind of have to wear the kit that they give you. But there are some great, really like stylish trail runners out there. And I just love seeing people's individuality come out in their fits and kind of how they jazz it up. You know, Tara's got the glitter. Courtney has the long shorts. One of my favorite runners is Martina Valamusi from Italy, and she's always rocking some sweet pit vipers. So yeah, I am here for the individuality, for the swag, because, you know, look good, feel good, run good.
Yeah, it's basically just a 214-mile fashion show.
Basically.
Very long runway. That we practice and train very, very, very hard to walk down.
Yeah.
/ jog.
So yes, we have our top 4 runners out of Convict Lake. To recap, that is Jimmy Elam. We have Rachel Entrikin and Tara Dower pretty much right together. And then we have Max Jolive, like Olive, and Johnny Q-Plaque also right together. So I am excited to see how this is going to play out. I've got a long time to build this excitement as well. Got, you know, we're looking at probably between 35 to 40 more hours. Oh, that's top 5. Thank you, top 5, not top 4.
Did we see anybody sit down through the aid station, or they all just stood there, got their stuff, and moved on?
Yeah, so far, we have not seen people in the, I would say, top 5 to 7 sitting down. Pretty much everything's just kind of grabbing and going. We have seen some people sitting at Sherwin Creek for a little bit, who are taking a little bit more time to get more food in, which I think is a great strategy depending where you are in the field and kind of what your needs are. Also, shout out Kevin Goldberg, who is he's hitting up the chat while he's running. This is great. Kevin, you're a legend. Love it. Well, Kevin says he's hitting 10-minute miles on the road. I believe it. I mean, I feel like that is the true sign of an ultra runner, is that you can text and hit them paces anytime, anywhere. I think maybe one of the most impressive things I've personally done as a runner is sending an email while pacing part of the HURT course. I think that might be one of the
HURT course is
not
an easy course to look at your phone on either.
I did almost eat it, but yes, that might be my crowning achievement in trail running.
That's amazing.
So, question, Shubs, have you seen any aliens in Mammoth so far?
Oh, that's a great question, JC. Hopefully tonight. I wasn't able to get my training run in during the break, so I'm going to have to do a night run. And I believe it's a waxing crescent moon. It's a sliver moon tonight, so it should be a pretty dark sky. Good night to spot some aliens.
Yeah, I mean, gosh, I feel like there's magic in these mountains. There's just something about this area that truly feels... there's power in this area, so I feel like it could happen.
Apparently, there's one report of a bright white orb in 2009. The remote high-altitude environment is a backdrop for UFO sighting, so you really never know.
You never know. Wait, so you have to do a night run?
I need to get an hour in today.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I do too. But
That's fine.
Yeah. I think I'm done at like 6.
Yeah.
I'm off the mic then.
I brought my waist lamp
Nice.
prepared.
Oh yeah. Okay. This is such a great question. Are you waist lamp, headlamp, both? Depends.
Oh, I have so much to say about this.
Love it.
Well, it depends on the terrain. So kind of both. First of all, both, because when you just have the waist belt, you sometimes are like grabbing things out of your pack that are above the waist light, and you need light to see them. So that's why it's great having, even just like the Petzl Bindi, it's a super small headlight.
Love that
just to
headlamp.
pop on and see what you're doing with your hands. However, I recently had a slightly horrifying experience on the long trail, which our friend Tara Dower is very familiar with.
And we are seeing Tara and Rachel. There was a little bit of a gap coming out of the aid station, and that has been closed again. They're running right with each other.
Yeah, look at them go.
But yeah, out in the long trail.
So I was out on the long trail right around the time Tara set the FKT, and it was, buggy, humid Vermont weather, and the headlamp was attracting bugs to my face. But I needed it because the terrain is so steep and technical that the waist lamp wasn't like illuminating up enough for me to see what I was going up. So both was crucial. But then I had like a windbreaker kind of zipped down for breathability, and with the waist lamp, the bugs were like flying into my jacket and like buzzing in between the material in my skin, and it was like all really just like disgusting.
Oh.
So if you could have no lights when you are in a bug infested trail, that would be great, but unfortunately I needed lights. So
Yeah.
both, I guess, is my answer.
Ooh, yeah, that's tough.
There was no winning. Like they were in my face, and they were huge moths and mosquito, like every type of bug you can imagine.
Oh man, yeah, Vermont does not. I'm actually originally from Vermont, and gosh, the bugs are just wild.
When they want to be. Like,
Yeah.
I feel like they have hatchings. Like, recently it kind of got cold and
yeah.
it got warm, and then all of a sudden there are these giant mosquitoes, and I was like, where did you come from? You're supposed to be gone. But
All right, well, I am going to leave Shelby for just a second and use a quick bathroom break, but I will be right back.
wow, this could be a mistake. Just kidding. It's really cool to see these two ladies together, both crushers with unbelievable accomplishments under their belt. It's truly anyone's game. I mean, I imagine there's going to be a pass eventually. Like, at some point, Tara's going to pop above Rachel, and Rachel's going to, like, they could volley, but when is it going to happen? Nobody knows. Cool to see people on course cheering and spectating. That looks like Tara's crew. I see Sierra Degroff and Rascal. I wonder what they're talking about too. Are they listening to music? Thankfully, we'll get to interview them when they're done, and hopefully they remember and they can tell us what they were talking about, or if they were even talking. and Rachel's kit. Rachel is sponsored by Precision Nutrition, Precision Fuel. And so her shirt and her crew shirt are all custom shirts from her nutrition sponsor. They are indeed snazzy. I believe they have dogs on them. Will I be going for a golden ticket? I don't know, JC. Should I? I'm starting to get really intrigued with UTMB like Alyssa. I mean, it's kind of her fault after watching her race this year.
Maybe not this year.
Well, no, you were absolutely smashing it until, ultra running happened.
Yeah, ultra running. Yeah, we'll call it that. Oh, okay. What are some of your go-to songs on a playlist?
That's an embarrassing question, and I know William Van Beckham from 7th grade sailing camp, so there's that. And he just got into trail running, so that's cool. We got a newbie in the chat watching the scene unfold. I don't know. Let me pull up my Spotify though and see what I've been listening to. Honestly, it's a lot of techno, Will Sparks radio.
Also, an interesting question about the use of nicotine. I do know runners who have used it. I wouldn't necessarily condone. The answer is yes. Runners do use it, whether it's good for you or not. But it is a stimulant, so keeping oneself awake, it is something that could keep you awake. So yeah, it's definitely something people use. But yes, playlist. What are some of your favorites?
Back to that. I thought I was going to get off easy. Oh man. Well, no, it's just embarrassing.
Okay, we're gonna leave Shelby to ponder her music choices, and we are going to cut to our first. Well, we had 0, but now we have our first Mammoth Chronicles.
I am so stoked. I just can't stop smiling. It's a beautiful day. Oh my god.
How much sleep did you get?
Like 2 hours. Yeah, but here we are.
Enjoy
It's gonna be great. Thank you.
How's this morning going for you?
So good.
Yeah?
Yeah, happy to be here.
Great.
Why?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't I? Yeah. There's no place I'd rather be, so yeah.
Feeling ready for this?
I think so. We'll see how it goes. It's nice to be here. It's a great place. I like to be out here. I like the trails. Hoping to have a good time and see if we can get this done. Yeah.
It's time to lock in, yeah?
Yeah, it's time to lock in.
We're ready.
Game time, baby.
Yeah, I've been warm. Ready.
Good to see you.
Thank you. I'm very excited.
All right, guys, we have
just ready to go on.
I know. I'm loving the weather. She's gonna do great. I got my moral support now. Choo choo. Carol. She's also from Prescott. Yeah, your turn.
have a real adventure here.
Oh man,
Fun?
it's gonna be a day. Not suffering yet, but give me 20 minutes. All new trails for me. I've been on none of these. Proper adventure.
Are we there yet? No, I'm here for all of it.
Exactly.
We're here for all of it.
I'm here because I love the area, love Mammoth, love being outside, love these trails, and I'm never happier than when I am out here. Why not do it for 4 days? Yeah, this is my race. I got in late though. I won Sally McRae's free entry. Thanks, Sally. I think I'm looking forward to climbing the summit number 2 on the last day and looking out at all the things I've come around and knowing I'm almost done. Well, I'm the assistant RD for Cocodona and I've never run a 200, so I had to come out and do one, have some legitimacy for being part of Cocodona. And it's gorgeous, and it's honestly a privilege ever to get on the trails for days on end. So that's why I'm here. Bye.
I'm completely and totally hooked by the 200-mile distance. So,
Why?
like, what's not to love? Just to disconnect and be out here for days at a time. It's awesome. I tried to sign up for this race while still running Cocodona. My wife wouldn't let me, so I had to finish that so I could sign up for this. But yeah, happy to be part of year 1. I think it's gonna be awesome.
Mostly because I like to do big things, but on top of that, to show my son that we can do big things, I like to teach him and lead by example. I'm also here representing the Warrior Trail Foundation to help provide mental health services and coaching for veterans in need. I'm here for a lot of reasons, and I'm also just here to have fun. See ya.
Good morning, thank you.
Thank you.
Super stoked. This race so far is just blowing my mind. The people, the support, and I don't know, every serendipity keeps happening. I'm just so stoked. And that's my goal. Finish, have fun, and don't get hurt. Thank you. Have fun. Peace.
Enjoy.
Doing good. A little hot. Glad I didn't wear pants like I thought I was going to. Happy to be here.
Where are you coming from?
PA. Yeah, so right around like Pittsburgh area. Also sea level. So a little bit of adjusting, but I feel good. I feel great actually. 200 miles after that, we'll see what I say then. But yeah, movement is a gift. So I'm gonna cherish that and keep on moving no matter how fast or slow. So I found it just from listening to Sally McRae's podcast and like her YouTube and stuff. I'm also a big fan of like Hillary and Billy and Tim, and I don't know, it just felt right. This is my first 200, and this is the first Mammoth 200. Just like lots of stars aligned, and my aunt and my uncle decided to come with me. I got a buddy from Cincinnati pacing me, so it's just like everything fell into place like it was meant to happen. So yeah, it's just all around good things.
Trying to have some fun, man, you know? Enjoying the outdoors, exploring Mammoth. I've never been out in this terrain before, so I'm excited. So doing something new.
Couldn't be a better day. My 5th race out here this 10-day period. I'm so excited. I'm from the Bay Area. Tim has put together with Hillary quite an event. So well done. But it's so great seeing all the different faces of the mountain, different times of the day, different weather. I really love this place. It's my 4th year out here. I love what Tim and Hillary and the team have put together. It's really special. I wonder if we'll see some weather on Monday. That would make it even more special. Absolutely.
Yeah. I'm retiring after this one. I've never run a 200 below 240. Might as well see what the 214s are about. And then the last day is my birthday. It's a good way to celebrate being alive.
So I am Alyssa Clark here on the mic, joined by Shelby Farrell, or the Shelbs Monster.
Oh, I like that one.
Yeah. So we are checking in on runners. We're getting some shots right near Convict Lake. And yeah, huge shout out to
Tony Hill.
the team. Yeah, it's just wild that
Tony Hill working with Mountain Outpost. He just, as somebody else who dabbles in content and marketing, I've talked to him about it because I'm just mystified by his talent. Like, you have to be out there, interact with people, film it, and then kind of like put yourself in a hole and edit it really quickly. And it's a total switch of gears with the brain. And I just have so much respect for Tony Hill and these chronicles. So keep them coming, Tony.
As someone who has probably published maybe like 3 reels this year, I just like, my mind is blown. Like I can't do it. So yeah, just so impressed. We really love to see it and are so appreciative of the work that Tony's doing in the team. Yes, I love this. Kevin Goldberg and Mel, happy anniversary. I know that Kevin talked about this was going to be an anniversary run for them. So I hope that they have a wonderful time out there.
11 years, I think. And
That's awesome.
Amazing. And I ran into, so they're getting crewed by Chaos Crewing Company.
Oh, fun.
Which is really cool. It's an organization that's pretty new. I don't know who, I want to say Ashley's the founder, but there probably were multiple people involved. But the wife of Cole Crosby, who, if you're familiar with the space, he's done some pretty wild ultra running accomplishments himself. They started Chaos Crewing, and they're just a resource for anybody who needs crewing information. And so Brittany, who's a vet in her, not crewing ultra life, like really, really sweet girl. She can talk about cats for a while too. that's how I can tell I can be friends with somebody. Anyways, ran into her in the village when I was stepping out for my break, and she's, very stoked to be crewing Kevin and Melanie, and maybe, just maybe, we can get her a link to call in at some point and give us some crew interviews.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that we can get a link out to Kevin, and he would be.
Kevin
loves. I can't tell you how much I love that Kevin will be commentating while he's running. I mean, that might be the true show of how with it. Like maybe, at Cocodona they do those mental health checks. Maybe that's the mental health check, is you have to say something coherent on the live stream at mile 150.
That would be so amusing. Actually, the mental health check at Cocodona, we tried to film it, and they're like, no cameras. And then if you watch Cameron Haynes' doc on his Cocodona run, they walked in with cameras and they shoo him away too, which is such a bummer because
it's kind of funny.
Where all the good footage would be.
Yes. No, that's, I don't know, maybe they just don't want people to get the answers from the footage. They're trying to keep it a secret. Awesome. All right. So just to give you a little recap of what we know, and it's possible that other runners have come through our Convict Lake aid station before, but we have Jimmy Elam, who is out in the lead, and then Tara Dower and Rachel Endricken are right together. Then we have as well Johnny. Sorry, I get most of the names together.
Q-Plaque.
Johnny
Q-Plaque.
And Max as well. They're quite close together. Of course, it could be shifting a bit, but that is what we know so far through the Convict Lake aid station.
Have we seen, I was gone and now I'm back, Teddy Tonelli. Have we seen him in a minute?
So, yes, Teddy was doing great. We saw him come through Sherwin Creek. Very possible that he has come through Convict Lake while we were running our Chronicles. So we just can't quite confirm that at this point.
This view is unreal.
Yes, Mr. Q-Plaque. What a great last name. And also we learned that his friends call him Johnny, so hopefully we count as Johnny's friends at this point.
Reminds me of the Aflac commercials with the duck, right? Is that remember those insurance commercials?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So we're getting just stunning footage of Convict Lake around mile 40. I would say that at this point, Jimmy is probably around Convict Lake, pretty comfortably. So we will be waiting to see him come into our next aid station, which is Crowley Lake. From Convict Lake to Crowley Lake is a 12.9 mile section with 800 feet of climbing and 1,500 feet of descending. We have confirmation that our top 5 have all gone through Convict Lake aid station, which is what we've seen. So again, to recap, that is Jimmy, Tara, Rachel, Max, and Johnny. And we are quickly approaching 8 hours into this race, which truly is just wild of how much time we have left, how much more terrain they have to cover. I was looking at the course map just earlier today, and just incredible how much they're going to get to see of this area. And I was like, wow, that is so far. And then I went, yeah, 200 miles is really far. No doubt.
What do you think the loop looks like? An ostrich, a donkey, or a llama?
Oh gosh, I hadn't even gotten that deep. Let me take a look. I gotta look at this again. What do you think?
I think he looks like a chubby unicorn.
That might be my favorite. I don't think I can beat that. I do think they are on course record pace. Yeah, I would say so. Ooh, I think it looks like a duck.
But you gotta zoom in more. The dots, the aid station dots, I feel like are.
Oh yeah, I can see the chubby unicorn. Yeah. The lake is like its thought bubble. Thinking, what am I doing?
Yeah.
Why am I running so far? That might be our runners later on. Yeah, I love to see. Sounds like Johnny has a ton of great results. Also, maybe a newer runner to the sport, which is super cool. I love, it used to be a lot more common. Actually, before I get to that, we have a runner coming into Convict Lake aid station, Mr. Xander Chase. Xander Chase coming into Convict Lake aid station, looking strong, rocking a sick bucket hat, big bucket hat fan, looking happy, looking good. I believe grabbing a drop bag. So he's going to take a little time to, I think, switch things out.
And per Creeping Xander's ultra sign up results, this looks like it's his longest distance. He ran the Mingus Traverse, which is a part of Cocodona this May, which is, I believe, 70-ish miles, and we had gnarly weather through that.
Gosh.
It was a mudslog. Yep.
We can confirm.
We can confirm. We were there.
We
We were
there.
in it. And then he's done the Zion Ultras 100-miler, where he placed first overall this April in 19 hours. So some great practice for what he's about to accomplish.
Absolutely. Yes, it is the first running of the Mammoth 200 officially. So whatever it will be a course record. So when we say, yes, they're on course record pace, we are being a bit facetious on that.
And there's Teddy Tonelli.
Yes, we got Teddy Tonelli.
I'm saying Teddy Tonelli.
Teddy Tonelli. That sounds great. Is into Convict Lake aid station, chatting up. Looks like the volunteers, maybe grabbing some snacks.
Here's a great interview with Teddy on the Mountain Outpost Instagram, and I have a feeling he's bringing the vibes out there.
Yeah.
Unless he was faking it for that interview, but.
Getting some fluids down, smart. And it looks like we have another runner coming in. I have a guess who it could be, but I think we'll get confirmation quite soon. Oh, we have Kyle Moss, number 278, coming into Convict Lake. So it looks like there was a bit of a crew. Maybe they were running together coming into Convict Lake. Looks like he's got crew there. Taking a second, using the bathroom. Always a good call.
Kyle Moss has a pretty cool list of results too.
Yeah, I think super strong. So in the aid station at Convict Lake right now, we have, I believe, Teddy Tonelli, Xander Chase, and Kyle Moss hanging out.
smart, emptying the trash out of pockets. I, for the first time, used a spy belt to collect my trash during Cocodona, so I didn't get my vest all sticky icky, and it was really nice just having like that designated spot for all those goo wrappers. It's so sticky.
Ask my husband Cody how bad I am at having sticky goo wrappers everywhere, or sticky wrappers or gel wrappers. Every time I come back from a race, I take my vest off, or I look at it and I go, what was I doing? It's always so sticky and gross. So it always has to be washed. That's a good idea. Cody would thank you if I started doing that. Yeah, it's gross.
It felt tedious at times because it is easier to just shove it in a pocket, but it was worth it.
It's also really good if you struggle with getting calories in to be tracking what you're doing. Because it's just a really honest way to be like, oh, shoot, that is... Because, like, sometimes, especially with these longer races, you're wearing a big vest, and so things can kind of get lost. And so you can easily kind of pretend to yourself that maybe you're taking in a bit more nutrition than you actually are. And when you have the wrappers, you hand them to your crew, and you go, uh-oh, Spaghetti-O, that was not what I thought it was. I do think that keeps you a lot more honest.
Absolutely.
So Shelby, as someone who has a ton of experience kind of in the 200-mile distance,
I wouldn't say a ton, but I've been learning.
What have been the times you've gone over 200, whether it was like, smashed it or like didn't quite finish everything?
Yeah, because there have been times where I've gone over 200 but still haven't finished.
I mean,
still counts.
I've
as
been
going
there.
Over 200.
I've been there.
Yeah, let's see. What have I done for 200 miler? So I did Cocodona 2021, the Speed Project in 2022, 290-ish miles from LA to Vegas. We have Parley Hannon on course, who's very familiar with that route. After that, I went after the fastest known time on the long trail, which Tara Dower now has that FKT. I did not get it, but I got 250 miles out of the 272. And then another Cocodona. So yeah, each one I've learned something. I'm going to stop talking for a second.
Yes,
this is Amber
we
Weeble.
have Amber. So we did get confirmation that Amber's last name is pronounced...
Oh, is it Weibel?
It's, I wrote it down. Now I can't. Okay, it's all the way down. Weibel. Yep. Weibel. So Amber Weibel in the house. That is our third female. No. Yes, yeah, that is our third female. Whoa. So Amber did end up passing Parley. At the moment. And we also, I think, had another runner coming in, but we did have Teddy has left Convict Lake, and I believe Johnny also left Convict Lake. We still have Kyle Moss in here. So at the moment, Kyle Moss and Amber Weibel are in Convict Lake aid station.
I can't tell if these are aid station volunteers or her crew either.
Whatever it is, they're doing a great job.
Yeah, she's doing a lot on her own, I guess, is what I'm observing. And she did. I don't know. It's tricky. I kind of am a fan of sitting down for a minute. If get off your feet. As long as you're still being productive.
Yeah, and we have the legend Jesse Haynes. Oh, he is heading out of aid at the moment. So looking super strong, moving really well. Good job, Jesse. We're rooting for you. Thank you for wearing a bright orange shirt. That really helps.
It does.
So how far behind Jimmy is Max? We do not have exact times on that, but when we catch them on the next aid station, we'll be able to give more of an update. Yeah, so that is Jesse Haynes that you are seeing leaving the aid station at the moment.
Bopping back to Alyssa's questions about like what I've learned through my 200 plus mile experiences, I think the takeaway is that there's so much to learn as far as sleep, nutrition, mental strategy. We were talking earlier about, knowing how to run your own race and not getting caught up in the competition. And sometimes that really just takes practice being in the race environment, no matter what the distance is, to figure out, like, how are you going to behave when you are running side by side your competitors like Rachel and Tara currently are. So I don't know. That's why it's fun to just keep coming back and chipping away at these lessons.
Yeah, I feel like if 100-milers are a million different ways that things could happen, 200-milers are like an infinite number of ways that things could happen. So I think that is part of the excitement of these. Like, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if it's ever possible to 100% nail any ultra race. I think the margins get smaller and smaller of nailing it, but also the more and more time you have, the more and more ways it can go. So I think it's super exciting. We have Amber Weibel leaving aid, looking strong. Question, is anyone not sleeping? So I would highly anticipate the front of the pack probably is going to try, and I've heard, chatter on the street that people are going to try not to sleep on this. What's really interesting is that when we have a Cocodona, and I think people are getting to the point where they're not really sleeping at Cocodona or very, very little. When you're at around the 48, 50 hour mark, it is possible to get through that without sleep or, a 5-minute nap. It's really doable. I mean, it's not fun. You're definitely really sleepy, but it is possible. Yes, I think Tara has mentioned that she may not sleep. Unfortunately, I do believe Jeff Browning is out with an injury, which we were so sad to see that. We love Jeff. He is just an absolute legend. Would have loved to see what he would have done on this course, but I have a strong feeling that Jeff is going to be back for sure.
Yeah, he put out a good post on Instagram. I think it's a little bit of an Achilles thing, and he's doing all the right rehab to get it strong, but that's a dude that knows how to race.
Oh, yeah. I mean, talk about someone who I think has just really narrowed the margins of his controllables. Of course, everyone has uncontrollables. Like, I'm sure Jeff Browning during Cocodona did not know that he was going to have such breathing issues, but as far as, all the things that he can control, I don't think there's many people more dialed than Jeff Browning is. Like, he's truly an absolute legend. How technical is the course? I think it's a real mix. I think there's a lot of really runnable sections. And then I've heard other sections are pretty hard and technical. But yeah, I'd say a lot of very runnable parts. So that's why we're anticipating that it is going to be on the faster side of the 200-mile races.
I think that the kicker is that they have to summit Mammoth again at the finish.
Yeah.
And that's going to be steep, loose, and rocky, and at a time when you're really tired and trying to push without sleeping. And so that'll be a good challenge to watch unfold. Probably in the wee hours of Sunday morning is when we're expecting our first finishers to come into the village.
Yeah, and if anyone's looking at the kind of aid station overview, they give a first runner ETA, and of course, as a first year race, that is merely a best guess. It could be anything, but The estimation on Convict Lake was a 3:30 p.m. First runner through, and we saw Tara and Rachel leaving at about 3:15 p.m. and Jimmy was ahead of that. I want to say at least by like 15 minutes or so, perhaps a bit more. So they're moving. They're really, really moving. And we are seeing, trying to get an ID.
Ethan
on that.
Herrera.
Okay, awesome. Ethan Herrera is leaving the aid station and looking strong. Looks like that sun is a-shining. As of right now, the weather is looking great. So far, it's looking, I think, about 60s in the day and 40s at night. So it's definitely going to get chilly. One of the, I think, challenging parts of 200 milers when you are in the nighttime and you're getting into the 40s. I mean, Cocodona gets quite cold in the night as well. I mean, this is, this really is not, this is desert. This is like mountain desert. And we're at altitude. So it gets cold. And one of the effects of running really far distances and fatigue is that your ability to body temp regulate is very poor. So, you could stop for a second at, to get a shoe or a rock out of your shoe or take a little nap. And you could get cold really quickly. So you want to be careful of that body temperature regulation as you're getting more and more fatigued.
Yeah, it's really all about packing the right layers and knowing, when to take them on and off too, because you don't want to get sweaty and then it gets cold and then that's not a good combination either.
Mm-mm. So we are seeing, Kyle Moss in the aid station. Looks like he's taking a bit of time to get together. And one of the things with 200 milers is that he could be feeling highs, lows right now, and that could change at the next aid station. He's being really smart about not rushing out, not trying to make a mistake early on. So I applaud taking some time, eating probably some real food. So yeah, hopefully we'll see Kyle up and at him again soon, but looking good, taking his time. Love to see it.
Yeah, that food will pay off tonight when it gets colder too.
Yeah.
I think that's another challenge. It's cold, you start eating less calories, but really your body needs more.
Also, another thing that we have to consider is that your body can burn up to 20% more calories at altitude, and this race is high. I mean, I think it's primarily between 8 to 11,000. So not only, as the temperatures are dropping, you're also getting a higher caloric burn from just being at altitude. So these are all things that I'm sure the runners have thought of, but it's really, if nutrition and fueling was something to pay attention to before, it is going to be absolutely crucial at these higher altitudes, the colder temperatures at night.
Not too long ago, Alyssa was talking about, how it's really hard to get everything right in these races, in a trail race period. It could be a 5-miler, it could be a 200-miler, but especially when you are talking about multiple days on feet, that's multiple days that more things can go wrong. And so there's this really funny meme that I'm going to put in the chat that Ultra Sign Up put out by Semi-Rad, aka Brendan Leonard, and it's like things that went right in your big race. You're only allowed 9 total, except for one race during your lifetime in which you are allowed as many as 16. And it's pretty good. I think the ultra runners, I think you can all relate to this. Oh, where's my chat box? There you are.
And that is coming from Semi-Rad?
Yeah.
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 legend of, I think, bringing beautiful truth and levity to the sport. Like, says what we're all thinking in a way that all allows us to laugh and also kind of stop and go, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that's me. I feel seen too. When I look at I think, yeah.
Yeah, I think a really empathetic way of approaching the sport, the way that he talks about it.
Yeah.
All right, so we are hanging out at the Convict Lake aid station, and we're probably not going to, so we saw our runners around 3:15 p.m. The front runners, our top three, come through Convict Lake, and we have a 13-mile section to Crowley Lake next. So we've got a bit of time before we're going to see Jimmy, Rachel, Tara rolling through there. So we are hanging at Convict Lake aid station at the moment. I'm sure we'll be getting more runners coming through as they make their way out to beautiful Convict Lake. So Shelby, as we're talking about night food, or like cold nights and foods, what has been one of your favorite, like, holy crap, that just changed my life foods that you've gotten during an FKT or a 200-miler, or even a 100-miler for that?
So my first 100-miler was Javelina 100 in 2020, and I was starting to feel poopy at the end of it, as one does. And the aid station volunteers kept saying, take broth. I'm like, I don't like soup. Like, why would I want soup right now? It's weird. Again, first 100-miler. These are things you learn. And I finally took it, and I felt really good after. I did throw up a bunch, but had a really strong run after getting whatever's in my system out of it. Then later on, NAC has created a product that's like a broth drink mix, and the first night of Cocodona, I was loving that because it actually has some real protein and calories, but it's hot and salty, and so nighttime surprise delight is broth-like substances. I'm not a soup eater. Like, I have friends that, they post soup pictures. I'm not a soup girl, but when you're cold at night in the mountains, it hits.
Love it.
What about you?
I was trying to think about that. Gosh. I mean, I'm not the biggest real food person, perhaps to my detriment. I think, during Moab 240, I had really struggled to eat, and finally I was able to take down some ramen right before we started going. Well, we were already climbing the La Salles. But yeah, when we were up in the La Salles, it was starting to snow, and that ramen just hit so hard. For sure. So yeah, I guess soup is kind of like warm.
Soup's great. I had a mashed potato thing until I overdid it and was eating mashed potatoes out of bags for 2 days, and then...
Oh, that's a lot.
And then that was too many mashed potatoes.
Yeah, one of the things I think that we struggle with as ultra runners is the fact that if some is good, a lot is better. And I think so often that we kind of take that with food a lot during races where we're like, cool, this is going to work the best every single time, and then we kill it.
Yeah, when it does work, we overdo it because it's great and it's what we need in the moment. But then, I haven't figured out how to have the same thing work equally over, like, on repetition. So, yeah, food's tricky because you need it, but you don't always want it.
That's so true.
I always think I want a burger.
Oh God, I've never.
In
I've
my
never
head,
thought
I
that.
think I want a burger, and then there's only been one time where I was actually like, "This burger's amazing." So I've wasted. Thankfully, my husband's usually with me when
He
when
will
we're
eat
out
it.
there,
I've
and
seen it happen.
He will eat it. Yeah, you two are splitting plates at that Fain Ranch aid station with pancakes.
Oh yeah, I wanted the pancakes for sure.
I like took some bites and then handed it over to you two.
Yeah, Satisfy puts on such an incredible aid station at Fain Ranch, and they make baller pancakes. So, yeah, I was not sad that. Well, I was sad that you weren't eating more, but I was not sad that I got to have a few of those pancakes for sure. So, just to kind of recap, this is the inaugural year of the Mammoth 200. You have Shelby Farrell and myself, Alyssa Clark, on the mics right now. The Mammoth 200 is a 214-mile race with about 30,000 feet of climbing. It's got a 110-hour cutoff. We are hanging at Convict Lake aid station on the monitor right now, but we have had quite a few runners come through this aid station at this point to give an approximate idea of our top 5. You know, things can always change in between. We have Jimmy Elam in first. Rachel Entrikin and Tara Dower are right together, surrounding out the overall top 3. And then we have Johnny Q. Plack and Max. Always say his name wrong, and I'm gonna get made fun of in the chat. You want to say it, Shelby?
Max Jolliffe, like
Max
Olive.
Jolliffe. Max Jolliffe, rounding out the top 5. And you know, it's hard to say if Max or Johnny, Rachel and Tara, like Rachel and Tara could be right together. They could be, one could be slightly ahead or behind. Same thing with Johnny and Max. As far as we know, those two pairings left the aid station pretty close together. So super exciting to see. And right now we have Jameson Henkel, who has the 6 stash and the really cute puppy, who is named, I believe, Galaxy, 6-month-old Aussie.
There's the puppy. Oh my gosh.
Galaxy is adorable. In at Convict Lake.
I think he brought that dog out to try to slow Rachel down.
Oh, for sure. It would slow me down. I love Aussies.
Yeah,
They're adorable.
Really cute puppy.
Jameson has been looking strong all day. Maybe he stashes some extra food in the stash. I've always felt like that would be a really good strategy.
It's
like
a flavor saver.
Yeah. I mean, you don't even have to do anything. You just like it's there.
That's where things like a Morton drink mix, I feel like, can really stiffen up the stash.
Yeah, especially if it gets cold tonight. Whew!
Oh.
How fun could that be?
Who needs mustache gel when you have nutrition gels? Oh, nice.
Getting a
Going
good
for a
Sammy.
Sando.
Nice. Yeah, it's really fun to see what runners are choosing at aid stations to get in and what sits well with them. So, yeah, we got a nice sandwich, getting bottles filled. And also, just as a reminder, that the box at the bottom of the screen is great information, except that the placement is not always accurate, so disregard the placement in the box on the left of your screen.
It's like Christmas when your aunt's like, ignore the box, ignore the box. And you're like, oh, shucks. Oh,
the puppy
therapy, man. I mean, so I know I've done a race where my 2 cats were in the van, so I got some animal therapy on course. Have you ever done a race with your cats around?
I actually haven't. I know. I don't think I'd be very. I think I just want to, like, snuggle with them or pet them.
Yeah.
Was it hard to leave them?
No, because I was on a mission. But I mean, when I did try to sleep, they were very concerned. You know, they're like, "What's wrong with my human?" And
they can tell.
Yeah. Either that would help me fall asleep if they were calm and like laid with me, or it would probably hinder me falling asleep because you know what cats do when you're trying to sleep sometimes.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. They're little buttheads, for sure. All right. So we have some beautiful footage of Convict Lake. Gosh, that looks so fun. Yeah. And also, love seeing the hikers out who are just being so kind and letting our runners pass, giving them cheers and plenty of space. So yeah, thank you other trail users for being kind to these runners. Got another runner making their way around Convict Lake. Moving well. So Shelby, how do you think about pacing for these 200-mile efforts? Are you going off of heart rate? Are you going off of RPE? You know, how are you managing your effort levels on this? And I should say RPE is rate of perceived exertion. We often do a scale of 1 to 10, and there is some variation of how we think about the RPE scale. I'd say every coaching group has a little bit of a different thought on what that 1 to 10 is, but 1 could either be sleeping or walking, depending on how it is, and 10 is kind of your hardest effort. But yeah, how do you base your effort? What does your coach kind of help you?
Well, you're a coach. What should I do? I'm just kidding.
I can answer that afterwards,
Okay.
but yeah.
I would say I'm an RPE girl, but I know what it looks like when my heart rate is too high, and you know, these guys are in altitude, so that will affect your heart rate. And so just kind of being cognizant of that. And there will be times where I've, you know, wondered, like, am I going too hard right now? And I check, I'm like, okay, no, actually my heart rate's chilling. Like, we're good. And so, yeah, I'd say mostly RPE with like an occasional heart rate check if I'm like questioning something, or if I feel like I'm going too slow, I'm like, and I'll look at it and be like, oh, okay, I can bump it up a few notches. Maybe we are dogging it a little.
Yeah.
But I think the biggest thing is running your own race.
Totally. No, I mean, that's very similarly to how I think of it, that I think of heart rate as kind of I think of it a little bit as train. Like, some people really rely on heart rate, and I think that is super helpful, especially as you're kind of learning what RP feels like, because I think so often we are not always encouraged to really listen to our bodies and to listen to our effort levels. And as we've talked about earlier, nutrition, pace, you know, your equipment, etc., we are all N of ones. We're all experiments of one. And so much when I take on a new athlete is really helping them to understand. Like, I see heart rate as a way to understand your RP even better, where you're like, oh, I think I feel this way. Hey, let me spot check with my heart rate. And that really is just kind of like a little bit more of a concrete way to check that your feelings, as you're learning what those feelings are, you know, is that exertion level is kind kind of like spot on. And then the more and more you learn those RPE levels, then the less and less I think that you need to kind of do those spot checks. But I do think there's a great benefit to both. I like to, my coach prescribes me RP. I prescribe most all of my runners RP, and we're going to cut from the RP chat and tune in. We got Timothy Olson at Convict Lake aid station. So last aid station, we saw Timothy surrounded by his family, his kids, definitely a family affair, which was so fun to see. He was looking happy and smooth, getting down some great calories. Looks like he's taking a bit of time as well. So yes, doing a great job. Let's see. So also, just as a reminder, our first, second cutoff, so Duck Pass cutoff time will be 5 p.m. So runners have a little bit less than 30 minutes to make it through Duck Pass, which is 18 miles into the course. So that is our next aid station cutoff time.
All right, we're 8 hours into the race, and I feel like I want to run it next year.
We had this conversation. I knew it was going to happen. All right, we have another, looks like 2 runners coming in looking happy as clams. They are looking great, getting high fives and fist bumps. Love to see it. We got Tyler and Brandon, which is 275 and 276. Let me try to get last names on this. So 276 is Tyler Morales. Let me know if that's correct. And then 276 and then 275. Looks like Brandon Morales. I think they're brothers or siblings of, somehow related. So, gosh, what? Okay, next question. Would you, if you had to run Mammoth with another human, who would it be?
Whoa, just one person the whole time?
Yeah, you have to stay with them.
Honestly, you wouldn't be a bad choice.
Oh, thanks.
I don't hate you. And I think we would push each other. I know we would. Like, we would go into it with the same goals. I think that would be really important.
Yeah. And also, I think what's really important is that time and time I hear again when people are running together is that your highs and lows are going to hit at different times, and you have to be patient with each other through those highs and lows. And so I run for Hyperlight, and the owners, Emery and Jeremy, ran, I think it was Bear 100 together. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it was Bear. And they were saying how it was, really interesting, and I think really just grew their relationship even more to do it together. So, yeah, super cool.
Okay, so actually funny thing to talk about, running with somebody and trying to run, start and finish with a person. Recently, I was filming the Kismet Cliff Run. It's a 6:03 endurance event in New Hampshire, and it's probably the hardest half marathon you can find. I forget. It's over 4,000 feet of climbing in a half marathon. Really, really, really beautiful. Anyways, I invited my husband to run with me. Figured I'm filming it. He can help get some shots of me running so it's not all selfie style footage. And we start out and he takes off. And because I had set up my vest funky, my phone falls out at the start. Which is super embarrassing. I'd run back into the crowd of people, pick up my phone, which was getting trampled. and immediately like he's gone because he just took off. And so I'm chasing after him. I finally catch him. We're running together for a bit, and then I start to run a bit faster than him. And so I'm like, oh no, I hope I didn't drop him. Whatever, like not racing to win, again, racing to film, but trying to run steady. He catches up, hits a climb, and I never see him again till the end of the race. Like it's really hard to run with somebody because their cadence is going to be different on uphills and downhills depending on their leg length and where their strengths are. And so yeah, that was a failed attempt at trying to run a half marathon with someone. So I can't imagine what a 200-mile race would be like with another person. But I'd still pick you.
Aw. Yeah, I think that pacing is really challenging because you are running someone else's effort level, and you're changing your stride to fit their stride as well. And that's just super challenging. I find sometimes that I am much more sore after pacing than sometimes running my own race. All right, we got headlamps on, looking happy. Love to see it. Getting some high fives. All right, this is 294, which is Eda Ramirez, who we know came in third at Cocodona, so a super strong runner. All right, headed out of the aid station, looking strong. So the next cutoff after Duck Pass is Sherwin Creek, which is 11 p.m. tonight.
Oh, Katie in the chat said she definitely would run with her sister. We do lots of races together, and we've been through a lot of tough situations. She keeps me level, and I push her. I love that. Sister love.
Love it. So, great question. Any word on Parley? Not that we have heard. We have not yet seen her through aid, but hopefully, or through Convict Lake aid, but hopefully soon. All right, we have a drone shot of a runner moving super well. I have an idea of who it could be. I have thoughts, but not going to confirm quite yet.
But look at that. Okay, I mean, there he is. They put it on the screen, confirming it's Jimmy Elam.
It's Jimmy. Man, just looking so smooth.
Yeah, but look at that. I don't want to call it a trail. It's a fire road. It's a road.
Yeah, dirt road.
Dirt road. Probably pretty sandy, like sandier than we can tell from this footage. So that takes work, running on these sandy roads.
Yeah, that really takes it out of you.
Yeah.
I mean, especially we are getting into the cooler temps now, but that definitely is challenging. Oh, we got a dog.
That dog
who
is going crazy.
A lot of feelings. Yeah.
He's like, can I run with him, please?
Yeah, just so excited.
You really feel it in your calves when you run on a bunch of sand. At least that's, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sand, it also taxes the small muscles in your feet a little bit more. So I could definitely see that being a little bit just fatiguing. Like, I think everyone gets a lot of foot pain with 200 milers. I'm not sure that any feet are really happy being on them, being on your feet for that long, but Yeah, the sand definitely challenges that to another level. But yeah, so we, just to recap, have Jimmy Elam leading the way into the Crowley Lake aid station.
Crowley Lake, which is 53.4 miles into the Mammoth. So for anybody who might be just getting out of work, tuning in, I'm Shelby Farrell here with Alyssa Clark, giving you live footage of our race leader right now, Jimmy Elam, on the inaugural Mammoth 200 presented by Kraft, live streamed by Mountain Outpost.
There's a question, is the whole race fire road? The whole race definitely is not fire road, but it does seem that there are some pretty solid solid portions of the race that are. So yeah, it's fun to see. I think there's a nice mix of really runnable terrain and then some more technical sections. I mean, certainly climbing Mammoth Mountain twice, that will take some time.
There's so much race left as I'm scrolling through course descriptions. I mean, we are just at the tip of the iceberg of the inaugural Mammoth 200.
Yes, and I know we've gotten this question a few times, but the box on the left side is not accurate of the information. So you saw Jimmy Elam's name in a pretty little blue and pink box, said he was 10th male. He is not 10th male. He is first overall.
Don't believe the box.
Don't believe the box. All right. Looks like we have some runner footage coming in. Not quite sure what's going on here.
This looks like a guy out for a jog.
I can't tell if it's the runner with the pack who's filming is the actual runner in the race, and then there's an aid station person with him.
Okay, I wanted
Jeff.
to guess.
All right.
That checks out.
So we have Jeff Pelletier, who is legend, I think, putting out a film about this race, so that will be super fun to see. And he is coming into Convict Lake, which is mile 40.5.
Yeah, if you're not familiar with Jeff Pelletier and are looking for some YouTube time to kill, he has a great YouTube channel, 147,000 subscribers, which tells me that he's putting out good content.
Oh, he does such a good job of highlighting just the beauty of a lot of races and giving runners an idea of what, why they might want to do a race, or just giving them some information about what the course is going to look like, maybe what the aid is going to look like. So yeah, Jeff is just such a gift to the sport and just the information that he's putting out.
Mammoth Sauna Company, best running YouTube channel. After Mountain Outpost, of course.
So it looks like Jeff is hanging with his crew, got a nice van set up, taking in some fluids. I would not be surprised as we see runners coming into this aid station that they might start preparing for cooler temps, nighttime running, putting on long sleeves, maybe putting some more layers in there.
They definitely should be grabbing headlamps at this point So just to, have we shared the description of this section? I feel like we should do a little reading time.
Yeah, I've given kind of the details of it, so
let's do a little story time. I'm gonna read.
Yeah, go for
a little blurb from Convict Lake to Crowley Lake, 12.9 miles. So what Jeff Pelletier is about to embark on is what I'm reading. They'll be climbing 800 feet and descending 1,500 feet. And here we go. After refilling, enjoy perhaps the most beautiful 3 miles you ever did see as you circumnavigate the glacially carved Convict Lake on buttery single track along a raised boardwalk and nearby fishermen. The lake is famously named for a shootout that occurred in the 1870s when a group of escaped convicts from Carson City met their fate on its shores. After exiting the campground, you will cross Convict Creek. Your feet will get wet. So I bet these guys are also grabbing some dry socks to pack. And a short descent along Convict Lake Road gives you access to a footbridge that crosses Convict Creek and takes along the backside of SNARL, Sierra Nevada Aquatic Research Lab, and Mount Morrison Cemetery. Ooh, creepy.
Ooh.
You will continue along the base of McKee Mountain with views of Crowley Lake and the Glass Mountains. Across the Valley Caldera, that is where you are headed. Pass through the small communities of Long Valley and McGee Creek via the Powerline Dirt Road, which is probably where we just got that footage of Jimmy Elam. Hopefully, the bake shop is still open. And you will see Nahavi Ridge and Mount Esha towering overhead at 13,000 feet. Eventually, you enter Crowley Lake and your first sleep station. The Crowley Lake General Store has amazing pizza, fresh baked breads, and desserts. Probably won't be open for these guys when they get there, though.
Yeah, maybe for their cruise, though, so hopefully their cruise can pick them up something nice. There should be a camera on the Crowley Lake aid station, and the elevation of the entire course is about 30,500 feet. Yes, I do love the 21 Jump Street reference of "My name is Jeff." I have a very good friend, Jeff Mogavero, who came in 4th at Western States, and I say that to him all the time. So you have to have some really good friends that are named Jeff out there so you can say that to them. So great question. Are Jeff's hands and forearms covered for sun or to prevent the Lucky Gloves from rubbing or something else? Probably yes. So before I get to that question, or I will finish that, we have a Tara and Rachel sighting. They are looking super strong. So Tara Dower and Rachel Entrikin running side by side. So it does look like they really did stay together for this section. They are, first and second female basically tied, and they are in second and third overall in the race.
Gosh, this has to be so intense. I kind of got little chills when this shot came up. I don't know. I just can't imagine running next to my competitor it's been a while now. It's been, 20 miles?
They've been really
next to each other.
Cooking next to each other for sure. Yeah, they look great. So this long sleeve question, it's great for sun protection. I will often run in a sun shirt. I think that's very common out in this area. It's just really exposed. You get burned really easily. So I'm sure that he's doing it for that. Also, it might be, wearing the grips on your poles. As amazing as they are, they can be really, they can wear at some points. Or, he's just trying to get a little bit more cushion with the gloves on there. But yes, most likely sun protection. And then, it's not the worst as the sun is going down to already have a long sleeve on and also to pull the hood up as well.
Per what I can see from weather reports online, it is 67 degrees.
That's warmer than I thought.
At Convict Lake. Yeah. It looks like it's going to get The low is predicted at 39 degrees tonight.
Yeah, it's going to get chilly.
And they really got so lucky with this weather. When we were looking at it yesterday, there was some potential for storms, speckled storms on Saturday night, and from what it looks like, that has cleared up.
Yeah. Is the stop time correct on the live tracker? That is a great question. I do think that is pretty accurate, the stop time. But there is still, we can't 100% rely on the tracker just because of the remote nature of the course. So it does seem to be trending. Oh, Jimmy has definitely not had nearly 5 hours of stop time. So I take that back. It does seem that that might be off. Yeah, it's hard to tell. You know, the trackers are doing the best they can. I have definitely not seen him have 5 hours.
No
yeah.
way, Jose.
He would have had to run 3 hour and 52 minute 50 plus miler. So that would be very impressive. Is that what it's really saying? Yeah, so we're going to say that stop time for right now, it might update so it's more accurate, but for right now, may not be showing the most accurate stop time.
He's just running too fast for the tracker to even know what's going on.
Yeah, I love that. All right, so we are seeing some great footage of Tara and Rachel just really looking smooth and comfortable. Just cruising.
Our weird whispers, Jeff Allen, were just us, confirming that stop time
was that long
was
and is not that accurate.
That long and yeah. Okay, what is a stop time? Great question. So, we're looking at moving time versus stop time, which is what it sounds like, where these runners are now clocking moving time if they were to go into an aid station and stop and eat. Even if it's 2 minutes to fill a flask, that would be put into an accumulated amount of stop time. And so the goal if you're trying to win an ultra race would be to have the smallest amount of stop time and the fastest amount of moving time, basically.
Yeah, so, I mean, the race is obviously elapsed time, but that doesn't mean that these runners are just running the entire time straight with absolutely no breaks. So the race can be broken down, which really is just information for the runners to improve their moving versus stop time. But stop time is, hey, you slept for 30 minutes. You stopped and ate a pizza for 10 minutes. You changed your socks. You changed your shoes. So that is the differentiator of moving time and stop time. And what is really interesting is that in Bigfoot 200, Killian Korth was the winner and Brody Chisholm came in second. And Brody's moving time was actually faster than Killian's moving time, but Killian had less stop time than Brody. So Killian was able to pull out the win from having reduced his stop time that significantly.
We saw Tara take some calories in there too. I don't know if you guys noticed that sweet drone shot. They're like right over their heads. I'm sure they can hear the buzzing of this drone right now if their music isn't too loud in their ears.
Yeah, it is funny. I'm always like, oh, what is that? Oh, it's a drone. It would be, I'm so curious to see how long these two will stick with each other.
There was a comment in the chat that was like, once they grab their pacers, it's game on. But I don't know. Katie Asmith was here earlier, and she's pacing Rachel later. Look at oh my gosh, they're holding hands for us. Get out of here. And Katie's pacing Rachel, and Rod Farvar is pacing Tara. Did I get that? Yeah, I think I got that right. Or maybe, no, I think, whatever. And they're all buddies, basically. And so there's this vision of them kind of, all out there together, which is, I've definitely dreamt of that in these long races. Like, oh, my friend's running and their pacer's cool and we could all run together. And it's never played out that way for me. So,
I mean,
who
talk
knows?
about two incredible pacers to have, though. Rod and Katie are just absolute legends. I mean, it's so cool to see, and they're both local to Mammoth, so super cool to see them coming out pacing. I know that Katie is running an aid station for like 3 days, so she is such a champion of the sport, gives so much to the community, and it'll be fun to see her running with Rachel. I actually didn't know that Rod was pacing Tara, but I did know that Katie was pacing Rachel. So we're getting a shot. This is the Convict Lake aid station. And then I think we're going to switch back to a road shot.
I have a feeling they're going to get an incredible sunset.
Oh, the sunset last night, I was driving, and I was not...
Yeah, you weren't here because it was raining here.
Yeah. I was down coming out of Big Bear, and it was stunning. So I fully expect they're going to get just an incredible sunset.
The fall sunsets in Southern California are
Special.
extra special. That was one thing I noticed in my 5 years living in California. Like, just best sunsets.
Yeah. No, they're hard to beat. All right, we have two runners, I believe, coming into the Convict Lake aid station. I have a feeling I know who that is, but I want to make sure.
Adam Williams.
Yep, Adam Williams doing his 8th 200 miler this year. Just insane. And then I'm not quite sure who the woman is behind him, but we will learn that soon. Hopefully we can get a number ID on her. When they take their packs off too quickly, we can't get a number. If anyone in the chat knows who that is, let us know.
It's Callie.
It's Callie. Good job, Callie. Looking smooth.
Callie Smith.
Strong, getting some real food in. The quesadillas, love it. Callie from Missoula, Montana. You know, Missoula is such a hotbed for runners.
I thought I was going to move to Missoula once. It's a long story. I'll save it for a long run, but it's a really cool place.
It is. I know. just so many incredibly strong runners out of Missoula. I definitely have to visit sometime. So I think Adam might be doing a couple of more. I don't think he's done.
Okay, yeah, Adam Williams right now has Javelina 100 on his race calendar for, wait, this is like crazy, October 25th, 2025, and Moab 240, which is October 10th, 2025. So that's some crazy back-to-back. I mean, and October 10th is right around the corner. That's going to be here before we know it.
Yeah.
Holy moly. I can't wait to hear how he feels after all of that. I hope he sleeps for like 3 months.
I hope so too. So we are getting some awesome footage of Tara and Rachel just cruising it on the road. They're looking smooth, strong. Gosh. 9 hours in and look fresh as daisies. So we do not believe there will be a camera out at Crowley Lake, but we do not have Jimmy there quite yet.
Callie Smith did I'm Tough, and I know that's a really epic, challenging race, and she came in 6th for females.
Nice.
Just really impressive. We're back to Tara Dower and Rachel Entrekin cruising these road miles together.
All right, so we have Jimmy Elam. He is at Crowley Lake. Actually, looks like leaving Crowley Lake. Yes, he is leaving Crowley Lake, looking super strong. So that was a pretty quick turnaround for Jimmy, and we're looking at a 9:04 on the clock. So we will keep track of that.
Crowley Lake is also the first place you can pick up a pacer, so I'm curious if he is going to leave with a pacer. It's mile 53.4.
It looks like Jimmy, I mean, I know someone's running with him, but I think that's just his crew chatting with him. It looks like Jimmy has opted not to take a pacer unless the pacer is gonna catch up with him, but Jimmy looking strong and making his way.
Man on a mission right there.
Yeah. As far as the question of pavement feeling good or bad, probably at this point it doesn't feel too bad because you're able to move pretty quickly and you don't have to think about your feet at all, which that can be kind of a blessing. I'm going to say that at mile over 100, if they're hitting pavement again, that's not going to feel great. It definitely gets bad, especially if there's any camber in the road and they're spending a bit of time on the road. That angle is going to cause a little bit of aches and pains.
I personally love the variability in terrain in something like this because, I think if you think about how your foot moves in your shoe when you're running on pavement versus running on big chunky rocks or sand, it kind of helps spread the foot pain love, I guess, around versus the same thing over and over and over and over again.
So just to recap, we have Jimmy Elam is through Crowley Lake Aid Station, and we have Tara Dower and Rachel Entrekin, who are our second and third overall, first and second female, approaching Crowley Lake Aid Station.
The other thing to note about the changing terrain is it gives you an excuse to change your shoes, which can also be quite the relief in these distances. It'd be cool if you could just snap your finger and be wearing road super shoes when you're on pavement, and then snap them and be in some like gravelly shoes right now, and they hit the sand again.
Yeah, I feel like I'm trying to think if I would be willing to do a slightly technical, you know, if you had like a 40-mile section, but 5 of it, you're like, oh man, it's going to be a little bit technical. I think that I'd be willing to take the extra time, depending on how technical it was, to put on the fast shoes. It also just makes you feel good, where you're just excited to have something different, to move along, open up the stride. Yeah. So just as a reminder, Jimmy came through around 9 hours and 3 minutes into the race. And we are watching Tara and Rachel approaching Crowley Lake aid station. So we still have Tara and Rachel approaching the aid station. That right now we can say that Jimmy has at least a 5+ minute lead. I think it's going to be longer than that, but yes, he came through around 9:03 on the elapsed time, and we're at 9:09, so now over 6 minutes.
And as a mileage check, once they hit Crowley Lake, Tara Dower and Rachel Enterkin will be at mile 53.4 of the Mammoth, a 214-mile foot race, looping around Mammoth Lakes.
Just a giant loop. Now, do you prefer loops, out and backs, or point-to-points? If you could
How
pick
long
one.
are we talking?
Ooh, it's a great question. 100 miles.
Okay. I'm not picky. I don't hate an out and back. And I've ran Javelina, which is a bunch of loops. I've ran Tunnel Hill, which is kind of out and backy. It's like multiple out and backs on the same out and back in a way. So I'm not picky, but there is something cool. There's something cool about a point-to-point race because you're going from one place to the other. But the way that this loop was designed, it almost gives like a point-to-point race feel without the complications of it being a point-to-point race. So I don't have an answer. I like all running routes, but we've talked about this. You're kind of a map artist yourself. What do you like?
I think they all have different pluses and minuses, because I kind of love being able to cheer people on, which is super fun to do in a looped course. And out and backs, you can also see people as well. But there's something really special about not repeating trail and getting to see something new with a point-to-point or a giant loop. Yeah. So yeah, in the chat, drop what you like the most. Do you like a loop? Do you like multiple loops, an out and back, a point-to-point? Yeah, we love to hear it. We also have word that Tara and Rachel are just a few minutes out of the aid station, so we should be seeing them in to Crowley Lake aid soon. Yep, we can see. I always can say if you are doing a 200 miler, if you want to know how close you are to the aid station, just look for the sprinter vans, and that will tell you that you're almost there. All right. We've got, man, I love this. We've got such a range of answers. People who love loops, people who love point-to-points, out and backs. Oh, the lollipop. That's a great one. Really enjoy a lollipop. Yeah. Lots of good options. Okay, so we see Tara Dower and Rachel Entrikin entering the aid station. So it looks to be just a little bit less than 10 minutes, right around 9 minutes behind Jimmy Elam at this point. So quite close still at the front in the top 3 overall. Just to recap, we have Jimmy Elam is leading the race. He passed through here around 9:03. And now we have Tara Dower, Rachel Entrikin, who are 2nd and 3rd overall, coming in right around, going over the time check. And they are heading back out at just slightly under 9:13. So they are just under around 10 minutes behind Jimmy.
Both of these ladies have all-star crews too.
Yes.
There's
super,
that
super
tying
dialed.
that little fist bump action. It's great to see the camaraderie. But yeah, we see Rascal kind of following Tara right, she's on the left of our screen. She's been with Tara through
everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, they are a power team for sure. And then we have, I actually don't know Rachel's crew quite as well, but I know she's got super, super dialed. And it looks like Rachel is picking up a pacer. I do see one of her crew
Dom
members.
Grossman's going out with her. It'd be cool
Okay.
if they continued their podcast conversations for us. We just released an episode of the Between Two Pines podcast where Rachel and Dom, who's about to pace her, just have an absolute ball on the mic. And they're interviewing Jimmy Elam, which is pretty entertaining. Rachel dishes him some good
some good banter, we'll say.
Yeah,
the British word of banter. So it looks like Tara is taking a second. She's sitting down. She's cleaning her face. And it looks like doing a full foot cleaning, sock change, shoe change. Super smart. Especially with all of this dust. That can really cause some blister issues. It looks like Rachel maybe is taking a little bit of time, drinking something, making sure. So, yeah, as we're getting to a place where they're heading into the night, temperatures are dropping, it's great to be taking this extra time. I mean, we still have a really freaking long ways to go on this race. So just as a recap, we are at Crowley Lake, which is 53.5 miles in, and they will have their next section is Crowley Lake to Tom's Place, which is a 5.7 mile section with 1,000 feet of climbing, 800 feet of descending. Tom's Place is a water only drop, so they will not be seeing crew at that point.
And their pacer will have to keep going with them to Green Church.
Yes. So one very key rule in this race is that you are not allowed to drop your pacer. So it's a safety concern. If you bring a pacer out with you, if they roll an ankle, you're just moving faster, you have to stick with them. You cannot drop them. So that's a pretty crucial rule. It means you need to pick your pacers very wisely. You have to really trust them. You have to know that pace-wise they're going to be pretty compatible. But yes, this is quite a crucial, and I would say possibly, could impact the race for good or for bad. I hope it doesn't, but it's definitely a rule to pay attention to.
I love this split screen we're getting here. Rachel Entrekin is heading out, blowing kisses and waving as she goes. And Tara's taking some time to do a sock and shoe change and fully regroup, but I bet she'll be out swiftly here.
And Tara is going to be going out, it looks like, with her pacer Joe. So both of our women, our 1-2 women, also second and third overall, are picking up pacers at this aid station. So they get a buddy. I mean, they've had buddies, but yeah, they get a buddy, which is awesome.
But dropping pacers happens. I mean, I'm pretty sure from watching Tara Dower's recent long trail fastest known time, which she did supported, she was dropping pacers out there. And, that's allowed. It's the fastest known time. It's supported, but that's not something that can happen here, as Alyssa was just explaining. We've seen it happen in Cocodona. I believe Stringbean dropped his pacer with Wiseram at one point. But that was, there were no rules about that. So
yeah, it's really up to the discretion of the RD. I know Destination Trails, at least when I did Moab, I would guess they probably haven't changed it. You are also not allowed to drop a pacer, but Cocodona, you can. So, it's just a call on the race directors of what they think is best for everyone's safety. So I've had a couple of questions. What's the next distance to aid? So the official distance is 5.72 miles, 1,000 feet of gain, 800 feet of descent. That's to Tom's Place, which is a water-only drop. Then from Tom's Place to Green Church is 10 miles with 1,200 feet of climbing, 800 feet of descent, and they will be able to see their see their crew at Green Church again.
Yes, so these pacers are with them for the next 15.72 miles.
Yeah. As far as who is behind the top three, we don't know for sure, because again, things can happen in between, of course, the aid stations. So the information we have, last we were able to check, is that Max and Johnny Cuplack are running pretty much together. There could have been some separation, but those we're looking at as 4 and 5, second and third, 4 and 5 overall, second and third male. Then looking at Xander Chase, Jesse Haynes, Teddy Tonelli, and Amber Wable that are up there as well. So that's a bit of what we have so far.
Saw a little ATV traffic out there.
Ooh.
So we are looking at Rachel Entrekin with pacer Dom Grossman and probably a content guy cruising along on the side there, hanging on for dear life. Must get the shot. Little does he know we have this drone shot.
I will say, though, that the athleticism of the camera people is so impressive. Like, maybe, 200-mile pace is definitely more manageable, but watching the camera people with, full-out kits and flying along on Black Canyon, oh my gosh, and being able not to trip, it's just so impressive. I think all of the camera people are incredible athletes as well.
It's really cool, and a lot of them will, Strava clock their miles when they're doing follow cam and get huge days. And we have Shad out there, who is a notable mountain outpost follow cam dude, and he's running the race. Maybe he'll get an interview at the end and he can tell you about the challenges of being a follow cam. We also got some cool intel from our live stream director, they're planning some sick stuff for Javelina, including some bike cameras.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could definitely see that.
I don't know if I'm allowed to say that, but I did, so.
Here we go. You can drop a pacer at an aid station, so you do have that flexibility, but you have to make sure that they get to an aid station. And you know, with this race, it is closer, the aid station distances, so you know, obviously you both want to be running the same pace, but other races that do have bigger gaps, it's a big it's a big gap. And yes, it is Dominique that's pacing Rachel, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Dom Grossman.
Mr. Between Two Pines.
Between Two Pines. He lives out in Wrightwood, California. He does a lot of work with the AC, the Angeles Crest 100 race. He's won it a bunch of times.
Oh, he has?
I'm pretty sure.
Oh, cool.
Should probably look at his ultra sign up. I know that he had the CR on one of the downhill segments. He's very, very good downhill runner. And I had a friend that they would like go back and forth taking this segment from each other when I lived out there.
Oh, that's so fun. Wow, look at that shot. That is just stunning. And man, this sunset is going to be just beautiful. So, good question about what is the pacer. You know, what if the pacer's 100 feet behind versus 1,000? You know, I think it's just like within reason. I mean, I think the aid stations will kind of know the difference of like, oh, the pacer, you know, stopped to pee for a second and is catching up, or you know, maybe they ran just a little bit ahead to like help with the runner. But I'd say within eye shot, you really shouldn't be too crazy far apart. Yeah, it's just, you know, you can't leave your pacer if something happens to them out miles behind you. That's where you're going to get in trouble.
Those mountains in the distance are just glowing.
Yeah, that is gorgeous.
They're getting all views of Lake Crowley.
Wow. Hats off to these drone operators. That is just legendary.
And hats off to our race directors, Hillary Yang and Tim Tollefson, who were the visionaries behind this event. I'm in awe.
All right, we are back at the Crowley Lake aid station, waiting for our next runners to come in, which projected should be Max and Johnny Q-Plaque. We'll see if they decided to stick together or if they may have separated on this section a bit. You know, that's a good question. Is there any shade on the course? I would guess not a ton. I mean, that is one of the challenges of this area. It is absolutely stunning, but it's really exposed, and that can really zap you. So that's why we're seeing a lot of runners in sun shirts, wearing bucket hats, you know, really being cognizant of the sun protection. So that is definitely a consideration. I would guess that there is very little shade on a lot of this course.
They do go through some pine forests at various points, but you know, you're at altitude the entire time, which is also going to magnify that heat effect.
Yeah. So just to give an idea of what they have coming up, they are going through, so Convict Lake, Crowley Lake, Tom's Place is a little bit of a flatter section, and then they're going to have Green Church is, I would say, a third of the way up one of the bigger climbs of the race. And so they're going to get a big climbing section before they descend to Sawmill Meadow, and then kind of stay on a bit of a plateau and then drop down all the way to, I've always heard it called as Lee Vining, but I could 100% be wrong, because there's a lot of ice climbing in Lee Vining. It's very well known for that. That's what I've heard.
Yeah, the chat told us it was Lee Vining.
Okay,
but
that's...
I don't have the heart to say that Katie Asmuth was wrong.
Katie, prove us wrong. So drops down to Lee Vining, which looks to be the low point of the entire course. And then it's basically just a jagged climb back up to the second summit of Mammoth. And then a steep, fun descent back to the finish.
Yeah, basically that's it. We did hear from Tom's Place to Green Church, there's a really cool tunnel that they go through to get under 395. Sally called this tunnel the Lion's Den, and Katie Asmuth was saying it's just like a really epic tunnel to run through. It feels very dramatic. So I look forward to maybe seeing some pictures of that at some point.
Yeah, and what mile is that at? Oh, so that's in the
between Tom's Place
so
and Green Church. They're
a
approaching
lot
that.
of people are going to be running that in the night, which is going to be extra spooky. I heard that Hillary Gang is planning to put some glow sticks in there, so
cool.
I wonder if there's going to be some fun ghost stories coming out of there. All right, just to give an idea time-wise, so Jimmy Elam came through Crowley Lake aid station around elapsed time 9 hours and 3 minutes. Then next we had Tara Dower and Rachel Entrikin come in around 9 hours and 12 or so minutes. And we are waiting on our 4th and 5th overall to come through. So that is the time gaps. So we're seeing, all right, Max is on the road. Looks like, oh, we have Johnny pretty close behind him. So it looks like the two pretty much stayed, relatively together.
We'll see what happens
yeah,
at this aid station.
I'd say that's like 30 seconds.
Yeah.
20.
Yeah, I think personally I'd feel better with like that spacing versus the shoulder to shoulder spacing that Tara and Rachel had. Like I don't know. Just this gives you a chance to be in your own head a little bit more, but when you can hear somebody else breathing next to you, that's a whole different thing.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that was such a great point that once people pick up pacers, I think that because you have someone running with you, there's a little bit less of the just human instinct to want to stay together. So I could see some separation happening. All right, we have Max and Johnny coming into the Crowley Lake aid station, making their way along this honestly beautiful road section. And they will be coming into mile 53.5.
Who here in the chat is here for Max? Drop some crowns for me.
So Max is in the front. It's Max and then Johnny in right behind him.
I don't see any crowns. I said, who here in the chat is here for Max? Drop some crowns. Jeez, I thought he had fans. Maybe my chat's just not refreshing. Okay, I see a crown. Okay, there they are.
Also, let's show some love for Johnny. And what do we think Johnny would like as an emoji?
Somebody threw a baguette in there. Maybe those baguettes for Johnny.
Yeah, let's do baguettes for Johnny. Because we want to show love to both of them. All right, you opened up the floodgates with these crowns.
I was hoping this would happen. I haven't seen a emoji bomb in a while. Ooh, zebra.
We got quite a mix. Nice.
There's some baguettes.
There we go.
Baguettes for Johnny.
Love it. Johnny, I really hope you're not gluten-free, but maybe you like a gluten-free baguette. You know, those exist. Yes, it's also for Hans. Hans is our bread man, but, you know, Johnny can also like baguettes. Johnny Apple. I like
there
the
you go.
apples.
Kid
All right,
Cody
that's gonna
running.
be our future
Thank you.
one. Yeah.
Until one of Johnny's friends comes and tells us what emoji we should use for Johnny, we'll go with Johnny Apple.
Yeah.
And look at that.
All right,
that
Johnny,
gap's closed.
Yeah, Johnny caught up with Max. You know, again, in these races that are this long, 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds is so small. So, yeah, I'm sure Max is kind of mentally prepping what he's going to need in the aid station and just getting ready to pick up a pacer if he does, and Johnny as well.
Ooh, we got red and green apples for Johnny.
Nice. Also, we have word this is Johnny's first race over 100 miles. That is awesome. And yes, 5 miles is small in these races, 100%. I mean, even, like, gosh, how many times have we seen 10 miles be eaten up in one segment? It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, you catch a good second wind and you can make move. So and these guys are only a quarter into this race, really.
Yeah.
There's still so much that can happen.
Not even a quarter.
Yeah.
So we see Rachel's crew packing up, and I'm sure we're going to get Max and Johnny flying into the aid station quite soon. And I will give an update on the gap once we get them over the timing chip. Not really chip. Timing mat. That word.
That thing. So for anybody who's just hopping on to watch this after their Friday workday, happy Friday Eve. I'm Shelby Farrell here with Alyssa Clark in the studio, live streaming the Mammoth, which is a 214-mile race in Mammoth, California.
Mammoth, California. Yes, they're doing an epic route, a circle of seeing the best that Mammoth has to offer. There's about 130 athletes that are racing. And as far as we have had our top 3 come through the Crowley Lakes aid station, Jimmy Elam, Tara Dower, and Rachel Entrikin. Jimmy Elam having about a 10-minute gap on Rachel and Tara. So we're just waiting to see Max and Johnny approaching, and we'll get a time gap from Jimmy and then from the 2 ladies. That was not Max, that was David, who is one of our amazing cameramen. Oh, we got a biker going through. I bet some of the runners will be wishing that they could take that bike.
Look at that organization. It's really cool to see how different crews, different athletes have their gear organized for their crew.
Yeah.
And right now we're looking at the back of a truck with one of those closet shoe organizers stuffed with all different things, probably different, I'm guessing, layers, jackets. It looks like clothes and it looks like soft stuff in there. I'm speculating, but you can really get creative with how you organize things. I think the most important part with that is making sure you educate your crew on how you organize things. I feel like whenever I do these things, I'm so organized and know everything is, but then it's hard.
It's explaining, yeah.
The crew has to kind of be able to look into your brain to understand, how you thought it out in that way. And that's why these guys usually have crew meetings the week before the race to try to download as much information as they can to their crew.
Absolutely. I mean, I will say that with UTMB, you're only allowed 1 crew person in any aid station. The aid stations are quite far apart, especially at the beginning of the race. And I probably went over everything with my husband, Cody, like 4 or 5 times, to the point where he was very tired of going over it. But yes, it requires a ton of organization, and also just making sure that you are really explaining your systems of everything to your crew.
Your method of madness.
Your method of madness, absolutely. So we have Max and Johnny coming through. We will get a timestamp on when they hit the timing mat. Not quite there yet.
Another really cool thing to note about this race is the Mammoth is the first 200-mile race in the U.S. to award prize money to its podium finishers. So there's a lot at stake here, with the first place male and female getting $5,000, $3,000 to second place, $2,000 to third place, male and female. I don't know. That's motivating. That's really motivating.
Yeah, I really appreciate the recognition of how hard these athletes work, and a 200 in the U.S. being like, yeah, we want to put this money on the line and just reward them for that. I think it's a really great way to attract super strong runners and to just grow the sport and help professionalize and give athletes just that extra support they may need.
Yeah, because a lot of the times we'll say, oh, you just need a pair of shoes to run. And
it's a bit more than that.
It
also,
is more than that.
Taking care of your crew, like take them out for a really nice dinner if you're able to secure some of that prize money. I believe to sign up for the race is around $1,600. I think that's what I saw. Maybe Shelby can confirm for me, but we have Max smiling, looking happy, has a bottle in the hand. I'm sure gonna fill that pretty quick. Johnny is with one of his crew people. All right, so they are coming into Crowley Lake. We have our 4th and 5th overall, 2nd and 3rd male runners coming into mile 53.5 Crowley Lake. And it's looking like the gap from first is about 40 minutes. So that's Jimmy Elam. So the gap from Jimmy Elam to Max and Johnny is about 40 minutes, and about 30 minutes from Tara and Rachel, who are in 2nd and 3rd.
I think I'm going to try to copy Mackenzie's hairdo right there.
Yeah, that's
I really
cute.
like that. We're talking about Max's partner, who is, from what I can tell and what I've heard on podcasts, just
super supportive.
Yeah, super supportive. A+ crew wife.
Yeah.
Or I don't think they're married yet. Crew partner.
Yeah, for sure. All right, so we are seeing Max taking time, definitely picking up a pacer. So that will be fun. It's always fun to just have that energy coming along with someone running with you. We got some nerds. We got some Go gels. Those are pretty tasty. I've tried them out, and I will say they are yummy.
They really are. It's like a warm little smoothie in a pouch.
And we have word that William Garner is pacing Max.
Getting a little massage from his bro.
I will say one of the things that is always shocking when you do a 200 miler or even a 100 miler with a lot of required gear is just that pack weight. Oh man, it gets the shoulders and the upper body. Like my core and just upper body are always so tired from some of these races. So super nice to have a crew that's just willing to give you a little shoulder rub and keep you going.
Yeah, and it's kind of funny. I mean, I'm not a super touchy, huggy person usually, but when you're out here, supporting your friends, like I've definitely rubbed my friends' feet and, given them massages when wouldn't do that every day. And it's, it's nice. It's true human connection that happens during these ultra races. Looking out for each other.
And there was a question of whether the tracker is accurate. It does appear to be pretty on point right now. That being said, we can never 100% confirm, but it does seem to be really much more up to date than kind of the beginning of the race where it was jumping around a bit. So, yeah, I think that's much more reliable at this point. All right, so we see Max getting his pack back on. I would guess that he is going to head out.
That was a quick transition.
Yeah, that was
really
super strong.
smooth.
And it looks like Max took aid before he went over the timing mat, which that's just kind of an option of what you want to do. So officially over the timing mat, and that is just over 40 minutes from when Jimmy Elam crossed. Temperatures are looking like about 40 degrees for the night. And yes, I do think Max is taking a pacer. I just think the pacer didn't go all the way over the timing mat with him. Getting hugs from the fam. It's always nice.
Let's go, Max.
It looks like Max may be leaving without a pacer. So he may have said, hey, I'm good. Let's save it for the next section. So, yeah, Max might be taking it solo for this part. You know, sometimes you're just in that mindset where you want to hang out and just do your own thing. And, you know, I feel like pacers are kind of a special pick me up, and he just might be feeling so good he just doesn't need one right now.
Yeah, pacers are interesting. I've toyed with the idea of not using pacers for a multi-day event, and Cocodona this year had sections where you couldn't have pacers due to the Mexican spotted owl, and I really enjoyed running alone through those moments. And I guess the thought in it being is like, okay, so say Alyssa comes and starts running with me. She's going to want to talk to me. She's going to want to say, you know, how is it going? What do you want me to do? Should I run ahead? Like, you know, normal questions. But I might not want to answer even the simplest questions in those moments. I'm pretty sure there were times when you paced me that I said I didn't want to see you and made you run behind me. So
no,
there's your case for not always wanting a pacer.
Yes, so we have not seen Johnny at this point leave, but we will update you as soon as we get more information on Johnny Appleseed. We're just going to start calling him that.
Johnny Q-Plaque.
There's a great question of curious to see how he stayed standing the whole time. Pretty standard. You know, it just depends what you need done at that aid station. So Max, I made the decision not to change shoes or socks. Tara did look like she changed shoes and socks. So it's just kind of what you need at that aid station. And it looks like Max kind of was able to take care of everything without sitting down. And sometimes sitting down is great because you're able to get a lot of things done. Other times it kind of stops your momentum. So it's up to you of kind of what you're feeling. I believe Max is using Nordas, is what we've seen before.
All right, and we have Johnny looking like he's heading back out.
Nice.
I mean, right behind Max. These guys are sticking close together.
Yeah, you know, that can be really nice to just know someone's out there with you. I do think Johnny is being crewed by a priest. I saw it come up in the chat, and now getting a bit more visual. Someone from the church. That's awesome. Apparently a priest is going to be his pacer later. That's super cool.
That's really cool.
All right, so Johnny is out of Crowley Lake, and we have eyes on Jimmy Elam, who it looks like is coming into Tom's Place, which is our next water-only aid station. Jimmy has just looked super strong, super smooth. Love to see it.
Gotta wonder if he's lonely up there. He's been leading for a while, all by himself. Those ladies are breathing down his back, though. Tara Dower and Rachel Entrikin. They're gonna creep up on him.
Yeah.
Possibly.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm excited to see how it plays out. It'll be fun. Corinne and I were saying that when we cut for the night and we come back in the morning and kind of see what happened.
I know, we're gonna have to force ourselves to sleep and not refresh the tracker.
Oh my gosh, that is always the hardest part. Yeah, sometimes I prefer being in a different time zone than the race is happening so that I can check in on different places. But to give you our top 5 all through Crowley Lake aid station, we have Jimmy, Rachel, Tara. I think Rachel did end up leaving first. Jimmy, Rachel, Tara, Max, and Johnny are all through Crowley Lake at mile
53.4.
Nice.
They now have 12.9 miles to Tom's place, which is where we are seeing Jimmy Elam approaching.
5.72 to Tom's place.
Yes, sorry.
Yeah.
It
No,
was
you're good.
12.9 to Crowley Lake from Convict Lake. My bad.
All good. It is 12.9 from Convict to Crowley.
Yes.
Which only our top 5 are through Crowley at this point.
He is absolutely cruising on this California carpet right now.
That's a great question. What emoji? For some reason, a rocket ship comes up for Jimmy. Like, that in my head is the emoji that fits Jimmy. But if people have other ideas, then please go for it. But I feel like Jimmy the rocket ship, Elam.
I like it. I know he's a Costco fan, but I can't think of what a good Costco emoji would be.
400 red Solo cups.
Here come the rockets.
Love it. That is Jimmy Elam hanging out up front. Jimmy Neutron. Oh, that's a good one. Maybe that's why I'm thinking the rocket
Rockets.
ship.
Oh, Jiminy Cricket.
Love it.
Guys, what would we do without emojis? I mean, remember that time when we were all on AOL Instant Messenger? We didn't have emojis then. We had our little
We either sounded so serious
semicolons
or
and parenthesis emojis.
on like a 12 out of 10 hype scale all the time with all
all
the
caps.
exclamation points.
Oh, the shopping cart's good for Costco.
Hot dogs, yep.
dog. Yeah. Oh.
All right, so Jimmy is quickly approaching Tom's place, which is a water, or actually I think he may be leaving the water. He's coming in. Okay. He is coming into the water drop only, and water drop onlys are unmanned, so there are no aid station workers there. It's just a place to kind of break up the distance and water carries. As we know, carrying a lot of water is really going to wear your legs down, so a water drop is great to help runners just reduce the amount of weight that they need to carry in between sections. Gosh, I have to say too, I mean, he's coming up on almost 100K into the race and will probably be, I would say around like a 10:15, 10:30. That's a super solid 100K time.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's quick. So Jimmy is running this super smooth, super strong. So we have officially passed the cutoff time for Duck Pass. So Duck Pass was 5 p.m. And the next cutoff time that we're looking at is Sherwin Creek, which is at 11 p.m. this evening. And that is at mile 32. So that is our next cutoff time on the course.
And the question about Jimmy Elam's pace, he's averaging right now over the last 59.1 miles, we'll say, when he gets to Tom's Place. Very close to a 10-minute, 9-second mile pace for that full distance. So I can't tell you what pace he's running at this exact second, but I can give you a guess on his average, and it's about 10 minutes, 9 seconds, which is really strong.
Yeah.
Faster than we predicted.
Yes. So he came... Oh, man. Nope, that's too much math at this point. Ah, we see him walking. We haven't seen much of Jimmy walking. Just to get over the creek. You know what's really hard about races that have a lot of, say, hiking or running is that you're using the same muscles over and over when you have a race that has a lot of variation of terrain. And I do think that this race will evolve, or it does evolve into that. I think there's a lot more ups and downs. There'll be more hiking mixed into the running, but it's tough on the muscles just putting in a lot of that running motion. So I'm sure that Jimmy's going to be super excited to get to some of the hiking sections and just change up what muscles he's using.
Totally. This footage is great as he approaches the water drop at Tom's Place.
Yes. Ah, we're here. All right. So we have Jimmy Elam. He is our first overall at mile 59.6, filling up his flasks. And we're going to mark the time. That is 10:01 at Tom's Place.
What a race, man. You are watching the Mammoth 200 inaugural year with Jimmy Elam in the lead. We just saw him go through Tom's Place. Now we're back at Crowley Lake, mile 53.5.
Yes, so as of right now, we have had our top 5 through Crowley Lake. We are waiting for other runners to approach. We have sunset coming up within the next 45 minutes or so. Temperatures are going to be dropping, so we're definitely going to be see runners putting on the warm clothing, putting on the headlamps. And yes, so top 5, we have Jimmy, who is through Tom's Place, which is 53.5. Then we have Tara Dower and Rachel Endrican. I believe Rachel was just a bit ahead of Tara. And then we have Max and Johnny. So all 5 are through Crowley Lake, and Jimmy is through Tom's Place. All right, we are getting footage coming in of Rachel and Tara running within eyesight of each other. And they are making their way to Tom's Place, mile 59.6. Both are running with pacers at this point. And this is our first and second female, second and third overall. And if you are following the tracker, right now that, oh, okay, it just switched. It was showing Jimmy in third. Jimmy is in first. And when they hit Tom's Place, I'll give you an update on how far behind Rachel and Tara are from Jimmy.
And if you are looking to see some of the mid-pack, you can scroll back and check out the Mammoth Chronicles. They will also be posted on YouTube individually. Those give a nice glimpse as to what's been going on all day. And we have a note from our camera operator at Tom's Place. So I asked Jimmy, how are you feeling going into the night? Feel really good. He's going to go in about 10 more miles to Green Mountain, take a longer break there and pick up a pacer and go from there. So that's some cool intel coming in through our top secret commentary chat.
I wish... Yeah, I could have been Jimmy on that. We should have gone like a back and forth, given like a real dialogue.
We should have done like a Dillisms on that.
All right, wow, look at that golden glow. I mean, they are truly in just beautiful golden hour right now.
Okay, yeah, next time we get secret intel in our commentary chat about what the runner said. Let's put on some voices for it. I think we can do better than Dillisms. And for those of you who are like, what the heck is she talking about? There's I'd say fairly newish ultra running meme account where they do voiceovers on trail running commentary and athlete interviews, and they're ridiculous.
Yes. Yeah, I've seen some of it. Also, we have an update that we were talking about how there is a general thought of what the first runner's ETA is. So when we're given kind of an aid station overview, it's what's the first runner ETA and then when is the cutoff. And Jimmy came into Tom's place about 1.5 hours ahead of the projected fastest time. So it is fast, ladies and gentlemen and folks. It's going to be a race. I mean, they're all well under course record pace for sure.
Yes, I believe if you're looking at theMAMMOTH200.com and pull up the course, which gives you a nice table of all of the aid stations and the distance between aid stations and when we estimate first runners would come in, that was all budgeted for about a 47-hour race, which is amazing.
It's so fast.
It's so fast for this distance. And, you know, as we get into the night, I think it's appropriate to start talking about sleep again. 47 hours is an amount of time that you could potentially pull off without any sleep.
Yeah, for sure.
I just saw Rachel Enterkin's pacer Dom Grossman look back.
Yeah, this is interesting. They're keeping enough distance that Rachel knows Tara's there for sure, but Tara is definitely not challenging to pass. So there's some strategy happening right now, which is pretty exciting.
Yeah.
I love seeing 200s really evolving into very strategic, thought out, pushing each other paces, races. It's fun to see.
And I actually love the position that Tara Dower is in right now, where she's kind of in this hunt mode. And, you know, she's after Rachel. Think about if we were cavemen. If I was a caveman trying to track down a mammoth, I would, kind of slowly chase it down. Tara took a little trip, which is fine. She's really good at tripping and coming back up from it. So I'm sure just, gotta kind of regroup, stick with the hunt. Back into that trot. Every time you trip, even if you are an experienced tripper like Tara Dower, it's an adrenaline dump.
Yeah.
You need to kind of figure out how to quickly bring your heart rate back down and keep grooving.
Unfortunately, we do not have any information on Parley at this point. Last we saw at Convict Lake aid station, she was no longer in the top 3, but we hope that she is doing well and we will be able to see her again soon. Our top 3 for women at Convict Lake were Tara and Rachel essentially together, and then Amber was in 3rd.
Yes, an aid station, Molly, exactly. We have no idea what they're thinking. I'm just kind of trying to put myself in their shoes and wonder what the heck I would be thinking. But don't worry, there will be post-race interviews and we will find out exactly what was going on through their heads, assuming they remember after all the sleep deprivation. Oh, cool shot of Dominic Grossman and Rachel Enterkin. rolling into Tom's place. You see both pacers where Dom looked at his watch and Tara's pacer has his phone up. Pacers doing pacer things, making sure they're on course, on track, and probably looking to see how many miles they have till the next aid station.
All right, we see very quickly approaching the water drop. Lots of options for the runners to fill. Looks like Dom might be helping Rachel out with her bottles. And we are getting 10:14 as the time that Rachel hit, and Tara is right there as well. So keeping a really similar time gap. Jimmy maybe put just a couple of minutes on these two, but they are right there. Jimmy came through at 10:01.
Oh, hey, looking good. And to answer the question in the chat about the button-up shirts, that's Precision Fuel and Hydration. One of Rachel's sponsors made some sick swag for her. And Tara made a little bit of a move there.
Nice.
Oh no. There was a definite question of whether or not to take this turn or go straight, and that move got a little jumbled up. Now they're back together. Party. You can see the orange course markers there. I mean, and this is when it is great to have pacers. Okay, two sides to this though. Like, you still need to be responsible for yourself on the course, knowing, oh, and there's the tunnel that we heard about, the lion's den.
Nice. That is a sweet shot.
Under the 395. Much safer than going over it.
Yeah.
Couldn't do that. But okay, the thought on getting lost directions and whatnot, like, you need to know the course, but now that they are getting probably a bit fatigued, almost 100K into the race, they can lean on their pacers to have that map up on their watch, on their phone, and be just really keeping tabs on things.
All right, we have Jesse coming in to Crowley Lake. Looking super strong. That is Jesse Haynes making his way over the timing mat. All right, so we are going to cut to an interview with Adam Williams and Andrea Moore as we see Jesse Haynes heading out of Crowley Lake.
Hey guys, welcome to Mammoth 200. I'm David Yausling with Mountain Outpost. I'm here with Andrea Moore and Adam Williams. two phenomenal humans and athletes. Adam is looking to complete his 8th 200, and Andrea is looking to complete her 7th 200 this season, this summer, actually, specifically. They have a little bit of a healthy competition going here, so we had to get them in here together. They're also encouraging each other, and just incredible people that we had to get in here together. So how's it going, guys?
Doing good, David. How you doing?
I'm looking forward to seeing the race start tomorrow. It's been awesome meeting you guys this week, following your journey. I met Adam first at Cocodona at Tut Station, Fort Tut, and Andrea at Javelina a couple years ago. And seeing you guys do this year is just an incredible feat of human endurance, not just physically, but mentally. Talk about like how you guys realized you guys were both doing this year, and like what has been your experience like going along this journey, in tandem.
This year's not the first time that we actually have met each other or knew about our large scale projects. Last year we both were doing a lot of runs, a lot of 200s.
Where did we first meet? Was it Cocodona?
Probably
23.
Yeah, probably.
Because you've ran Cocodona the last 3 years. I've run Cocodona the last 3 years.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then last year, we were both doing 6-ish 200s.
Yeah.
And I got broken.
Yes, the goat kicked the rock
onto me,
and then the leg went. Broke.
So my season got derailed, and you continued on. I volunteered and continued to cheer on the process.
But you were essentially at every race that I ran last year.
Yeah.
You were volunteering.
Yep.
You were all over the place.
Yep.
Yeah.
And so to answer your question, we kind of just continued into this year. You still had bigger dreams, and I thought I could keep up.
So I saw a comment somewhere in a Facebook group, and you were talking about your schedule for the year, and I commented and I said, so how many 200s are we going to run this year, Adam? And you said, how many months are in the season? I was like, okay, it's on. It's on. Like, let's go. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the problem is there's just not enough 200s yet.
So outside of Mammoth, what are your guys' favorite 200s?
That is probably one of the toughest questions that I get all the time. I'm sure you do too.
Yeah.
And for me, it really depends on what you want, because every one of them is different. Every race has its unique qualities, its kind of little niche specialty, and like top of mind. For me, Divide was just so special.
Oh, yeah.
And I love big mountains. I love technical trails and a really big challenge. And that offers all of that.
They definitely all come with their surprises and treats, So like Cocodona usually reaches like temperatures of almost 100 degrees. But then this year, surprise, it was 50 and raining. And then Monster was like a new distance for a lot of us. And then Tahoe, the last 10 miles at Tahoe, I just, this is a weird trick that they're playing on us. And Candace is a mean person. But
they probably moved the flags right there, yeah.
They definitely moved the flags because we should have been at the finish line by then. So they're all definitely hard. But I would agree with Adam and Divide. This was my second year going to Divide. We were able to manage 43 miles last year.
In the rain.
In the rain, on these massive mountains. It is definitely a double black diamond course. So the scary hard ones, those are my favorites. And right now, like Divide is my favorite. But we haven't ran Mammoth yet. Yeah. I think Mammoth could probably maybe be a new favorite. I don't know.
Yeah. And Moab is a classic. I can't wait to get back there.
I love that course.
I really enjoy all the races that really offer the diversity of different terrain that keeps you entertained through day to day, segment to segment, and keeps you moving forward.
Yeah.
With all the experience you guys have at these 200s, how has your strategy changed since the first one to now with your approach to planning, pacing, crewing? What's that like?
I actually know I'm supposed to eat now. So I do that a lot more.
If you would slow down and come to the back of the pack, you would understand that we have picnics and picture times and TikTok times. I mean, I'm just saying, you could just come join the party.
One day I might be. It might be this race right now.
He won't ever do that. He won't ever do that. Is your, like, when you get ready, when you're packing, is there anything different? Or you kind of are just, you're doing the same thing?
I think logistics and planning for 200s is probably one of the hardest parts of actually doing a 200-mile race, because there's so much that goes into drop bags, preparing, traveling. If you have crew, getting everyone on the same page. I have spreadsheets that I share with folks, and it really is an entire project in of itself just to get to the start line, aside from training for them. And that by itself is an accomplishment. And then doing the race seems pretty easy because you're just, running.
Yeah. That's like the after party.
So the thing that has changed is I haven't unpacked. I just moved from race to race, and it actually has been really simple. I'm not sure anything's clean, but I'm kind of moving from race to race, and everything's ready to go.
So basically, the more 200s you run, the easier it gets.
Yeah.
Or at least the planning part.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
The packing part for sure.
The packing part, yes.
And how many drop bags do you guys have prepared for this race?
As few as possible. I don't know yet. I have to go do that.
So I have, because Jackie is able to crew this race, we're so lucky. She literally does everything, all the logistics that you're talking about, all the everything she really puts together. So I'm so lucky to have a partner like that.
And she comes from a very highly skilled background too.
Oh, yeah.
So she knows exactly. It's a great coach or team to have behind you.
Oh yeah, Ironman is her world. So endurance athlete for the last 15 years, race for Team USA. Yeah, she will not talk about how incredible she is, but I have a very incredible partner that knows the space. But because she's here, there's only 4 spots where we're not going to have crew, and so I have 4 drop bags with about 2,000 calories in each bag.
Yeah.
And then the rest, I carry all my gear in my pack, Ultraspire pack, like. They have it all set to go. I'll carry all my gear in there. Yeah.
Yeah. Usually I'll have a crew with me and a couple pacers, and you don't need any of that to do any of these 200s.
True.
But it is certainly an advantage.
True.
So you guys have done first year races before. What's special about a first year race, and what's unique about Mammoth that you're looking forward to?
When you're part of a first year race, you're part of creating its story, its culture, and you do feel that. And I feel like as you're going through the race, the vibe that you're creating is what's going to carry forward. And so it kind of comes with a little weight to take on.
I always think like a first year race is also very exciting because there's not a lot of intel. There's no West Plate videos. It's, he's the godfather. That's who we look for is all the YouTube videos, right? From the veterans that have run so many of these courses. But when you're on a first year course, it's all brand new. You don't know really what's coming. You don't know what the views are going to look like. And I find that part just really exciting. And to your point, you're telling the story. This is how amazing it is. And we have so many people reach out on socials that are like, I can't wait to see what Mammoth looks like. And, tell me what your thoughts are on Mammoth. And so we kind of get to be a part of that storytelling for sure. It's fun.
And I've heard from folks that live in this area how beautiful it is. So I'm just excited to see it and experience it for myself.
It's incredible. It's a great town. We were at Trailfest last week, and there were so many, the biggest 50K of the year, 700 people.
It's amazing.
That's awesome.
And the trails in this town just handles everyone really well, and it's really easy to get around on the course. So we're really excited to come out and film you guys and live stream it. What about the actual the people that you're going to see? Surely there's other 200 runners that you've been seeing throughout the year. Who are some of the people that you're excited to see out there again, or you're excited to see how they do out there this year?
I think I've talked about how special the community is at the 200-mile race level, and it is because it's a small group within trail running, ultra running, which is a small group by itself anyway. And so you really do get to recognize faces across the board, whether they're running, crewing, pacing, here for just to experience the moment and volunteer. You start seeing and recognizing faces throughout the race. And there's folks that are usually volunteering and they're a big part of other races on one side, but now they're going to be here actually running and racing. And I'm excited to see what they do.
Yeah. I mean, everybody loves the pros and elites, and they have incredible resumes, and it's like, man, this is a brand new course. How are they going to navigate this section or that section? So I think that's always exciting. We want to see, what those front runners are doing. I really had an honor and privilege to meet a first-time 200-mile runner. Her name is Rachel Moore. Go, Rachel, go. But, from Texas, which is my hometown, and she's out here, and I think it's just really, as much as we love to see like that front runner pack, I'm in love with the people that are like, I'm going to go for it. I'm going to do it. I don't know how yet, but I'm just going to say yes, and I'm going to show up, and I'm going to have a lot of fun. And so she was really cool. I met her at the Shakeout Run, and her first 200, that's incredible to me.
I think I met her too. She's from San Francisco, I think.
Yeah.
Or in San Francisco now.
Yeah, in San Francisco, but originally from Texas. Yeah.
And I think that Hillary and Tim have done a really good job of promoting this race, building its status to really attract some top competition. Now, while we're running, we're not going to be able to see it, but if anyone's watching, it's going to be a special race to watch that play out. And if I wasn't running, I'd be excited to watch the stream.
Now, you mentioned this before, the community, the culture, but volunteering is a big part of 200-mile races. Talk a little bit about experience you've had volunteering, or some of the people that you've seen volunteer and jump to the race side.
I mean, last year after breaking my leg, it was kind of a downer. I had to let go of the season that I thought I was going to have, but jumping into volunteering, I was almost more rewarding than I could have ever feel. I built connections across the community that I'm now I have friends that I didn't even know exist or could exist, and I could call up anywhere in the world. Yes, you get that when you're running, but when you're volunteering, spending a lot of hours actually working, setting up tents. I hosted a couple of different aid stations last year. One of them was our Speedland aid station at Moab, and it was great. You really kind of, you build that unique connection, that time in trail or time in feet or whatever you want to call it, that unique moment together, and you can always stay in touch after that. And it is always it always is nice to help people through their journeys, because every runner, whether it's their 18th 200 or their first, they're going through moments when they pass through and pass by you, and it's you feel like you helped them in that specific journey.
I agree. Crewing and pacing and volunteering, like, that is the highlight. Racing is fun, but anytime you get to be on that other side and you have that front row seat to really see the human spirit like come to life, people that are in their darkest of darks and they've not ever experienced something like that, and you can actually be that person to say, yes you can, and yes you will, and yes you're going to, now eat this burrito and get out of here. I really enjoy crewing, pacing, and volunteering more than racing, and it just gives you, again, that front row seat to something so special. To see the human spirit really fighting in deep places is spectacular, and you get that when you're volunteering, crewing, and pacing. It's pretty special.
And as a runner, I remember volunteers.
Oh,
a lot of times more than aspects of the course. I remember volunteers.
Oh yeah, I could list several right now. Bex at Spooner Summit at Tahoe, Amy Brown at IT 100. I mean, yeah, we remember those people, and they're very. It's just, they're trail angels, and those are people that actually get you to the finish line. Yeah, it's definitely pretty special.
So if you're thinking about doing a 200, not sure, come volunteer at Mammoth. It's going to be a time. You're going to get a front row seat and see what it takes to get through it.
Yeah. I think you also get an opportunity, like, for free to come and recon. Like, you can go see the route, you can go see what runners are going through. You can kind of have an experience very close to the race without actually being in the race, and it costs you like $0. I say that's the way to go. Don't pay a race entry fee.
Yeah.
Just crew or pace or volunteer, right?
Yeah. The races, they cost what they cost, but there's a pathway in with volunteering.
Yeah.
Running 200 seems to be something you guys love, obviously running being part of the culture and the community. How are you going to celebrate at the end of this season? What's going to be the final celebration?
What are you going to do?
You know, I'm not sure there are any finish lines or end of the season, and I can't really say what I'm going to do, David, because this guy is going to want to get another 200. And I'm like, somebody is stalking my ultra sign up, I swear.
Regardless, I do like the number 10, and I have not gotten that, so we'll see.
I also like the number 10, and I might like number 11, but
You can go for 11, although that is my lucky number, so I don't know.
See? What? What's happening?
But I will say that a benchmark to the end my little project is going to be Javelina, because that's going to be just the annual cycle of what I did.
Amazing
If I
race,
add
yeah.
more to that, then it's just whatever it is.
So you're not going to tell me what you're doing after Javelina?
I don't know what exists. I ask you because I don't know what there is.
Sandbagger.
Thanks so much for joining us, guys. Look forward to seeing you out on course. Congrats on an amazing season. It's really inspiring, and yeah, glad to get you in here.
Cool.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good luck out there.
You too. Have fun.
And we are back. We hope you enjoyed that interview. I'm Shelby Farrell, joined with Alyssa Clark. Whoop, whoop, woo! With the all-female commentating team for the 2025 Mammoth 200 presented by Kraft. It's an inaugural race, and wow, day one is almost in the books, and I'm mind blown right now.
I believe we are right now seeing Amber
Weibel.
I believe it's...
Now I don't know. Now I feel like I've
my
been corrected
goodness.
both ways. So help us again in the chat if you know how.
Weibel,
pronounce-
yes.
Okay. Yes.
Yep. Yeah.
So yeah, Amber Weibel got on my radar earlier this year.
Yeah, you've been rooting for her for sure.
I'm a Amber Weibel stalker fan. No, so I work at Ultra Sign Up, and we had made these heads on sticks for Western states, and it was a matter of, creep the entrance list, pick a bunch of people's faces, try to find pictures of their faces, blow them up, put them on a stick, and you could cheer with it, like a paddle, head on a whatever. And so one of my coworkers had picked Amber Weibel, and I hadn't heard of her, and I don't. And I was like, who is this? And he's like, oh, she's pretty local to Western states. She lives in Nevada. I can't remember the exact town right now, and I have too many tabs open on my computer to find it. But she has just had a really incredible year. Sun Valley, Nevada. She was 4th place at Hard Rock this year. That was in July. And 18th at Western States for the ladies in June. And now she's absolutely crushing Mammoth 200. Doing a little shoe change. Probably gearing up with some fresh stuff to go into the night. Pick up a pacer and rock and roll.
Yeah, it looks like one of her crew members has a pack on, so I would guess that he's gonna go out with her for this section, which I'm sure will be a great time. He looks jazzed, so ready to go. So the commentating starts up again tomorrow at 6 a.m.
And thank you, chat. I mean, I was pulling her address from her Ultra Sign Up results, so there's a possibility she's moved since that last location. But she's familiar with this climate. She looks really jazzed right now. Big
Yeah,
smile.
she looks great. Yeah, and it's so key to make sure that you have everything done before you're heading back out. She looks super organized, has a great crew. Pacer's stoked. Got to go over the timing mat. I'm seeing Adam Kimball is pacing. Adam Kimball is a legend of this area, such a strong runner, and what a treat to have him as a pacer. I also believe that they can go into the center and probably use the bathroom, which in races this long, I always feel like it's such a treat to be able to use indoor plumbing.
This might be her. So somebody in the chat had said Amber had an FKT, a fastest known time on the John Muir Trail, and there is an Amber with several fastest known times. I'm wondering if it's before she maybe got married and changed her last name, because it's Amber Monforte.
Oh, she was changing shirts. Smart move.
Either way, I'm a huge fan of Amber, and I hope I get to meet her at the finish.
All right, so it looks like we have Jesse Haynes making his way along the road to Tom's place. Looking strong.
I bet he just heard the drone. He gave a look back, and there's obviously not really anybody around him, but that little bzzz of the drone above your head can kind of trip you out.
Yeah, also, Jesse has gone sans pacer for this section. I mean, he is really a legend and such a veteran of the sport, so I'm sure he's saving up pacer, like the pacer high for times when he really needs it. So I'm not surprised to see Jesse going pacerless for this section.
And yes, when we wrap up in the studio this evening, there will be a static cam for you all to keep tabs on these runners by.
So runners can pick up a pacer at Crowley Lake, which is mile 53.5, and then they, I believe, can have a pacer all the way to the end. It is not, there is no spotted owl to protect like Cocodona, so they can keep a pacer all the way through to mile 214. As far as the variation of terrain, there's a mix of this more open Jeep road, some single track, I think some more technical trails, and then of course the big climb up to Mammoth that they will do twice.
So yeah, in general, I would say that the terrain is pretty varied. There is, however, quite a bit of this very runnable kitty litter Jeep road, California kitty litter, as Katie Azimuth called it earlier, where it's, yes, while it may look fairly comparable to running on a road, it is still sand. It's still going to tax the little muscles on your calves and feet.
Absolutely.
And it can be a bit monotonous.
Yeah, I think that's part of it too, is just mentally wrapping your head around just the visibility of how far you can see your path in front of you, and also just kind of getting these grades that are runnable but definitely challenging, especially as we get further into the race. So as you can see, Jesse's kind of doing a little bit of hiking, a lot of running, which can really pay off in the latter parts of the race, where say maybe he's averaging, this is just a guess, I don't know this for sure, a 12-minute mile right now, and then later on, instead of flexing to maybe he has a couple of bad miles that are 30-minute miles, he keeps them to 20, and so maybe he's running a 12-minute mile instead of an 11-minute mile, and that time really does help him later in the race, where he saves some energy and effort. I would die if someone encountered a full-grown woolly mammoth. That would be incredible, as long as they were nice woolly mammoths.
I don't know why my brain just went to aliens. Like, you look up and here's my hallucination that I would want to happen if I was running this race. I look up and there's a giant woolly mammoth in front of me, and I'm like, what the heck? How'd you get here, buddy? And then I proceed to glance up into the sky, and there's an alien mothership that just dropped it off there. I mean, that's the only way a woolly mammoth could show up on the Mammoth 200 course, right? Is if an alien were to drop it off on course.
Yeah, I think
so.
That's totally accurate. Yeah. Oh, we got a pup. Maybe the pup is going to be the pacer for a little bit.
I wonder if this is the same pup that we saw when Jimmy Elon was out there. They're out for a long adventure hike together, if it is.
Yeah.
It's a good day to take your dog for a walk and spectate some crazy trail runners.
Oh, yes. It'll be even more entertaining tomorrow afternoon and Sunday morning. Do you hallucinate, Shelby?
I had my craziest hallucination in the Sierras. I was helping Emily Halnan, she's one of my faves, and she wrote a great book. If you guys don't know Emily Halnan, Google her, read her book. And she was going after the John Muir Trail FKT. So we weren't too far from here. We were probably just outside of Bishop, which is an hour south of here. And I was not prepared to pace. Like, I pretty much pulled an all-nighter trying to get work done to then drive out here from LA. And I was I went into pacing her sleep deprived, and we were covering about 40 miles, just the two of us. And I hallucinated harder than I'd ever had. I mean, there were things everywhere. An animatronic koala, a pirate head. And the crazy thing was the hallucinations kept going once we got off the trail. Ultimately, she had to pull the plug on the FKT attempt. There were fires up ahead, and as we got closer to Bishop, the air quality was really bad, and it's a tough FKT. If you're doing that supported, I think you really need to have more people than what we had. It's my worst pacing experience. I was not a helpful pacer. I was a hallucinating pacer.
That's tough. Yeah, I've heard Gosh, I feel like the GMT is just such a challenging route with the altitude and the climbing and everything, and then you just have to get kind of lucky at the weather window of whether you get really bad fires or not. It's super tricky.
And all of these, like, they weren't exactly like these rocks that we're seeing on screen right now, but similar, like big white rocks. They looked like yurts. I kept thinking I was seeing like huts or yurts. And one, I was like, okay, that's not a yurt. I'm hallucinating. And then I saw one and it looked like there's a guy sitting out front of it, like hanging out. And I was like, well, that one is real. There's a person outside of it. And so I don't know. I think that's part of the reason why the Sierra is so magical. And look at this freaking sunset, guys. I mean, it's just such a varied landscape. It makes it easy for your eyes to start playing tricks on you.
Yeah, that is, especially tomorrow night. I feel like that second night is really when it starts to hit a lot. That is epic.
And I have a friend in the chat who's listening to me going, oh, there's Shelby being a weirdo on a microphone again. And she mentioned, remember pasting me at Javelina and we saw a UFO? We did. It could have been a green comet, but
that's the area for UFOs for sure.
Yeah.
Like somewhere out in Arizona.
Yeah, outside of Phoenix. I mean, come on, the Phoenix Lights.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, this is stunning. Big shout out to the crew that is bringing us these beautiful images. It has just been incredible footage throughout the day. So hats off to the effort that's going in behind the scenes to this.
Man, the colors are just phenomenal. And I'm sure, like, they look this good on our monitors. It's probably times 10 in person. Like, it's so cool to see. Whenever I'm trying to convince my mom that trail running's fine, she doesn't really get it, but she loves sunsets. So I'll send her sunset pictures like this and be like, see? This is why trail running's great, and you should support that I do it, because look at these beautiful sunsets I get to run through. You'd love it.
To be fair, I feel like both of us have definitely pushed the extreme side of the sport for our parents. It's like, I'm sure there's lots of runners out there ultra runners who are probably a bit more, I don't know, don't do the like extreme things like the long trail or Tour de Jean. So their parents are like, cool, yeah, like a 50K or like 100K. Whereas we're like, yeah, over 200 miles through like really technical hard terrain. And our parents are just like, are you kidding me?
Yeah, it's like, Mom, I want to challenge myself till I start seeing animatronic koalas in the woods and, maybe pass out and get to the verge of hypothermia. Is that okay?
Yeah, I think for my mom, she gets psyched when I do 100-milers now, because I have called her more than once in the middle of Tour de Jean, which is a over 300-mile, 85-ish thousand-foot race in the Italian Alps, being like, Mom, I can't really breathe right now, and I haven't slept in a really long time, and I don't really know what's going on, and you can't have pacers in that race. And I'm sure she's just like, oh, it's always Alyssa. It's always the youngest.
Yeah, I just wait till after to tell her what I did now.
Well, I do that. Yeah, that's very fair.
But yeah, I mean, get them out there. I think my goal for my mom, at least, is to take her to like a 5K trail race where she could walk it. She loves to walk. She could walk forever. She could walk the Mammoth. Well, she's not good on like technical rocky stuff, but we could get her there. Anyways, start her with a 5K, let her see the community, and I think that would help her understand. So if anybody in the chat has parents that don't quite get it, I feel you.
Yeah, I think that I think it's always their protective side where they just want you to be safe and healthy, and definitely at times ultra running pushes that edge a bit. So I get that, but yes, definitely a lot of love to all the parents out there that watch your children do these crazy things, and we know you're supporting, we know you love us, and maybe thanks sometimes for telling us we're a little too crazy. Just soaking in these views. That is awesome. To give a bit of a recap on what we have seen. So we have Jimmy Elam, who came through Tom's Place first overall. And then we had Tara Dower and Rachel Entrikin also coming through Tom's Place right together in second and third overall, first and second female. And then as of right now, we have not seen, well, let's see if we might be able to get an update on that, but we are waiting to see Max and Johnny come through. All right, we have a runner coming into Crowley Lake. Number
It is
2.
Ethan. His last name begins with an N.
Ethan Herrera.
No, just kidding, an H. If you chop off the top of that, then it's an N.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty close. Oh, the temptation of that nice warm area.
Nope. Gotta keep going, buddy.
He looks good. So at Tom's Place, Rachel and Tara were about 13 minutes behind. So, very, very close in a 200-mile race. I mean, very close in a 100-mile race, too. But, yeah, about 13 minutes behind Jimmy. And we have another runner coming in. I believe this is Jameson Henkel. The live stream will pick up at 6 a.m. tomorrow. And the projected temperature is 40 degrees tonight, so definitely on the chilly side.
We're watching Ethan Herrera right now, whose last race was the Old West Trail Runs 50K.
Ah, down in Julian.
Where he got second.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's very similar terrain to what we're seeing on the camera now, where it's like, yeah, a lot of runnable, but ooh, you could kick some rocks and trip and fall.
Yeah, he's been playing in Southern California. He did Cuyamaca 50-mile run, did Mammoth Trailfest 50K in 2024. And he's having a great race today at the Mammoth 200. Kevin Goldberg's back in the chat.
Kevin, yes, I double dog dare you to record a podcast while you're out here. I know you. I don't even have to dare you. You'll just do it. So, Kevin, please record a podcast. We got a big smile from Jameson. Love to see it. Looking happy, looking strong. All right, we have Johnny and Max right together coming into the water drop. So the water drop at Tom's Place, that is mile 59.6. We're looking at just about an hour behind Jimmy Elam's time at that aid station. He came right about 10:01, and we have Max and Johnny coming in at 10:59 elapsed time.
Headlamps are on, but not quite on. It's that period of like, how much further can I go before turning my headlamp on? I kind of like to wait to the last minute. What about you?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm a last minute girl on the headlamps.
Max is smiling.
Yeah, they look great.
Grabbing his poles and moving on. Kevin Goldberg's team last minute too.
All right, well, that is going to wrap my time on the mic tonight, but we'll be back in 11 hours. Gosh, I don't know if I wanted to do that math. And we will be bringing on Corinne Chalvoy to join Shelby for closing out the night. So thank you all for having me, and we'll see you again in the morning.
Hey, that's a cool, sorry, we'll miss you, but I was reading the chat. I'll see you in the morning. That's a cool little tidbit there. Jameson's the co-owner of Tower Yoga in Fresno. I love that. I think hot yoga is a great thing to pair with your ultra running training. Any type of yoga really, but I'm a fan of the sweaty stuff. And that's Jameson on the screen now with his adorable dog. And off he goes, throwing up the peace sign. See ya when we see you, Jameson. Enjoy the night. All right, so we just had a little commentator switch, as Pete Forster in the chat said. Shellcore is back. I am joined with Corinne Chalvoy. I am Shelby Farrell.
Shellcore.
Yeah.
I don't know. What is Shellcore? Sounds a little like a, I don't know.
It's our rock band.
Like a Marvel character.
Ooh,
Shellcore.
I like that.
Yep. back for a couple more hours this evening. Awesome to, I don't know everything that happened in the last few hours, but I do know that appears like what the front has somewhat maintained where we're at. My question is, are people going too fast in this race? I'm just going to throw it out there. Like they are running extremely fast. Like we're ahead of projected times.
No, they look good. They look comfortable. It's really hard to say because it's an inaugural year. Like this year, if you were to ask me if people are going out too fast at Cocodona, I probably would have said yes, because they might have been. But we don't have that historical data to compare to, and everything that we've seen, their smiles, or I don't know, I haven't seen any puke yet. Like, we saw Tara Dower trip once, but that's normal.
Rachel fell a couple times. I mean, maybe not. Maybe not. Like, absolutely, people are in the front of this race that I think we were expecting to have in the front of the race. Same time, like, I don't know. It's just so early still. And it's like, we're way ahead of some, like, quote unquote schedule. Maybe everyone's going to stick it. I'm really curious about this dynamic between Tara and Rachel being so close to one another, and how much that is or isn't adding pressure, stress, competitive energy to the dynamic. These are both very competitive individuals that, like, knowing they are so close to one another, I'm very, very curious, like, just how that is feeling to each of them, and we don't know. Like, we don't know. We don't know if they're running totally within themselves, if they're pushing. We heard Rachel talk about, also, I was talking to Zach a little bit about this. Like, she didn't think she could do what she did at Cocodona, but she did, and she stuck it. Like, she ran harder, and she ran at a pace that was quote unquote unsustainable, yet she was able to achieve that. So having done that once, do you believe that you can do it again, and therefore you push that much more? It's just writing that fine line, and it's really, really interesting, and I'm so curious how it's going to play out.
Yeah, it is. It's all about what you believe you can do. We have Timothy Olson heading inside, maybe for a little quick inside break. Maybe he's going to brush his hair out. Just kidding.
This is Crowley Lake.
This is Crowley Lake, mile 53.5.
Are those his kiddos in there?
I have to guess they are, because they followed him all the way there.
That's awesome.
Funny if some strange kids followed
Timothy Olson. They could just be fans, but no, yeah, they have the blonde, long hair. I'm guessing they're probably. And I was just outside a bit. It is starting to get a little chillier. I mean, second thought, it's kind of like anytime, in the fall in the mountains, the second the sun goes down, it seems like the temperature tends to drop quite a bit. So
super noticeable.
Yeah.
And it looked like it was going to be about a low of 39 tonight, which is crisp.
Yeah. And if they're at all higher than, 9,000 feet, could be colder, could have some wind. Right now, not really projecting any precipitation, but there are some clouds out there that look a little bit menacing. It's hard to say. JC wants to know when either of us are going to run Hard Rock. The answer to that's probably when either of us get into Hard Rock, right? I don't know. Are you trying to get into Hard Rock?
I feel like...
Do you want to run Hard Rock?
I mean... Probably, yes. I guess I'm unique in the sense that I found ultra running and started to peel back the layers of it very slowly, where, I ran Javelina in 2020. That was my first real, I'd say that's what, like, set me into this path. But that's a Western States qualifier, and I didn't submit for a ticket because I just didn't understand what Western States was, or how big it is, or how the lottery process works, or any of that. And yeah, so I think that I've like let myself be motivated to sign up by races on like what inspires me, what I can do in that moment, and I haven't necessarily been like planning on I'm not going to stress on getting into hard rock or getting into Western States. I believe that when the time comes, the time will come, and I will train my booty off for it.
Good answer.
Yeah.
Like that answer. Kevin Goldberg says that if it's 39 degrees, he's going to be out. I think safe to say that Kevin Goldberg is in a great headspace right now. He's cracking jokes on the live stream, in the chat. Hope you're doing well, Kevin. Sounds like you're doing great, because that's,
Yeah.
love that commentary.
I ran into Kevin Goldberg's, one of his crew members, when I stepped out for my break. He has the Chaos Crewing team out there with him.
A group you can hire to crew you, right?
Yes, and I saw Brittany and I guess Cole and Ashley, Cole Crosby, who's creep him on Instagram. He's done some really impressive
Air Viper Racing
speedy long
teammate.
runs. Yes, Air Viper Racing team. So both Kevin and his wife, Mel, have Chaos Crewing on their side, and they're not going to let you stop at 39 degrees, Kevin, so sorry.
Just going to throw some good gear on you. No such thing as bad weather, only bad gear.
Take a little blankie with you. You'll be fine.
I want to know, Kevin, have you done any other extracurricular sporting activities during the Mammoth so far? Because Kevin is famous for doing other things, such as playing basketball in the middle of 200-mile races, if the opportunity arises. Heard about some golf potentially. I don't know what the options have been or if there have been any opportunities, but
he's also finished races in costumes that seem to come out of nowhere. I believe he finished Cocodona 250 dressed as the Mexican spotted owl. So
yes.
Will you finish the race dressed as an owl, Kevin? Time will tell.
And I think you were looking through some content on Instagram yesterday. Some of the like pictures of people with their bibs or about to start the race. Kind of one of them, we were like, who is that? And it was Kevin Goldberg. I gotta show you. You're gonna die. Oh my god, it was so good. We're like, who is that?
Oh yeah.
It was like it was very close up. They were like covered in fur, and this is the furry melanzana that he was wearing. It's a very seductive pose that Kevin Goldberg is giving the camera.
Kevin using his
keeping it just entertainment value.
Using his race photos to get album cover shots.
Yeah, for sure. If you have not seen it, go check out and subscribe to the Mammoth 200 Instagram. If you want to see some great, unique shots of the runners here. This one. That's Kevin Goldberg.
That's amazing.
Looks like he's about to go on a hunting expedition. Kevin, just throw this melanzana on in the 39-degree weather. You're going to be fine. You're going to be absolutely fine. All right, this is Timothy Olson leaving Crowley Lake, 53 miles into the race. So crazy to think these runners are, many of them, not even 100K into this race, and we got a long, long way to go. I'm getting it now. It's like woolly mammoth-esque. There's a lot, there's thought, there's intention behind all this. We should know better.
Hopefully the tusks come out for the finish line pick. It's
the whole family's out there.
So cool seeing the kids out there. I mean, what a core memory he's
and that's
making
Kyle
for his children.
Sorry to interrupt. That was Kyle Moss. Moss? Yes. Kyle Moss. The orange and green.
Ah, yes, there he is. Oh,
You're a little behind on there.
My laptop screen's delayed on what the actual monitor is doing. But yeah, thinking about the core memories for his children right now, like, I don't know. I didn't grow up with parents that ran.
No, like we're just now starting to see, like I remember, you know, interviewing a few people ahead of like Leadville, and we did some kind of pre-race interviews on our little podcast called Ultra Uncovered, and there were two individuals on there, two women who were like, my mom was an ultra runner and that's how I learned about this sport. And it's like you're just starting to see that with the generations, and that's so cool, because right here, you know, one or more of Timmy Olson's kiddos in the next 10, 15 years, they could be out there towing the line. What inspired you? Well, got to watch my dad
at the Mammoth 200.
At the inaugural year of the Mammoth 200, which is now on a insane lottery and nobody can get into it.
And there's a beautiful purple sunset behind.
So cool.
Wow.
Really cool. Oh, man. I think we all know, if you've been in this kind of situation, how good maybe some hot food, that could be some mashed potatoes with some broth, some ramen, something like that could taste right now.
It's a great time for a little snack like that. Get the calories in before embarking on a long night.
And this is Jeff Pelletier coming
Yeah.
in. And a couple other runners. Did I see a Taylor there on that name
Begin
bib?
with a T.
So this is where they can, actually they could have had, no, this is the first time they can have a pacer, right? So they could leave this aid station with a pacer.
Correct.
Aid station Molly B. Her dad was a very fast runner, broke records in high school, but a very, very long time ago. That's amazing to hear. Gotta love it when the dads were runners. I agree, Russ. Tim's kids look like they're very engaged, helping out, really enjoying being out there with their dad. And
yeah, so I think this happened while you were gone,
Mhm.
where, you know, we've been watching Crowley Lake, which is 53.4 miles into the race. It's the first place they can pick up pacers. Jimmy Elam, no pacer.
no pacer.
Max Jolliffe,
No pacer.
No pacer.
No pacer. It's a choice. I mean, we did hear this next stretch, 30 miles of maybe not seeing anybody and being in very, very remote kind of wilderness area in the Glass Mountains. Some really kind of unique terrain, but a very remote feeling section coming up here. So yeah, very much a personal choice. Like, let us know, what are your thoughts on pacers? Here's something to consider in this race. And it happens in others, Hard Rock being one of them. You're not allowed to leave your pacer other than at an aid station. Therefore, it's something to think about. You got to have somebody with you who is capable, who knows exactly what they're doing, who is able to run at the pace you're going to be running. And if something happens to them, they get hurt, you are going to have to stay with them. And it's very interesting dynamic and like choice in that regard. So I think this was something we were going to kind of throw out to the viewing audience or those that are tuning in. Like, would that change your decision to have a pacer or not, knowing that you had to stay with them the whole time? Let us know your thoughts on that.
It really comes down to personality too. The times that I have been guilty of dropping pacers, it wasn't necessarily a smart move. It was me being frustrated at something and just kind of being like, well, see ya. And I think that sometimes a pacer, especially if they're, doing these 4 to 8 hour stretches with you, can be kind of thrown off when the runner just has a crazy burst of energy like that. And so the times that I've dropped pacers has been an emotional, me being pissed off, like, see what I can do. And I was probably burning matches that I shouldn't have been burning. So
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's interesting. Like, is it more of a benefit to you to have somebody with you? Is that motivating to you? Some people, right, it could use that as a bit of an emotional crutch and an opportunity to maybe be a little bit more, you know, I don't know. I don't want to use the term whiny, but like I've been in that situation. I'm with somebody who I know and love, and I'm just going to complain to them because I don't feel good. And they're right there. And so, you know, if I'm out there by myself, I got to grit through it and figure it out. And there's nobody to complain to. So it really, really depends, like you're saying, on kind of your personality and how you handle some of that stress and like, you know, being in challenging situations.
Right. Right. You know, you have to pick your team well, and I think what's jumping to my mind right now is Tara Dower and Rascal, her crew member, have been through so much together, from her Appalachian Trail fastest known time and Long Trail fastest known time. Like, I think that there's a lot of power that comes from being able to build a team that just knows you so well and knows how to handle you when you are having, you know, a bit of a moment.
Yeah. Did who is running with Tara? Do we know?
Joe.
Okay.
Right?
I don't know. It was a guy. I didn't recognize him. And then Don Grossman is running with Rachel right now?
Correct.
Got it.
There was a moment at the water drop at Tom's place where
I saw him.
Yeah, Tara started to go off a little bit ahead of Rachel, and then there was some course confusion, and they all ended up back together again. So we haven't seen them since they went under the 395.
Dun.
Like it looked like it. I'm totally speculating. I have no idea, but just from watching the drone footage, it kind of looked like Tara maybe wanted to make that move and be in front, and then they all got merged back together. So
yeah,
we don't know.
TBD on how everybody is doing, what's happening at the front.
Ooh.
All right. We are basically ESPN right now. We have instant replays happening. We are going to be able to show you that as we.
Very
Yep. This is what happened just a little
out,
bit earlier on the left of your screen.
You know, pushing each
So
other.
yeah, we had just seen Tara and her pacer take off from Tom's place. Wait, how far back did we go? I don't know what happened, but this was them.
Yeah, that's Tara and Pacer with Rachel and Pacer in front, right?
Yeah, I just don't know if we're at the point where they actually got to Tom's place yet, or we'll find out.
All right, we're gonna
watch.
watch.
Oh, that was the trip.
Little
Okay.
bit
So
of a
yeah,
trip.
that happened. She kind of walked it out a little, regrouped. And this is when I was talking about kind of, you know, wonder what's going through her mind. And she's like, you know, kind of keeping this smart distance behind Rachel. It keeps going, though, so.
All right, as we continue to watch this, we're getting great comments in the chat about pacing. Yeah, Tara G would love to see a film focused on the pacers. I think that definitely needs to happen. I think it's only a matter of time, you know, before we make that that film. Woo, we're fast forwarding. They're moving super quick. We're going through this instant replay. It's happening. They're moving so fast right now. I think that's a great point, Tara G. And also, like, people noting that it could be beneficial from a safety standpoint. Totally agree with that. I think I sped up my talking because the video was going faster. As we get to this section that we're replaying for you here, definitely think there are some courses that warrant. I don't know. It's such a debate. I mean, I feel like people on the Hard Rock course need pacers, and it's not required. But I feel like there's some exposed sections that are dangerous. That being said, I don't think you can have pacers at Tour, can you?
No.
And that I've heard is an extremely, you know, technical, dangerous in sections course. So, man, it is an interesting point. All right, so you can give us the play-by-play here. They're going to the water stop at Tom's aid station.
Yep. We're gonna see them get to the water stop. We might see a little fist bump action. They're very much together.
Again, this is something that happened a bit earlier here when we had our 2 and 3 women 1 and 2 women, 2 and 3 overall, Rachel Entrikin and Tara Dower at this water stop together, chatting a little bit. Pacers filling up their water bottles for them.
Waving to us.
Yeah,
Hey
they were saying
girls,
hey to the
what's up?
cameras.
Hey, Dom.
And this is
so-
where Tara starts to leave, basically, after this water gets filled, right?
Yes.
She's like, in or out? I'm out.
ready to move. Dee, here we go. And so yeah, here I'm watching this, and it's like, all right, maybe we got a move happening.
Mhm.
But
I remember,
then-
I think you said that too. You're like, Tara might be making a move right now.
Then we get this shot.
Oh no, and they went the wrong direction.
Gives me anxiety watching it again. You could see that orange course marker at the corner. You see 2 course markers at that turn. I can see them. Might have just needed like an arrow and some wrong way tape.
Oh man.
But
everybody turn around.
You can see the course markings. Like it's just you get into it, and it's hard. You have to be focused when you're running these races. It honestly doesn't matter the distance. There's wrong turns made at a lot of trail races, even very, very well marked trail races, because multitasking, it's not always easy.
Yeah, I agree. Like running at night is kind of scary. And I just ran a race that was half at night and in the dark. I was very happy to have a pacer and my husband with me for that entire stretch. There are races like Run Rabbit Run that do not allow pacers if you're in the hares or the kind of quote unquote elite division. It adds a dynamic. You have to run through the night by yourself, and you very well could be literally by yourself.
Yeah, I like it. When I ran Rim to River, I did it pacerless and was running through the night by myself, very much by myself. Like there were no other runners around me the entire night. I was literally counting the reflection of spider eyes on the ground to just kind of keep my focus moving forward. We got the brothers on the screen right now.
These guys look pretty young. You know these guys' age. Brandon Morales, 32. Okay, all right.
And Tyler Morales.
They look like they're in pretty good spirits.
I wonder if they plan on running together. I mean, I guess we're talking about pacers, or you could just get your sibling to run it with you. And I wonder if they'll have pacers. Yeah, I don't know. It's so interesting. There's so many different ways to do it.
I wondered if they were brothers when I saw them with the same last name on there. So they're 28 and 32. It's like, have they both always been runners? We want to know these things. Did one of them get the other into running? Why did they decide to run this race together? Have they run other races together? So many questions. Like, can we just get these answers? Anybody in the chat that knows these guys, let us know if you know the backstory on this. I mean, if it wasn't for 200s, we wouldn't have learned about the entire family that does one year did Cocodona together, basically the mom and 2 sons who were 17 and 18 years old running Cocodona all together. There are families that this is very much kind of a lifestyle for them. What was their names?
The Chisholms?
Chisholms. Thank
Yeah.
you, Shelby. The Chisholms. All right, so looking at Brandon Morales, doesn't appear to be in the sport, at least according to Ultra Sign Up, for too long. Maybe just started with a 50 miler in 2023. So one of those people that just says, let's just keep pushing the distance like right away. Did run Zion Ultra's 100 miler this year in April, but it appears, and unless there's like an FKT or long trail kind of background, that this might be his first 200. He's also signed up for the Arizona Monster 300 in 2026 already.
Yeah.
And Tahoe in 2026. So
I blame the marketing and media. That's what
You
made me
blame
want
the
it.
marketing and media. I blame the media,
That's
which
what
you're
made
a
me
part
want
of
to
right
do
now.
Cocodona was I saw their promo video and I was like, I want to run that, and I'm sitting here watching this. Like, yep, I definitely
want to run it. Do you want to run it? Is it making you want to run
at
it?
the 8-hour mark, I felt like
I
something inspired me there, but who knows?
It does happen. Hence why we see media individuals. We see, what's his name? We see, number of people that have been behind the cameras, then jumping into the races.
Oh, yeah. Shapiro the hero.
Matt Shapiro and Chad both running this year. It's like, hey, it's my turn. I'm going to be on the other side for a minute. So maybe they ran Zion together because they both did Zion 100 miler. So they could have, I'm going to have to check out their times and see how close they were. All right. 27:22, 27:22. They ran it together.
Wow.
They were 2 or 3 seconds apart. So this is like, okay, we did a 100 miler together. Let's go do a 200 together. That's pretty cool. I mean, what memories, what an incredible way to like bond with your brother.
Yeah.
Probably know each other, better than most people. I wonder if like brothers, there's going to be like fighting during this. There's going to be like.
They look so happy and nice.
It's pretty cool.
I don't know really anything about these two men, but they don't look like they're going to fight.
It's endearing.
He does look like his feet might hurt a little the way he put on that shoe, but not too bad.
Is that that looks like a Nike of some sort. I wonder if that's kind of looks like a Wild Horse.
Yeah, with that kind of built-in sort of gator-y thing around the ankle.
No way. Will Boardman said Brody Chisholm just got second place at Bigfoot 200. What? Dang. That's amazing. Thanks for letting us know that. These guys are so happy.
So happy. I wish we could hear them. We could Dillism them. Just kidding.
That could be their mom
I
right
love
there.
running with my brother. My mom gives me the best aid station snacks.
Do we have audio? I feel like they're like talking to the live stream.
I know.
Oh, that's okay. But that's good. That's good. They're interacting with us. All right, how are the aid stations here compared to other 200s? I don't know if we could compare them totally to other 200s, but we will say that there are more aid stations at this 200 than any other 200-mile race. There are 21 aid stations on this course. You don't go more than about 15.2, 15.3 miles between any aid stations or without something like a water drop like we saw at Tom's place. I think they're going to be, your standard and kind of robust fare. As we saw, there's 5 sleep stations. So those are going to have places, usually indoors, cots or rooms that you're going to be, you could lay down in if you want to. Kind of the full spectrum of any medical you need is going to be at all those aid stations. As we saw, they're pretty well stocked with both real food and, gels, drink mixes, etc. So we will have to get a report. This is the first year. We're going to have to hear from folks after the fact of what they thought about aid
I love
stations.
seeing the crew right now pulling out the spreadsheet and, studying it. It just makes me happy as somebody who's prepared a few spreadsheets and haven't been that confident that my crew used them.
We are looking at the spreadsheet, sons. We are looking at the spreadsheet.
Trust us. You are doing wonderful. So yeah, Crowley Lake is the first sleep station, and I know that.
Oh, teeth brushing happening.
Oh, smart. Yeah, feels good. You've also been consuming a lot of sugary things, so hugs while getting a teeth brush. So
wow.
special.
Oh my gosh, this is so emotional. This is like total family affair right here. Welcome to the wholesome hour of the Mammoth 200 live stream broadcast.
I don't know for sure that this is their mother, but I want to guess it is, and she seems really, really proud.
I feel like it's got to be Mom.
I really like her jacket.
I do too. Styling out
Cool
there.
pattern. But yeah, okay. So I was saying Crowley Lake Sleep
Yes.
Station. I know that it's probably at this point definitely where they're starting to have more hot food options
Yes.
versus like the Summit and Duck Pass, where
For sure.
you know, once you get deeper in the race, especially at night, that's when aid stations are going to start cooking up the good grub.
Yeah, and I think I did hear that many of the aid station captains are kind of choosing this is what is going to be their specialty. So, you know, maybe some of them are like, I'm going to focus on grilled cheese. I'm going to focus on a burrito and some waffles, and kind of picking what their specialty is going to be at each of these aid stations to have something unique and, you know, maybe both savory and sweet. Oh, we have some hot food menus.
Yeah, so Crowley Lake pizza and pancakes.
Pizza and pancakes, depending on what time of day or what kind of mood you're in. You could go for either one of those at any given time of day.
You could stack it.
Oh,
Put in a pizza pancake wrap.
I don't know. I don't
Pizza
know about
pancake
that.
roll up. Looks like Sawmill Meadow. Korean ramen pho zone for the night. Build your own pho. Sorry, I'm not a pho person.
PHO pho. I think that's how you pronounce it. I've been told that's how you pronounce it, but a whole Korean ramen and pho, like, yum. And
build your own sandwich bar with assorted deli meats, fancy mustards. Fancy mustards,
Okay, so
and
wait.
pickles, hummus, and avocado, etc. So there's even more things.
My
with
question is, do you
gluten-free
have to
bread.
make your own sandwich there, or do you say, this is what I want, and it's like Subway style, like you're going down the line, like picking out the options? Probably make your own.
Have your crew make your
Have
sandwich.
your crew make it. There you go.
Crooked Meadows is a Japanese theme with rice balls, egg
Mm.
rice balls, egg and bacon rice balls, avocado, and a cute. Wow, this.
I'm ready
let's go
for
get
ready
dinner.
for dinner. All right, it is definitely that time of evening. If you've had dinner or you're gonna have dinner, what was on the menu tonight?
I love these aid station menus. Yum, yum, yum. And I think, you know, what I've seen from either running or crewing and pacing other races that have been happening for a long time, you start to get these like same core people running the aid stations. And I am totally just guessing. I have a hunch that because of the community in Mammoth Lakes, like I could see Katie Asmuth owning the June Lake aid station forever and always, and making it, you know, like we're going to see these aid stations
Become institutions of the race. Yeah.
Their own little special thing. And that is so cool.
It is cool. In 5 years, they're going to be like, have you tried the pizza at the Crowley Lake aid station? It is the best. You know, like somebody's going to be like, that's what I'm looking forward to in the race. We got a quick update from Connor here that Jimmy Elam at 7:29 was about a mile and a half from the Green Church aid station. So he is making his way there. Green Church is around mile 69.6 of the race. And we were expecting the first runner in there around 9:15. It is 7:36, and he's only a mile to a mile and a half away. Well ahead of expected times.
And I don't know if we've said this out loud yet, but I believe the girls, so Tara Dower and Rachel Entrekin, came through Tom's place 13 minutes after Jimmy.
Yeah, that's
which
not very much
is
time.
Not that much time. That's like a mile and a half-ish.
All right, so we're going to let everyone know as runners are getting close to or passing through that tunnel past Tom's place. There's not a camera there, so we can't see it. But for the runners' enjoyment, they did put a bunch of party disco lights in there so that they could make it a little less scary for the runners. Thank you. It's the small things. Hillary Yang thinking of everything. We don't want to freak out runners through a crazy tunnel in the middle of the night, so we're just going to put some party disco lights down there. It's an awesome touch.
So now instead of the lion's den, it's the disco den.
The disco den is happening, and if you are on crew and your runner has not gotten there yet, they are going to be enjoying that. What is that?
Oh, hey.
Wow, we're getting a lot of love. Love to the cameras here as another runner enters Crowley Lake and another runner exits. I remember, was it Matt Smith somebody said was a yellow pack?
I think so. 317, Matt Smith. You are correct.
All right, Matt Smith. I remembered something.
No, our brains are still working.
Our brains work. Somebody had chicken burgers with sweet potato fries and homemade pickles. Can I come over?
Ah, we got Chrissy Harlcombe.
All right.
No, that's Harkle Road. I just made up.
Chrissy Climbs. It's easier to say Chrissy Climbs as her Instagram handle. Somebody had blackened chicken with couscous salad and tiramisu and mango with sticky rice. You guys, is this made up? Are you making up your menus? Did you actually eat this? Because that sounds amazing.
Let's go, Chrissy.
It's very animated.
I just want to know. I wish I could read lips.
Some of these are absolutely going to turn into dillisms. Somebody said that was her husband that they saw.
She's having a great day, though. I feel like she's been very steady in her placing here. I'm 90% sure that she's the 4th female we've seen come into Crowley Lake. Looks like she's going to sit down and do a little shoe change. I see a pacer with like a puffy blanket in his hands, which is so important right now because
the second you sit down there,
you're gonna get cold.
You gotta stay warm.
It's gonna be so hopefully they throw that blanket on her. I see him holding it.
I saw something really cool the other day. You know how there's puffy pants?
Yeah.
I saw puffy shorts. And I was like, those might be really good for a super cold race because then you don't have to worry about like putting on a full like pant, and you could do like a tall sock with like a puffy short. I don't know. I'm kind of intrigued. Oh, we're getting a view into the crew bag there.
Is that a watermelon?
I have that Cotopaxi tote. That is a fantastic crewing tote. Just we are not sponsored by Cotopaxi, but if anyone wants to.
Ah, nice little.
Ooh, a little rub down on the legs. Get the feet out to maybe get some air. Probably feels really good to get the shoes off for a couple minutes.
I believe in trying to dry your feet out any chance you get. I mean, this is a dry race. They do have a water crossing. Maybe.
But Shelby, you had a foot doctor on your crew. That's how much you care about the foot care during these things, right?
So I was coming back from a broken foot, and my doctor volunteered to come out there and help me.
That's so epic.
It was really epic, and we might have wasted a little bit of time taking care of my feet, but you know what? My feet look pretty darn good after 250 miles through the rain.
I don't know. You did get 4th place. I mean, come on. You didn't waste that much time.
Yeah. It's hard. You know, I'm sure you've analyzed the heck out of your performances, but the feet drying thing, like anytime I tried to sleep, my feet were out airing out, and he was keeping tabs on my blisters, which was cool because like, you know, maybe somebody who's not a foot doctor wouldn't be paying as fine attention as he was, but he'd be like, oh wow, after that 30-minute break, like this blister actually looks better.
Wow.
And or he would do something to it, and then after a segment of running on it, he'd be like, okay, yeah, that actually looks better.
That is
or, like,
improving versus getting worse.
Yeah, like
or-
really keeping
Wow.
tabs on what my feet were doing. So
That is next level.
it is. You can hire him if you want.
Coming into the aid station, and let me look at blister A. Blister A has gone down by 30% over the last 10 miles.
It was nice. I mean, I broke my foot during Black Canyon and kept running on it. And I guess like Cocodona was my first real like big race coming back from this injury. And so I was definitely a little bit nervous that it could break again too. And so that was the peace of mind of having him there to tell me to stop if something did go wrong was huge.
Yeah.
Very grateful.
Yeah. Blimp Captain. Is that Brett? I don't know. But is wondering if this counts as Aravaipa after dark. I mean, it is after dark.
It's dark.
Out on the course. Sure. Why not? And some folks saying that Chrissy is surrounded by PT friends right now. Question from Pete Forrester. Would you powder your feet? Totally personal preference. I think I have this gigantic encyclopedia of a book called Fixing Your Feet because I've had big foot issues in the past and wanted to try to figure out how to solve them. One thing I learned from that, a lot of trial and error. Again, story of this entire live stream is that everybody is an N of one and very much has individual needs. Sometimes I think things work for runners that don't work for other runners. Some people like lube on their feet. Some people like powder. Some people like tape. Some people like,
It's
like
just so important to test it
toe
out
socks.
beforehand. I had tried this different type of foot lube stuff, and it was not Squirrel's Nut Butter. I love Squirrel's Nut Butter, so just want to say that it was not Squirrel's Nut Butter. It was a different brand, and it made my feet itchy.
Oh, interesting.
It was horrible.
That
So I
would
was
be an uncomfortable sensation.
so glad I tried it on a training run
Yeah.
versus in the middle of a race. Although sometimes those weird things can be kind of good distractions from other pain that you're feeling, but
It's
no,
true.
still
It's true.
test it before you go.
Yep. Yeah, I'm a big fan of a lot of lubricant plus toe socks.
Yeah, I was gonna say you're team toe socks.
I am team toe socks. Toe socks or no socks, and Gingy are awesome. Love those socks. And as someone who has had massive, massive blisters in the past, I am really glad that I found a solution. Have not had issues for the last couple of years due to kind of that methodology, but also like, you know, we heard there's a lot of like quote unquote kitty litter. You got to get stuff out of your shoes.
You have to take the time. I mean, yeah, unless you're like extra special. I believe that you have to take the time to take care of these things, especially your feet. If your feet are going to hurt no matter what, you're running 200 miles.
Yeah.
And if you can prevent just a little bit of that pain, it goes a really long way. I mean, it's the difference between death marching and then being able to, you know, run.
Yeah, move quickly. When every single step hurts, I've been there. I've done 30 miles of the end of Leadville 100 with every single footstep hurting really, really bad, partly due to some plantar fasciitis, but it is extraordinarily uncomfortable and it is slow moving and it is not fun. So feet are very important. Socks, shoes, all the things. Critical part of making having a successful race.
And just figuring out how to be efficient doing those things at the aid stations. Practice makes perfect.
Yep. Tara G commenting that Amber did all right. We do think that Jimmy Elam is at the Green Church Aid. We've gotten word on that. So this is the aid station. Someone was asking, we do have a camera there at Green Church. You're looking at Mr. Zach Marion, live stream director for Mountain Outpost, out there making sure everything is up to par for us. Thank you, Zach. So this is mile almost 70, and we're expecting Jimmy Elam coming in there anytime. Oh, he's with his crew right now. Okay. Oh, he's been there for about 2 minutes. That's what we're hearing. Might be doing some stuff over at a vehicle. Okay. Spending a little time here at Green Church. But Jimmy Elam is with crew there, and we will get again, he is well ahead of estimates. And that's not to say that he's ahead of anything but an arbitrary guess of where we thought things were going to be. At this point in time, he is running very fast. I mean, he's 70 miles into this race.
And we did hear from our camera operator at Tom's place a couple hours ago when they were chatting through the water drop that Jimmy said he was planning on taking a longer break here at Green Church and picking up his pacer. So that's what he's doing.
Oh, he is getting a pacer.
According to what he told our camera guy, unless he changed his mind.
Yeah.
But
okay.
Yeah, curious to see.
Makes sense. I wonder if his partner will run with him at all.
I know.
Anna Fisher. She seems to be kind of crew chief. Also a fantastic runner. I love this. I was kind of listening when I was trying to get a couple miles in between shifts here, that I was listening to his interview, one of his interviews, Jimmy's, and I think that Rachel Entrican was giving him some crap and said, so have you prepared DNF, DNF reasons, excuses in your mind for this race already? And, Jimmy Elam's a pretty chill, pretty quiet dude. And he just straight up said, well, Rachel, if you did a little bit of homework on my ultrasound, you would see that I don't DNF races.
I was so sassy. I was like,
so sassy.
Go, Jimmy.
But literally, he has never DNF'd a race.
No.
Never. So he said, I don't plan on it now. I don't have any reason to think that it's going to happen, and I am not planning on it. Kind of love that confidence and that, level of, I can do itness.
You have to have it when you're
Agreed.
about to run 214 miles.
Agreed.
You cannot go into this thinking I don't know if I can do it.
Yeah, and I think, we heard also from Max Jolliffe that he has never thought that he's had a good, a quote-unquote good 200 where things went somewhat smoothly, or he kind of quote-unquote nailed it. So inevitably, there are going to be things that they have to overcome in this distance, and I think it's very, very rare. I don't know, maybe Rachel would have said Cocodona 250 this year was, for all intents and purposes, smooth the whole time, but you're going to probably go through multiple lows and issues that you're going to have to come back from, and periods of time where you're, questioning kind of how you're going to end up getting it done. But at the end of the day, so many people do, and that's what makes it amazing.
Yeah. I don't know if you saw a Choose Strong hat at the aid station because I wasn't looking that hard. But I bet you'll
wouldn't
see
be surprised.
One. You're going to see one most likely on
Sunday.
Sunday.
Sally McRae is going to be in the house on Sunday. I'm surprised because I didn't think she was going to make it to any of the Mammoth stuff, because it sounded like she was off doing a major speaking tour out east in Nashville and Kentucky and Connecticut. But I know that this race is probably, something special in her heart, so she probably wants to be here.
I'm so excited that she's going to be here.
You've paced her.
I paced her at Cocodona. We had some good times out there. It was
about feet experience.
Oh my gosh. So I paced Sally McRae for about 80 miles at Cocodona in
no big deal. 80 miles
2023. It was cool. It was me and Summer Ego, who's a Phoenix gal, and then Bryce, who works with Mountain Outpost and Air Viper Running, dating Summer. He hopped in for 13 miles, but otherwise it was just the two of us pacing her the entire time. And it was just really special to see her in her element, and she's just I could go on and on about how inspiring and standout of a human being Sally McRae is, but her feet got eaten alive during that race,
and she'd never had issues before that, right?
It was early on, and I had just started running with her. I guess it was probably around mile 70-ish something. We left Whiskey Row, and she kind of pulled off her shoe and rolled her sock off her heel, and her whole heel was basically gone.
Oh.
And there's nothing
Oh,
we could
so
do on the
painful
trail.
sounding. So painful
So I was
sounding.
like, okay, well, we're just gonna pretend we didn't see that and keep going. And shortly after, the drone and her camera crew were there, and she just, put on a smile and kept moving. You'd have no idea that she was missing a chunk of her heel.
That's just insane.
Yeah, I actually saved a screenshot of her feet pictures because I was like, you have no excuse next time your feet hurt. And then I ran through Black Canyon with a broken foot because I was like, you have no excuse, your feet hurt.
Oh, no.
So I think it's challenging when you're doing these ultra things to figure out what pain is okay pain and what pain could break you pain.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because we can run through a lot.
We can. You're not the only one. Katie Azimuth ran Western States with a broken foot. It's like, man.
It's hard to know.
It is. Okay. Bentley is telling us he's going to be picking up his partner Anna from here to Taylor Canyon. Thank you for that intel.
Cool.
So partner Anna Fisher will be joining Jimmy Elam for this next stretch, and that is going to be Sawmill to Taylor, around 14 miles. Sorry, Greenchurch to Taylor, so 24 miles. That's a good pacing stretch right there. I know local Katie Azimuth is going to be pacing Rachel Entrikin, starting also at Greenchurch, I think. So Dom Grossman may be finished with pacing duties at that point. Again, they're going to be going through this very remote area called the Glass Mountains. Yep, thanks for reminding Tara G. So yeah, Amber Weibel is currently in third place female, and she did Western States Hard Rock both this year. I don't know if there's anyone else in this field who did Western and Hard Rock and is also doing Mammoth. I would have to do a little bit more digging and analysis. Maybe Liam Aid Station Fireball could tell us that, but yeah. I'm kind of guessing no. Number one, because the chances of people getting into both of those races on the same year is so low.
Yeah, the chance of getting to do Western States and Hard Rock in the same year is rare.
Yeah.
I'd love to see, Aid Station Fireball. Get your stats out. I want to know how many people have even done the Western States Hard Rock double.
Yeah, it's probably a fairly short list. I know Jameel Curry has done the Western States Hard Rock double because he got in to both in the same year. Also, quick PSA as we're talking about Hard Rock. The Hard Rock Lottery opens on October 1st. And I just want to say that if you are out there and you are a female who has a Hard Rock qualifier, please go enter the Hard Rock Lottery. Tell you why. Even if you don't think you want to run the race, because you have an opportunity to say no if you get pulled, the way that Hard Rock works is that the number of women in the race is a direct correlation of the percentage of women who entered the lottery. Therefore, to raise the number of women running Hard Rock, we need to raise the number of women who are entering the lottery any given year. If you have a Hard Rock qualifier, highly, highly encourage you to go sign up for the lottery and then decide whether or not you actually are up for the task of running if you end up getting pulled. But let's boost those numbers. We need more women in the race. That's my PSA.
Oh, and we got eyes on Rachel in Greenchurch. Yeah, that was a good PSA on Hard Rock. I wish Cocodona was a Hard Rock qualifier.
Maybe it could be in the future. I feel like there's other 200s that definitely end up being that. Okay, so Rachel with Don Grossman here at Greenchurch. This is fascinating. Has Jimmy Elam left? We don't know if... yeah, it seems like maybe Rachel made up some time here in this last stretch.
Looks like she's snacking on some real food, something in a cup with a spoon.
Okay, is that Katie Asmuth with her pack on? I think so.
I think she's the backwards hat wearer, yeah, for sure.
Okay, so she's getting ready to take Rachel out of here.
And like she's wearing pants and long sleeves, like it, and I think maybe tucking gloves into her belt or something right now. Like it probably is chilly.
Do we know if Jimmy's still in the aid station? All right. No worries. We will let you guys know. What we do know is that Rachel Entrican is here at Green Church. Katie is hyped and pumped and ready to go and stretching it out.
Yeah, Katie's shoving water in her pack. It's like
that's it. They're off.
It's like, you know, you wait, and then all of a sudden you gotta go. And this, I don't know, this moment, like as a pacer, sometimes feels like she's getting her stretches in. Stretch it out, Katie.
Oh yeah,
you
gotta stretch. You gotta be ready.
But you're like, okay, gotta start my watch. Like it just all happened so quickly after you've been waiting for what feels like forever.
Yep. But then it's like, boom, go.
Yeah. All right, we're doing it. And they're out.
Right now we need a camera or a camera on we have a camera on him, but it would be great to have audio on Tom Grossman. He's probably telling a bunch of stories of what just happened in this last pacing section.
Yeah.
And now the question will be, so she's out at 11:59. We will keep track of how close it is to see when Tara Dower comes into Crowley. If you're just joining us, I'm Corinne Shalvoy, and this is Shelby Farrell. It's Mountain Outpost coverage of the inaugural year of the Mammoth 200, presented by Kraft. And we have a very exciting race so far, getting to the end of the first day and into the first night. But we've got Jimmy Elam leading the race. He, last we knew, was 10 to 13 minutes ahead of number 2, Rachel Entrican. We're trying to figure out what's going on because we did not technically see Jimmy leave this aid station yet, but Rachel Entrican has been in and out of this aid station already. Picked up new pacer Katie Asmuth, take her for the next 30 miles, and we are also awaiting Tara Dower, anticipated to be here next.
And it's possible, we don't know. It's possible that Tara came through already even and didn't. We're looking at a static cam right now, like at the aid station. So depending on where she got her crew, we can't see everything.
Yeah, or if there's a timing mat that has to be hit here, we don't really know exactly where the timing mat is, but
we will get an update soon and let you know.
Few other runners that were right close to those, not close, but that are coming in next and would be expected next. Jonathan Kuplak, Max Jolliffe, Xander Chase, Jesse Haynes. Current third place female is Amber Weibel. We have Teddy Tonelli, Jamison Henkel, Kyle Moss, Ethan Herrera, Timmy Olson, Jeff Pelletier, Adair Ramirez, all having great races so far. according to our tracker, we have had 2 folks DNF at this point in the race. And we are going to be here providing coverage through about 8:30 tonight, and then we're going to be back early tomorrow morning, 6:30 in the morning local time, to catch you all up on what has transpired over the night.
It's going to be like a kid waking up on Christmas morning.
Are we going to even be able to sleep?
I have to.
Yeah, definitely.
I hope so.
Food and sleep necessary.
Although I will say, pulling all-nighters when not running ultras sometimes feels like good practice for running an ultra.
It is. It's our own kind of ultra. I mean, we're joking in our 2-minute breaks here. We're shoving food into our mouths. We're chugging caffeine. It's basically the same thing. I mean, I still can't get over Convict Lake. Like, I got to get out there to run around that thing. It was just absolutely stunning. You should go back and look at the footage if you missed that. Convict Lake looked like one of the most spectacular looking alpine lakes it didn't look real. It looked like a painting. And so I can't even imagine what it looks like in person, because that was on a camera.
Pete Forrester, I think, I have to run an hour still today. Alyssa Clark just got hers in. Did you end up getting a run in?
It was sad. I went to get a run in, and I felt pretty exhausted from talking for 8 hours, so I didn't run very far. I got a little bit, but probably not as much as I should have. But I'm going to go ahead and just save some of that energy for the last couple hours here. And we'll reconvene tomorrow and try to do a little bit better.
No, I mean, movement is good, and it's hard. Yeah, the breaks came quick today.
Yeah. So. Wait, did you say Alyssa's out there running now? Or is planning
I guess
to?
we have a great treadmill at the inn. So.
You know what? There is a fitness center there.
Yeah.
Like, we can hop on that if it's dark.
I'm going to go check out.
Did you run at all?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm going to hit the fitness center. I think there's a hot tub.
Hot tub. Yes. Yes.
We'll resume live streaming from the hot tub.
How are we getting food? We'll have to figure that out.
Oh,
Dinner.
Yeah.
We must fend for ourselves.
Real food? You mean aid station food? Oreos and meat sticks isn't dinner? Shucks.
Well, thank you guys for being here. We know there's not a ton of action happening on the camera right now, but there's certainly stuff transpiring out there on the course.
I think Andrew Delpret in the chat might be referring to Katie Asmuth, who was commentating with us this morning. She's a Mammoth local professional trail runner. And yes, she just left to run with Rachel Entrekin. So she was a little guest commentator this morning. She told me she wasn't an expert on the course, but then she knew like every rock. It was amazing. So helpful. Is Flota still a thing? I didn't like it. Did you?
I liked it. I
it?
literally drank it every 20 miles at Javelina last year.
Really?
I chugged one. I had like a stash of, I don't know, 12 or something, and I brought them as one of my nutrition components because, yeah, I have no idea how much caffeine is in them. It's not disclosed on the can, so we're not sure about that. I don't think they're still making it, but I think it exists and is floating around out there.
Yeah, I mean, you know a lot about nutrition. How frustrating. I find it very frustrating that it can be really hard to find the caffeine count on nutrition labeling.
Yeah, that should kind of not be a thing. I think it should be disclosed.
It should be so bold. It should just be like a line item on the label, but it's often like this tiny little hidden thing.
Yeah. Yeah, we need to know.
I don't understand that.
I did accidentally give there's Tara.
Ah.
So she could have been getting crude, and it looks like maybe she just left. All right, so it's about 8 minutes between the two of them, huh? think it was
Yeah.
11:59, and she left it just now at 12:07. So could be a small gap here. I mean, 8 minutes in the scheme of things is nothing, but it is more than they had been,
Right.
you know, having in terms of separation. But that could also just be I'm deciding to do a little bit more of a reset here and continuing on.
I think space can be good too. It really encourages you to stay running your own race.
All right, did I hear Alyssa say she thought that the map looked like a duck?
She might have.
I'm not seeing duck here. All right, if you go to the pinned chat, where this is what we're talking about is what the course map looks like. If you go to the pinned tracking link, you'll see the route on a map form, and we have had discussions, and there's debate around what animal it represents.
Yeah.
You're going with chubby unicorn.
I'm going with chubby unicorn. I think she had it, when I looked over at her screen, it looked like she didn't have it as open, and there were like little pins where the aid stations are kind of obscuring the shape.
I see.
I feel like she needs to stare at it a bit longer.
I'm going to go with like unidonkey, because now I'm seeing more donkey, so like a unicorn donkey.
Yeah, I do see the donkey, but I want it to be a unicorn. Oh, and somebody said unilama, which actually
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, I like that too. But it's like bedded down. Like we don't see a lot of leg here. It's like it's sitting
No,
down or
it's
something.
taking a little nap.
Apparently, according to the chat, the minarets are also absolutely stunning. And someone said that they can't wait for me to see those if I thought Convict Lake was cool. So I don't even know what to expect here, but could be really cool. And that's probably going to happen tomorrow. There is an aid station called Minaret Vista. You're only 202 miles into the race at that point, and it could be in the middle of the night or early morning for race leaders, but that sounds like a pretty cool aid station. Also, Obsidian Dome and the Inyo Crater. I mean, they're going around the Mono Lakes. Like, what an absolute showcase of the Eastern Sierra. Kevin Trujillo. Trujillo is my maiden name. What's up, Kevin? Kevin thinks it's a rabbit. I see the Grinch.
It's cool getting an inside view of Crowley Lake here. Good place to sit and regroup.
So this is the inside of Crowley Lake. Again, that's the first sleep station, correct?
First sleep station, serving up pizza and pancakes.
Whoop, whoop.
And all the Never Second you can dream of. Never Second is one of our nutrition sponsors of the Mammoth 200.
So if you're wondering what we're talking about with these animals, go to the pinned tracking link at the very top of the chat where you're going to see the leaderboard and the timing. And on the main map tab that you can see the entire course in a red outline. We are talking about what that outline looks like. And it's been thrown out that it's an ostrich, a llama, a unicorn, a unilama, a donkey. That's what we're discussing. Land Before Time character. Man, that is a throwback.
fair,
Land
yeah.
Before Time. It kind of looks like that, though. Like
It
a
does.
dinosaur, kind of. Yeah. Someone asked earlier about the Women Can movement. Since you asked about it, I'll just share real quickly. I have a brand called Women Can. It is Women Can Movement on Instagram. We've featured Miss Shelby Farrell over here. And yeah, it's just it's a place for everyone to go to celebrate the power of women. We've got some merch and some cool stories over there. Would love for you guys to check it out. We've got another runner coming in. Is this Amber?
No, she's maybe.
Is this? Oh, this is okay. This is the girl with the braids and her name.
Oh, I never. Yeah.
Yes. I'm gonna remember it. Somebody's gonna tell me. I gotta look at my spreadsheet.
My eyes just aren't quite good enough to read the big
It's
number.
Helen Payne.
Yes. Okay. Yes.
Okay, Helen Payne.
We're not going to forget that. Helen Payne with the braids.
So do we think Helen is in 4th or 5th?
I don't know anymore.
Because we had Chrissy Climbs in there at the aid station already.
We had Chrissy Climbs, and I believe we also.
And we had Amber.
I think we saw Callie Smith too.
Yeah. So.
But I don't know if they've left yet either. So
Yep.
it's tricky.
Yep.
I do love a good race for 4th, 5th, and 6th female. It's you know you have a competitive women's field when 4th, 5th, and 6th lady are just like duking it out.
Totally.
It's so fun.
How many women are running the Mammoth? So we've got about 39 women in the race this year.
Yeah, and that might have that number. I think I wrote that number down, and it might have been before I saw that Katra Corbet, who's super talented, lives in Bishop. You'd recognize her pink hair. She unfortunately did not start the race due to, I think it was a tooth infection or something that would be really not fun to run 200 miles with. But I mean, that's why the Women Can movement is so powerful. I mean, they're looking at the data, 38-ish women, 92-ish men. We're seeing more and more women signing up for races, and we're seeing the women get more and more competitive. I'll pull up. I have some good stats somewhere that I'm going to pause what I'm saying and pull up, but bottom line is more women the merrier.
Yeah, and we're just seeing, especially in the sport of trail running, like we're seeing this just, it's going to the next level. Like women are just doing incredible things, and records are being broken right and left. We got a runner in here changing his shirt, getting a dry layer on. That's always a great move. That being said, the Women Can Movement is about more than just runners. Really, it is to just mention that, and to note that, whether it's running a 100, 200-mile race or being an amazing stay-at-home mom or thriving in a field that's traditionally dominated by men, really anything a woman wants to go after and is passionate about, they should be able to pursue. And, you know, our logo is intentionally distressed because it has been that way for a long time, but we just need to keep mentioning it and keep stating it over and over again. So, yeah, women can, and there's an intentional period after that too. Just whatever, fill in the blank, period.
I'm a nerd for typography. I mean, that probably isn't that much of a surprise, but I love the fact that it's intentionally distressed. Oh,
yeah.
That's so cool.
It's been that way. It's been that way for a while. And
I noticed that it was distressed,
but
I didn't
the
realize
meaning
it was
behind it.
intentional.
Yeah.
That's
And the
great.
period is also very intentional, just because it is women can, period. Just, you don't even have to, like, whatever it is that, you know.
I like that. Yeah. Period.
Period.
We can. Okay, so the stats that I wanted to tell you all about. Women's participation in trail racing has increased by 10% over the last decade, which is magnificent. Today, 41.3% of all trail race participants are women. So that is great to see that we've, you know, gone up from about 30% of females on a start line to 41.3. But it's not just about showing up. Women are performing at a higher level than ever. 9% of races this year have been won outright by women.
9%.
9%. And
have had a female winner overall in the men's and women's.
Yep, outright. And that's
Amazing.
up from about 4% 10 years ago. And in 2024, this one's wild. 55% of course records were set by women. So
exactly what I was saying. Just
yeah, more women, stronger performances, and record-breaking runs.
Yeah. I mean, and the GOAT, according to Walter, was one of the first to really show that at distances like these 200-plus mile races, the margin and the gap just becomes that much smaller. And as we are seeing play out, at least in the first 12 hours and 20 minutes or so of this race, you know, your number 2 and 3 runners, and potentially even creeping up on that first place position are women.
Yeah.
It's pretty awesome. We are here for the men as well. There are incredible men in this field. Jimmy Elam, Max Jolliffe, Jonathan Cuplack, which we have been excited to learn a little bit about, and Xander Chase, a few people that folks might not know. Also the legend Jesse Haynes, who appears to be having an absolute blast out there on the trail. We've seen him many times looking super happy.
Who's this shirtless runner? I'm feeling cold for him right now.
You're feeling cold for him. He's rocking some orange aftershocks there. Taking care of the feet. Must not be too cold, at least, especially inside there.
No, but I don't know. I just want him to be cozy. I was just looking ahead at our commentator schedule for tomorrow, and Alyssa Clark and Corinne Shalvoy, my friend right here next to me, are going to be kicking things off in the morning.
At 6 a.m.?
6 a.m.
Woo! Early.
I'm going to try to get my run in, so I'm not going to sleep in, but I have to run 2 hours tomorrow, so I don't know where I'm going to go, but it's going to be pretty.
Yes.
And then I'll be on at 9 with Alyssa. It'll be kind of like today where we do a little switcheroo on and off. And, depending on how things are going, will determine how late we are yapping till. And then Sunday is a really, really big day. We are expecting our first finishers to roll through early, like maybe 4 a.m.-ish. And you'll have Corinne and Sally McCrae calling in those runners in the morning. That's going to be a treat. It's going to be hard for me to sleep through that. I feel like I'm
You
definitely
want to
be
watch
watching that, but sleep's important. Alyssa will hop on with Sally, and then I'll hop on with Sally around 4 p.m. to close things out with her. We'll probably, I don't know, go till 9 o'clock-ish on Sunday. It's going to be a party day for sure. So really
a lot
grateful.
of exciting stuff to come.
Yeah, I'm really grateful for all of you that have been watching on day one. I'm just curious, has anybody been here all day? Let's have a competition with the people in the chat. Who's been watching the live stream the longest?
Yeah.
Maybe Kevin Goldberg will send you a sticker.
Pop in how many hours you've been watching. Also, yeah, if you have any predictions on what's going to happen overnight, yeah, let us know that. We think we might see someone who knows the person coming in the white hat and white tee and orange hat. Could be Tyler. I think Cameron Lopez has been here the whole day.
Taylor Young. Hello.
Hello. Since 5:30, that's some dedication. Before we even got on the air. Since the beginning, we've got hardcore fans in the chat. Been here all day. Since 30 minutes in. Yes.
Woo.
Thank you for being here.
An embarrassing amount. You rock, Julie. Thanks for watching.
Took a break for a massage. Nice.
Oh, jealous.
Oh, Tantrums has been here all day. Thank you.
Of course you have, Adam. Of course you have. But how could you not? I mean, your pack has looked so good on Rachel Entrekin. We also saw Dom Grossman wearing a Tantrums pack. Stylish.
Someone popped out to feed Jimmy and Anna's cat and then go for a run.
I love it. Thanks for being a good cat sitter, Sean. We appreciate you.
I'm also curious how many people have this up on a TV screen versus on a computer screen. That would be a next level dedication. We're showing this on the TV at home while we work from home all day long. Retired Life solo viewing party. Thank you, Tommy Montoya.
I think my mother-in-law's been watching for a bit too. I got a few text messages from her throughout the day.
Yeah.
It's fun. It gets addicting.
Oh, for sure.
These are real people doing a really, really awesome thing.
And the Mammoth Sauna Company also from the jump. Thank you so much. That was Tyler C. in the orange hat out of the aid station. Still have one runner in there, taking a little bit of time. TV and laptop. Oh my goodness. TV, laptop, phone, depending on what we're doing. All the devices. Someone who's crewing the Yeti 100 and watching this while they're crewing somebody at a different 100-mile race.
Shout out Yeti 100 though. The Yeti runners are an awesome community of runners. I need to get out to one of their races. Race director Jason Green he's created this cool punk rock cult of Yeti runners.
I've heard really good things about the Yeti races.
But I love that Julie made the dinner spot put it on. People, just, you know, like I'm picturing people at like a pub being like, "What is this?
Excuse me. Can you please
This
put ultra running on the
This isn't football."
on the television? No way. Susan Abelli telling us a woman just won Yeti 100 outright. Add it to the list.
Added. Yeah, it'll be cool to look at those. Those stats came out around TrailCon this year, which is a trail conference. So they will be updated, and it'll be neat to see if those stats that I rattled off, you know, increase. More women winning things outright. I hope so. Yeah, Bear 100's happening this weekend too.
Correct. Yes. Shout out and good luck to my friend Liz Canty running Bear 100 this weekend. Oh, she probably doesn't want me to say that. It was supposed to be a quiet thing that was happening. Now it's very much not quiet. But that race started today as well.
Okay, you couldn't see. We're in Mountain Outpost after dark. Like when I saw the Tara's Moon thing, you couldn't really see.
I missed it.
Okay.
I missed it.
It looked like she just kind of popped a squat and the drone guys pushed it over. You guys are being so dramatic. You couldn't even see butt crack, okay? Maybe you could. Oh, okay. So I did miss something. Shucks. I'll have to rewind. I'm here for the booty shots.
I also learned from the podcast that Jimmy Elam says that he can pee while he's running. So he was joking, right, that there was going to be a whole bunch of pee on the trail, and Rachel was just going to see pee everywhere because he was going to be in front of her. These are the things that you talk about during these races.
But I've seen it. I actually got to pace Joe McConaughey for Cocodona 250, and he would
also
pee.
peed while running?
Yeah. Like
okay.
Either, if he was ahead of me, you could, I'd be like, okay, I'll go ahead. I don't know, yeah.
Kind of not
Boys
fair.
are lucky.
Kind of not
I did
fair.
learn how to pee standing up thanks to my pacer during the inaugural Cocodona.
I've mastered that as well.
It's my favorite.
Only way to pee as a girl, standing up.
And I kind of like freaking people out when I do it now, too.
Yeah, I know. You can just stand there like a dude and be like, I'm not doing anything. I'm not doing anything. Actually, I'm peeing.
Your shoes might get a little extra wet sometimes, but it's fine. We're hydrated. I love doing that with like road runner or track girlfriends that are just like, oh my gosh, Shelby, you're feral. And I'm like, actually, I am. I'm Shelby
Farrell. You're like, correct.
Correct.
Does anyone have any predictions as we near the end of our coverage for the day on what is going to happen overnight? Tell us what you think is going to happen.
Oh, is Dylan Taylor Dillisms?
Sure looks like it.
Because I think that's
it
the same
does.
profile picture.
I just lost a friend for giving away the secret. No, he said it publicly on a podcast for everyone to hear. It's not true. It's not true. I better not become a Dill. We better not become a Dillism. Oh God. What have we gotten ourselves into, Shelby? This is bad. I'm scared. I'm scared for what's going to happen overnight.
But excited. I mean, I feel like I sometimes say wild things anyways, so how bad could he make it, really?
Oh boy, I'm a little nervous. We need more details on how to pee standing up as a female. All right. I mean, it is after dark. Here is the quick tutorial.
I want you to know. I want other women to be able to do it.
You spread your feet apart, I don't know, at least shoulder width apart. You then grab your shorts and your underwear if you're wearing them and pull them to the side.
Yeah.
And then you just pee.
Yeah. I mean, didn't your mom teach you how to pee in a one-piece bathing suit when you were a kid? It's basically the same thing.
I don't remember. I probably peed in the pool.
You're a pool peer.
No, gross. This is definitely after dark material. We're going to need to wrap this up pretty soon. Other prediction, one, the fast pace may be a big factor later on Saturday. I think that's great. Jimmy will pee at least running at least 4 times, probably more. He said he wants to pee a lot during 200 miles.
Mostly so Rachel can see it on the trail. All right, but like, okay, thinking about tomorrow and predictions, day 2 of a multi-day race is notoriously, I think, and we've heard from other people, the hardest.
Yeah.
You are entering that sleep deprivation zone. Yeah, and usually I'd say it gets the coldest around, like, right before the sun comes up, so 4 a.m.-ish, you're getting cold, you're really tired, it's dark. Hopefully, you're just hoping that the sun comes up and the sun kind of zaps you awake and you can get in this mindset of new day, restart, but you're still crazy sleep deprived. Naturally, you're going to be calorie deficient no matter how much you're eating during this. It's kind of impossible to
replenish everything.
Fully replenish everything.
Yep.
So things start to get weird on day 2. So tomorrow I think will be a very interesting day, especially if they keep themselves this close together through the night. It's really going to be an art of the 200. We'll watch it unfold.
Okay, people thinking Roman Trotch is a steady hammer and he's going to move up. Who do we think we're going to beat? When we come on the air tomorrow at 6 a.m., who does everyone think is going to be leading this race? Throw that in the chat. Thanks, Dana. Track, so Roman track. So people think Jimmy, Rachel, Tara, Max or Rachel. It's coming in. Some people thinking Jimmy's going to hold it. Rachel, the girls.
I love them all. I don't know. I mean, Jimmy's cat. Yes. Chase, you win. Done.
But end of debate.
Max is a really cool dude. I want to see him do well in this. I really, really, really do.
I mean, TBD, you're going to have to tune in tomorrow morning to see. So we're expecting everyone who's on the stream right now to join us again at 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. We're going to get some more incredible views. Give some love to Mountain Outpost if you have enjoyed the coverage today. Make sure you are a subscriber to the channel. Follow on Instagram. Also follow the Mammoth 200 so you can keep up with all the great content that's going to be coming out. We will also do our part to keep researching some of the runners who we've been following today that we might not know too much about, and keep learning about these amazing athletes that are out there just destroying 200 miles.
You know, I really want to know more. Like, if anybody wants to give me a deep dive on their friends running this, you know, tell me about their 6th grade birthday party, anything, all of it. What is Jimmy's cat's name? I don't even know. I need to know. You can find me on Instagram at ShelbsF. That's SHELBZZF, because 2 Z's are more fun. Yes, that was my logic when I made the Instagram handle back in the day when Instagram was born, and I'm sticking with it. So yeah, shoot me a message if your friend's running and you want us to talk about them. It will make this more interesting for all of us, really. So
Yep.
yeah.
What was their motivation? Do they know the area? Have they been out here training on the course? Would love to hear some of that. People's predictions continue coming in. Tara or Max, people thinking that is who we're going to have leading when we wake up tomorrow. Some people saying Teddy Teacups. Guessing that's Teddy Tonelli. It might come down to some sleep situations or some sleep decisions. Very well could happen. I think we are expecting the weather, from what we can tell right now, to stay clear overnight. It is going to get down into the upper 30s, lower 40s, so it'll be chilly, but right now kind of looking like they could have a clear evening of running or overnight of running.
Yeah, it's going to be a nice, crisp, dark night. They're running through a really remote section right now. It's a waxing crescent moon. Nice little sliver. I haven't been outside in a while, so I'm assuming you can see it, and it's really pretty and glowing. And these runners are just having the best night of their lives. Thank you, Chase. This is awesome coverage for a first year race, and we are doing this on a, you know, not the biggest crew you could imagine.
Skeleton crew.
Yeah.
All about it. We're making it happen, though. Becomes more intimate that way. Everyone can get to know us that much better because they're with us all week. This female-led 3-person crew here, myself, Shelby, and Alyssa Clark.
And yeah, and thank you for your patience with us too. This morning when Kern and I started, I really felt like I was staring at a blank canvas. I mean, I can read the description of the course, but this is the first year anybody's run it. It's the first year anybody's commentated on it. So what are we supposed to say? But we're doing it. They're doing it. Oh, I love hearing it. 67 years young, Steve Fry is about to land at Sherwin Creek. This is a full circle for him, as he lived in Mammoth in the 80s and 90s and found his passion for running there. He's running solo and crewless.
Wow. Amazing. Oh my gosh.
Chills reading it,
Total
honestly.
chills. That's an incredible story. All right. Before we thank you, Cameron Lopez, #WomenCan. Absolutely agree with that. Before we wrap for the night, we're going to go to the field to Zach Marion and get a little bit of insight into what he saw on the ground from the leaders out there. What is going on, Zach?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Can you hear me okay?
Hold on 1 second. We can get you in our ears. All right. You there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay. Can hear you. What is happening and what did you see out there?
Oh man, these front runners are making us work really hard. Rachel Intrikin's crew came in 30 minutes earlier than her projection, and they almost missed her. So she is running way ahead of where she anticipated. Jimmy Elam is running about 45 minutes above where he anticipated, and I think Tara's chasing.
Yeah. So ahead of projections, that looked like there was maybe some stuff going on at that aid station. Do you know, did you see on the ground, did Jimmy leave before Rachel did?
Yes, Jimmy left just a few minutes before Rachel. I want to say it's about 4 to 5 minutes before Rachel took off. He spent a significant more amount of time in the aid station. He changed his clothes. He cleaned everything up. He ate lots. And yeah, he like got ready, got pacer, really took his time here. So I think he ended up losing close to, I would say honestly, close to 10 minutes in the aid station taking care of himself and eating.
Yeah.
As to where Rachel came in and just changed bottles, ate. It was pretty quick. Grabbed her new pacer.
Yep. We saw that. We saw Katie Asmuth hyped and ready to go, stoke level high to take her out of there. But that is significant because Jimmy was about 13 to 15 minutes ahead of Rachel at one point in time in this last stretch. And looks like that got cut down by quite a big margin very quickly. And then Tara was maybe, how far do you think behind them?
So Tara ended up sneaking into the aid station and her crew while Rachel was in the aid station getting taken care of. But she took quite a bit more time. She ate a ton of food. She was complaining about being nauseous, not feeling really great in that regard. Ended up taking some meds, like some Imodium, and got ready to get out there. Here's the hard part: is you have two athletes in Rachel and Tara who have very similar results, but run entirely different. I think Rachel is someone who just kind of runs in her own head and probably more so running away from her demons, versus Tara's running towards her demons. And she uses that as like a hate rage to get herself going. She is one of the most competitive people on the course.
That's so cool to hear the comparison of their mindsets.
Yeah, definitely. I think you had Rachel was more calm, cool, collected, excited to go tonight. I think Tara is looking to make more moves. And she mentioned to her crew that like she was excited for the nighttime. This is where she does best. Both Rachel and Tara mentioned that they still think they can take Jimmy out. And Jimmy's really good at running up to 100 miles. But he doesn't know how to run beyond that. So they're still hunting for the overall win, both of them. And I don't think that they're like collaborating on that. I believe it was just something that they were like separately mentioned to their crews in their own little crew. That they're like, I think we can still get him. We definitely can still get him.
Oh, it's so baller. And I think we have heard Rachel say in previous interviews that she like doesn't look at her watch. Like she really does know how to run like within herself on feel. So I don't know, that it's amazing. We're going to see what happens overnight.
Well, everyone appreciated getting the coverage.
I did get to run with him a little bit out of the aid stations and chatted with him. And, Rachel didn't know what mile she like kind of didn't care. She was just running. She's going to just keep running and doing her thing until someone tells her to stop. She's at the finish line.
Mm-hmm.
I think Tara was a little bit more dialed. And her crew, if you've watched any of her Appalachian Trail stuff, like, that's what she's treating it like.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we saw her
crew was dialed. It was a full pit stop. It was dialed.
Yeah, and we saw her also ask, pacers and crew members kind of how far to the next aid, what is the next section, like really breaking it down and just, trying to get herself to focus on this is what I have to do right now, and I'm really going to chunk it out. And that seems, like a bit more methodical or a different approach than like you're saying, Rachel, I'm just going to keep running until I need to stop running.
Yeah, and Rachel's crew, I asked them about the battle for the women's race and what they thought about it. And they also, and these girls run entirely differently. And it's hard to gauge where Tara's at because Tara looks the same at mile 1 or 100.
Mm-hmm.
And Rachel kind of looks the same throughout the entire race. It's really quiet and angry.
Quiet and
it's
angry.
It's like you just don't know with Tara. Even though you might think she's like fatigued, she's tired, she's exhausted, she just kind of runs that way the entire race. So they don't think that by any stretch of the imagination the race is over, and they are still looking over Tara, and Tara is trying to charge.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a really fun night.
Yeah, we can't wait, and there's a lot of anticipation building. We had asked people who they thought was going to be leading the race when we woke up tomorrow morning, and we got a lot of Jimmy, Tara, Rachel's. There were a couple Maxes in there, a couple other names of people that thought that were going to surge, but vast majority were one of those three names, and I can't wait to see what's going to happen.
Well, we'll get some eyes on things tonight, and hopefully we'll have a good recap in the morning.
Thanks so much, Zach. We appreciate you bringing the insights from the ground.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
All right. And with that, we are going to wrap our coverage for the evening. Thank you to all of you for being here. I'm Corinne Shalvoy, Shelby Farrell. We have been honored to be with you all day. It's been awesome, and we can't wait to see what's happening. Cameron Lopez says a woman is winning this race. Mark my words. We're going to see. We're going to find out in less than, a day and a half here, maybe two. So stay tuned. We will be back with you tomorrow morning. Too late, myself and Alyssa Clark will be kicking it off at 6 a.m. local time, and we will see you back here then.
Thank you so much. Day one of the inaugural Mammoth 200, presented by Craft, live streamed by Mountain Outpost, is in the books.
In the books. Peace out.